Spoke about the big topic a lot. Shared our thoughts on that a lot on previous streams. There's no way of avoiding doing it again, and I'm not looking to avoid doing it again. It's conversation that I'm sure we're going to be having quite a few times over the coming weeks as different numbers and things come out. Obviously, we've seen the number for Collision, or maybe you haven't, but the Collision number was something like 360,000 views. So, I mean, that was always going to be up against it. It was up against Payback. It was up against the start of football, and then put in the news about CM Punk going. The only thing I would say is CM Punk going, that might have actually boosted that number. Like CM Punk not being there, obviously Tony made an announcement. And so I suppose if you want to look at something that could be a bit of a concern, it is that number might be higher than it would have been, because I think a few people tuned in wanting to know what Tony was going to say, what comments were going to be made. And, you know, normally that wouldn't obviously happen. So that 360 odd thousand that did tune in on Saturday, I don't know that number would have been that high if it wasn't for the Punk drama. So there is a real problem there with Collision, but it's a problem that I think they would have been aware of going into this. I think it would be naive for people to think this is going to be catching them by surprise. You know, they knew they were going to go up against football. They knew they were going to go up against WWE. I've said before, I think that they're looking for about 500, 550. I think that's the number that they're looking for, just based on what the move is in that time slot we're generating. We didn't get a chance to look at many. We looked at a handful. Some were over that, some were under that, but it seemed like the average was about 550. So as a rough guesstimate, and it's nothing more than a guesstimate, I think they're looking for about 550. So this has come out at 360. Maybe they have an agreement where when it is a WWE pay-per-view, they are allowed to have a lower number, or they are expected to have a lower number. And then, you know, hopefully next week it goes back to that sort of 500,000, 550 range. I don't know. I mean, we never quite get the full insight. None of us were in the room when that contract was negotiated with is it TNT? TBS? I'm not sure what channel it's on in America. Whoever it's with. We wasn't there when they negotiated that, so it's hard to say as to what the expectation is. But as a guesstimate, I would think it would be about that number. I certainly don't think it's 1 million. But yeah, a little bit of a concern on that regards. But let's see what they can do. They've got an opportunity tonight to put on a banging show and show that they are united and that the future's bright and that they've got some really interesting things going on. This is actually quite an important show tonight, because this could be a disaster. This could be a really flat show with the crowd chanting for CM Punk. And it could be a show where it's just starting to show the cracks, you know? It could be that there's a lot of two camps, and we're hearing arguing backstage. We're hearing fans chanting for CM Punk. The matches don't quite deliver. It could be a disaster in that regard, or it could be a fantastic success. I would imagine that Tony would grab everyone backstage and be like, look, you know, it's been the best and the worst week for AEW. We're looking towards the future now, and we're going to have to pull together as a team. Like, I need everything you've got, every ounce of effort that you've got for our fans, for this brand. We have got to find a way forward, and that way forward rests on all of your shoulders. Like, big them up, build them up, hype them up, and, you know, see if they can go out and deliver a fantastic show. I think it'll be that. I think it'll be more towards that. I think that it's going to take more than just CM Punk to bring down AEW. Obviously, there was an AEW before CM Punk. There will be an AEW after CM Punk. But no one's denying this is a big hit. No one's denying this is a big loss. No one's saying that this isn't one of the biggest talking points in that company's young history. So, yeah, lots to get our teeth into. I really want to look at the card as well. Sadly, they don't give us a nice graphic like they do for Dynamite. Normally for Dynamite, there's a really nice graphic, or if they do, I've not seen it. So I do have a graphic, but I just stole it off the internet. And it's just one of these where they just chuck all these together. Just doesn't look very good, does it? They do really nice graphics for Dynamite, and I think for Collision as well, where it's all like laid out nicely and it all looks really good. And then when we get to the pay-per-view, we never seem to have those. So that would be something that I would request from AEW, if they could start doing those nice graphics for their pay-per-views. But I want to get into the chat. I want to see what people are saying and see where the conversation is at the moment. I also want to say a big shout out to Sakila, to James Hayes for the support. We are going to be doing some sort of members thing this week. We did a watch along last week. And so I know not everyone could jump in on that. Watch alongs are difficult. So because obviously it's a big commitment. So we did a watch along for the members last week. So this week it might be a members stream. Yeah, it might be a member stream. We'll see. I always like to jump in and see what the members are chatting about. So we may do that on Thursday. Kieran said, what match are you looking forward to tonight? To be honest, I haven't seen the full cards. I've got to say, I think there is a problem that AEW have got. They've got a few. But one of the problems is that they are making matches, obviously, on Collision. One of their problems is that the last show before their pay-per-view is a show that not many people are watching. I mean, the numbers came out, only 300 and some thousand watched Collision on Saturday. Like, that's Rampage numbers. Like, that's really low. That's like half a million people that tune into Dynamite didn't tune into Collision, right? And Dynamite's only getting 800 and some thousand, right? This went down to 300 and some thousand. So you can't stretch like this. No one's watching, right? It's the hardcore of the hardcore that are tuning into. Pretty soon it'll be like flipping being the elite on YouTube, right? So the problem is, if you're doing big angles on that show and you're doing major developments on that show, no one's seeing it. No one's seeing it. Half this card's been put together and I have no idea why or how, right? Now, that's on me. I have to take responsibility. I could watch Collision, right? I could catch up with it on a Sunday, right? So I have to take responsibility of that. But it still doesn't make it easier, for wrestling fans. There's wrestling fans out there that are busy on a Saturday that won't get... Yeah, some bad lag for a moment then. So the point I was making was, if people aren't tuning into Collision, then should it be the case that you actually put all your final touches on the Dynamite before, and then you just sort of use Collision for video packages, and you just sort of use Collision as a way of just kind of, spinning the wheels and just getting through, like, rather than trying to do big storyline developments on Collision. I think they're trying to treat it as a bit of a brand split. They're trying to treat it as Raw and SmackDown, but the problem is not that many people are watching the Saturday show. So it makes it hard to say, like, oh, I'm really excited for this match, that match, because there's a lot of matches here. I've got no idea where they've come from. Like, I don't know. I didn't even know Danielson had come back. So I think that only happened yesterday on Collision, because I heard that we was looking at Ricky Starks and Dennis Rodman and all this kind of stuff. But again, if you don't watch the show, you are a bit like an outsider looking in. But as I said, I have to take responsibility of that myself, right? But I do just question, should you do the bulk of your go home on Dynamite and then use the Collision the day before just to do some low-level matches, video packages, promos, but you don't actually do any major developments for the go-home because, I don't know, like, it would be better, I think, if people knew about this more. And, you know, the numbers say that people are watching Dynamite, but they're not watching Collision as much. Collision is not doing anywhere near Dynamite numbers. So, in regards to the match I'm most excited for, Danielson and Ricky Starks, just as a match between them two, I think will be really good. Kenny and Takeshita, but I don't know the issue. In all fairness, there doesn't really need to be an issue because they're two great workers, so I'll take it. Kenny Omega and Takeshita. I always enjoy watching Kenny singles matches, so I will take that. FTR and the Bucks against Bullet Club Gold's not that bothered by, but I do like a lot of the people in that. Chris Statlander against Ruby Soho. I could definitely get into that. I like both of those women. Luchasaurus Darby Allin, not too fussed by. Orange Cassidy against Jon Moxley might just be a disgrace to wrestling. Eddie Kingston and Shibata against Blackpool Combat Club. I like Kingston. I like Shibata. I like Claudio. Don't really have feelings on Wheeler Yuta. That might be okay. Better Than You, Baby against Dark Order. I don't know how this came about. I'm not bothered. Powerhouse Hobbs against Miro. Yeah, that might be okay. Yeah, to be honest, it's a weird one because there's nothing there that I'm looking at. I'm like, oh my God, I need to see this. There's nothing essential. There's nothing that's gonna, you know, if I was to miss this show, I would be fine. I would survive, right? But when you actually go down the card, there are definitely matches there that I'm like, wow, yeah, that actually could be fun. That could be fun. This could be a fun show. And I'm not just saying that. I think that there is no pressure like there was at Wembley. I think the Wembley show had a lot of pressure on it because of the hype and the build, and this one's had no build, right? This is like the unloved child, right? You've got the other child that's had all the praise last week. Oh, look at you! Oh, and you've got this one following behind, like I'm here as well. So this one has not received anywhere near as much love. But as I said, I think, let me just quickly blast down the card and we'll give it a thumbs up or a thumbs down if we're excited, and we'll genuinely see how many thumbs up we've got. We've got 13 matches, so if we can get 7 thumbs up, then we're doing pretty well, aren't we? So Athena, Mercedes Martinez, Diamante against Karu Shida, Willow Nightingale, Sky Blue. It's a women's tag match. I'm gonna give it a side thumb. I mean, there's not really anything there that I would give a thumbs. I mean, there's a few women I like, but I mean, like, I don't care for that Diamante woman. I like Athena. I like Mercedes Martinez. I like Shida. I like Willow Nightingale. It's only that Diamante that I'm not crazy about. Do you know what? I will give it a thumbs up. Thumbs up. So there's our first thumbs up. First match, thumbs up. I was going to go thumb side, but let's take that out the equation, either up or down, right? Feel free to play along as well. Next, we've got the Over the Budget Battle Royal. We don't know anyone that's in it. Do we even know what it's for? Do we know what this is for? I don't know what this is for. What's this for? What's this Over the Budget Battle Royal? What's this do? Miro, Statlander. I don't even know if it lists anything about an Over the Budget Battle Royal. Oh, well, I don't know anything about it to score it, do I? Okay, I'll give it thumbs up. You know me, guys. I'm a positive person. I'll go thumbs up. And as I said, play along. I'll go thumbs up. Next up, we've got Acclaimed with Billy Gunn and Dennis Rodman. Dennis Rodman's pretty cool. I know that he's been getting a lot of shade, but I don't think he's actually wrestling. I think he's just at ringside, which actually I should give that a thumbs up because that's how you should use celebrities, in my opinion. right? They haven't shoved him in the ring. He's going to be like a manager, valet, whatever, right? So Acclaimed and Billy Gunn with Dennis Rodman versus Jeff Jarrett, Satnam Singh, Jay Lethal, World Trios Championship. I can't... the heels are cringe, right? Acclaimed and Billy Gunn are good, but the heels are cringe, aren't they? They're cringe. I mean, I'm still having nightmares about the flipping Texas Chainsaw match. So, nah, that's hard. That one's hard. That one is difficult. Acclaimed Billy Gunn with Jeff Jarrett, Satnam Singh, Jay Lethal. I'll give it thumbs up, right? The reason being, I do like the Acclaimed. And I think bringing in Dennis Rodman and not having him wrestling, I'm going to applaud that. Right, next up, Luchasaurus against Darby Allin. Easy thumbs down. Easy thumbs down. Luchasaurus, I've not seen great matches out of him. Darby Allin, I don't know, something's not quite right there. He's got this gimmick of being like this daredevil and all that kind of stuff, but I just feel like we're spinning our wheels with him. Like, he's meant to be one of the four pillars. He's meant to be someone that's like, you know, the future of this company. I'm just not seeing it. Just not seeing it. I mean, if anything, I think you could make an easy argument he's been replaced by Orange Cassidy. Orange Cassidy has replaced him as one of the pillars. And Darby Allin actually feels like he's being left behind. Maybe it's the lack of progression. Maybe it's the fact that we're just not seeing anything different out of Darby Allin. Perhaps him being with Sting all this time, year after year after year, and not getting anywhere has just kind of halted him in my mind to the point now where I've seen it all. I've seen it all. I do like how he throws himself around the ring, but against Luchasaurus, nah, nah. I can do without it. Miro against Powerhouse Hobbs. Now, I have not been overexposed to Powerhouse Hobbs. He is another one that's a big, bright future star. So I'm going to go thumbs up for that one, right? So we're already at 4 thumbs up here. So we're doing all right, but 3 of them were on the kickoff show, right? 3 were on the kickoff show. Let's just bear that in mind. Chris Statlander, Ruby Soho. I'm going to say thumbs up. I like both of those women. I know a lot of people don't like Ruby Soho, but I liked her in NXT. And then when she came up, she was in the Riot Squad. I mean, you couldn't really judge her, could you really? I mean, she was just in a group, so I couldn't really judge her. So it's only been since she's been in AEW, and she's definitely had some bad matches. But I think there is a good talent there. I think there's a good wrestler there. Her against Chris Statlander, they both can work. I think if this match is a good match, hopefully it will improve her standing and it'll change people's impression of her. So yeah, Ruby Soho is the one that I think people would be a bit ooh about. I'm going to go thumbs up. I'm all right with it. I'm all right with that match. Big thumbs up, proper thumbs up, 2 thumbs up. Not actually 2, but you could say 2. For this next match, Bryan Danielson, Ricky Starks. Who's going to be down on that? Who's going to be down on that? Bryan Danielson against Ricky Starks. I'm all right with that. I'm all right with that. Next up, we got Kenny Omega against Takeshita. I'm going to give that a thumbs up. I'm not crazy about Takeshita, but I really like Kenny's singles matches. Takeshita, I think's fine. I think him getting the pin last week was interesting. Thumbs up. So far, we've only got 1 thumbs down, and that's Darby and Luchasaurus. Next up, we've got Bullet Club Gold against FTR and the Young Bucks. Lots of good moving parts here, but not crazy about the Bucks. I'm not a Bucks fan, right? And I do like Bullet Club Gold. I do like FTR, but this thing has had no build. They just confronted them backstage last week. They confronted them backstage. And it just led to this match. And so FTR and the Bucks, who were going against each other last week, are now going to team with each other this week. It sort of feels like this is a way of getting everyone on this card. It sort of feels like if I could go middle for this, I would go middle for this, right? I'm gonna be kind and give it thumbs up, but it's a weak thumbs up. I'm giving it thumbs up because I like pretty much everyone in it, and hopefully the other guys can keep the Bucks in check, right? And so maybe it'll just be like a really fun match, won't be offensive, and we can all live our lives. Now, do you want to hear a big shock? Do you want to hear something that's going to really put the cat amongst the pigeons, right? Something that's going to reverberate around the community. Thumbs down. Adam Cole, MJF, Dark Order. I can't flipping stand this story. It proper jumped the shark for me last week. I think that main event last week was embarrassing. I said it at the time. I've not changed my opinion. Dave Meltzer's trying to make out it's a near 5-star classic. I was cringing my way through the end of that match. I mean, I understand doing one of those moments where it's like, is he going to turn on him? Is he going to turn on him? I can understand doing one of those moments. A little bit like, do you remember when John Cena had the chair at WrestleMania 30 and it was like, is he going to hit Bray with the chair? Isn't he going to hit Bray with the chair? And in the end, he throws it away, right? Totally fine with one of those moments. We got about 5 of those moments. We had the ring moment. We had them both like chucking the chair at each other, like who was going to use the chair. We had Adam Cole dropping down. We had MJF dropping down. We had Roderick Strong running down to the ring. He went back again. He came back again later. So it was all this flipping back and forth, all this malarkey. That match to me, I mean, I think I was hoping for like Bret Hart, British Bulldog. I was hoping for like a real good, proper wrestling match. And what we got was a match that definitely had a bit of wrestling in it, but there was so much tomfoolery. There was so much smoke and mirrors that it was just, oh my God, not for me, man. Not for me. There was just way too much of that stuff in it. The other thing as well is I just really struggle to buy this like friendship thing as well. Like I just don't buy it. I don't care about it. I think that's part of the problem. I think if you're really invested in it, if you love this friendship thing between MJF and Adam Cole, many people do. I would imagine you really enjoyed that match. But I don't care about this friend. I don't care if they're friends. I don't care if they're friends or if they're not friends. I don't care if one turns on the other or not. I don't care. Don't care. In fact, if anything, I think MJF's one of the best heels in wrestling, and we've turned him into some sort of soppy, flipping, babyface, needy, oh, please be my friend douche. There was a tweet that really resonated with me. You know how there's like people on Twitter that hate AEW, right? There was a tweet came out from one of those, but I did read it and think, yes, that is how I feel. And they said, do you remember at the end of WrestleMania when Stone Cold and The Rock cried about if they were friends or not? And I was like, yeah, do you know what? That never happened, obviously. But that's the point. They didn't. That's not what Austin and The Rock did. They didn't cry about if they were friends or not. And this does feel that way to me. It feels like we have just gone too silly. We've gone too far. It's another example for me of AEW going too far. We've said it before. They are capable of fantastic matches. I have given so many thumbs up so far about this. But do you know why I've given thumbs up? Because Bryan Danielson, Ricky Starks, that's going to be a banging match. That's going to be a great match. They're going to go at each other and they're going to wrestle, right? Then you've got Kenny Omega against Takeshita. All right, you might have a little bit of outside interference from Don Callis, but by and large, I expect it to be a really good match, proper contest, proper wrestling. Like, I expect it to be a match. Miro against Powerhouse Hobbs. I expect that to be a match. I expect that to be a really great contest, right? Athena, Mercedes, Diamante against Shida, Nightingale, Sky Blue. Maybe there'll be some of those awful multi-women spots, Maybe there'll be some of those awful, moments where they do like the suplex power bomb. We're all, or someone will dive to the outside and they're all waiting for them. I hate all of those. Those look stupid. They look fake. They look phony. Maybe there'll be some of those in there. Hopefully there won't. I'll give it a thumbs up because I like a lot of the people that are in it, and I'm going to keep my fingers that none of those spots are in there, right? If there are, I'll be the first to jump on it and say it was rubbish, okay? But I expect decent wrestling. Shida can wrestle. Willow Nightingale can wrestle. They've got high hopes for Sky Blue. Like, Mercedes Martinez has been a legend on the indie scene. Athena, she's had a few botches, but I kind of like her work. She really lays it in. Maybe a bit too much for some people. But they can go, they can wrestle. There's no tomfoolery or stupidness, right? That MJF Adam Cole match, like there was some decent wrestling in there, but the stupidness, the tomfoolery completely ruined it for me. Completely ruined it. I think that main event is nowhere near 5 stars, nowhere near 4 stars. I thought it was rubbish, right? So they have ruined that completely for me. I have no interest in Adam Cole and MJF. I'm struggling to care as to where we go from here. And the problem is, once you don't care, and I would imagine there's a few people that feel this way about the bloodline, once you don't care, it's very hard to get back in. It's very hard to get back in. Once you're out and you're like, no, I don't care. This sucks. No, this sucks. This is not for me. If you love it, God bless you. But it ain't for me. Once you're out, you just look at a match like this, Adam Cole, MJF, and you go, it's going to be more stupidness in it. It's going to be more stupidness. Maybe there'll even be some moments where they'll threaten to turn on each other again, because it's been a little while since I've seen that. I saw about 5 times last Sunday. Maybe I'll get it about 3 times this Sunday. I don't know. So, controversial. I'm sure that many will disagree, but I don't care. That is how I feel about it. I was not a fan of that main event last week. Next up, we've got Samoa Joe against Shane Taylor. I don't know Shane Taylor. I know that he's been in Ring of Honor for years and years and years, but I have never watched Ring of Honor. So, other than like highlights from back in the day. But, since you lost like Seth and you lost Samoa Joe and Nigel McGuinness and, Bryan Danielson the first time and, blah, blah, blah. I just haven't, it's just not been on my radar. So I don't know much about him. So I can't judge. I understand him to be a big guy that can go, and Samoa Joe can go. I loved that match last week. Samoa Joe against CM Punk. Awesome. So I really enjoyed that match. I think I'll enjoy this. I'll give it a thumbs up. Next, we've got Eddie Kingston and Shibata against Blackpool Combat Club. I love Eddie Kingston. I'm a simple man. I just want to watch people wrestle. I want to watch good promos. I want to watch good wrestling. Love a good storyline. But, I don't like it when it gets too silly, right? Eddie Kingston, Shibata, Blackpool Combat Club. I know that Eddie hates Claudio. Shibata is an amazing wrestler, obviously. Wheeler Yuta, not sold on, to be honest. I would go thumbs in the middle, to be honest. If that was just Kingston against Claudio, massive thumbs up. But the fact it's a tag match sort of waters it down a bit for me. So, yeah, I'll go thumbs up. And then the last one, Orange Cassidy, John Moxley, easy thumbs down. Silliness again, wasn't it? No selling and silliness. So, with all that being said, we have finished on thumbs up. Let's not count the kickoff show, right? That means that we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Oh, that works really well. So we've got 10 matches. And I have got thumbs up 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 7. I've got 7 thumbs up. 7 thumbs up. Now, what I'll say about that is some of those are not the strongest thumbs up. I do remember saying that some of them were a bit, but I'll give it benefit of doubt. So I've ended on 7 out of the 10 matches on the main card I've given thumbs up to. That's not bad, is it? That's not bad. All things considered, that's not bad. So, yeah, I am definitely leaning more towards the positive side overall for this show. And I think there is potential there for some really good matches. Right. Anna said, Tony Khan addressing the crowd before Collision, saying he feared for his life. Hang on. I am going to try and do this without laughing, right? Now I'll do it again. Tony Khan addressing the crowd before Collision, saying he feared for his life. There it is. With the Punk debacle, it's a good choice. He got ahead of rumors and he dealt with it. Yes. I mean, oh, God. I don't know where to start, to be honest. I don't know where to start. If you think about the great wrestling promoters from the past, you know, you think about the original Sheik, who was like a wrestling promoter, and Vince McMahon, you know, obviously. It's hard to envisage them coming out with that line, isn't it? It's hard to envisage them saying that they feared for their lives. I mean, we don't know the full story, right? My stance on it has not changed, but we don't know the full story, right? The fact he's come out and said that he feared for his life means, I mean, there's obviously a rumor that CM Punk lunged towards Tony, right? But I don't know, where was Tony? Where was CM Punk? How many people were in the way? Was he lunging to just get towards him, to like berate him, and he was trying to get tables out the way? Like, what? We're dealing with language which is very difficult to decode here, I think, because lunge towards him. I mean, I've not seen a detailed breakdown of this part of what happened, right? So did he, like, was he close? Did he lunge and go for his throat? Like, did he have a clenched fist and he was getting ready to smash him one? Or was he like over the other side of the room and he's like, you know, made a big motion towards Tony, and you know, Tony's obviously got intimidated. I mean, I said the other day, I think he gets intimidated by his own shadow. So I don't know what we're dealing with here. I don't know exactly what has played out and how it has played out. I would flipping love a behind the scenes documentary. I would love, I mean, I've heard rumors that there are cameras all over Wembley and that this thing may have been recorded. So I would love to know kind of what the situation is. I would love to know what's where everyone was, what actually went down. And it just seems like details are just dropping in. I mean, I feel like this is a completely different side of things to what we've been talking about, which is the Jack Perry side. So we've been focused a lot on talking about Jack Perry and why did Jack Perry put himself before AEW. Like, he was the one that reignited this. He was the one that was told you can't use real glass and then decided to use real glass and then make a big public statement during the biggest show in AEW history, which obviously put petrol all over this situation. And it seems like Jack Perry either did that because he wanted some heel heat, right? If he wanted heel heat, why didn't he check it with CM Punk first? Why didn't he run it past him and go, listen, I want to do this because I think it'll just get me a bit of heat. Like, is this all right with you type stuff, right? Run it past him, yeah? Because we all know what Punk's like. It's probably best to run it past him, isn't it? Thinking about it, it's probably best to run it past him. It's probably best. You did that, didn't you, Jack? Did you do that, Jack? No, you didn't do that, did you, Jack? So that's what I've heard is his excuse, right? Stupid excuse. And also, like, it seems like he has done it because he's felt that the story was public about him wanting to use real glass. It got out, and so he is trying to make sure that he doesn't lose a bit of his he's trying to put his ego first, you know, his reputation. That's the word I'm trying to find, his reputation. He's trying to he doesn't want his reputation as a tough man to take a hit. So he's done this real glass thing. He's had a few words down the camera, but it seems to me like if he's not checked this past Punk first, it seems to me like he was a little bit bent out of shape, right? He was a little bit embarrassed. And what he's done is he's done this to try and go middle finger back to CM Punk. That's what he's done, right? Well, it's not ended well, is it? Right? Because now AEW have lost their biggest star, and the whole, you know, situation massively spotted. But what Jack Perry trying to keep his ego in check, right? Trying to stand up for himself emotionally, right? Has resulted in Tony Khan fearing for his life, right? Fearing for his life. So clearly that's another situation that spiraled out of control. It's oh God, it's so good. It is so good. It's the gift that keeps on giving. So we've focused very much on the CM Punk Jack Perry side of things. We haven't spoke about the CM Punk lunging at Tony Khan stuff at all, right? Because to be honest, I don't know the details as well on this because I haven't seen like a detailed breakdown. I think there's one report that said of him lunging towards him. And then obviously we got Tony on Collision last night saying he feared for his life, right? Now that would suggest that the lunging thing is true. Right? Now, you can't go lunging at your boss, right? Fun fact, right? You can't do that, right? So CM Punk getting in trouble over that, he had to expect that was going to happen, right? He had to know that he was in big trouble if he, you know, because I think he shouted he quit as well. I think CM Punk just totally, from this one report, it seems like he lunged towards Tony shouting that he quit. So CM Punk may have been done anyway. CM Punk may have been like, I wasn't fired. I don't care what this investigation said. I quit last Sunday. And I told Tony as such as well. So, you know, it could have been that CM Punk's not that bothered because mentally he'd already made his mind up. I'm done. I'm out. Because apparently he said at that moment, I quit. So, I don't know. I mean, you can't go lunging at your boss and expect to keep your job afterwards, can you? But as I said, maybe he'd already decided that he wasn't going to be keeping his job. He didn't want the job. And he'd decided that, he was going to leave the playground. So, I don't know. We need a proper breakdown. A proper breakdown. I still don't know what's happened with Jack Perry. Someone told me yesterday he was suspended. I know he was suspended for during the investigation. But the investigation's over now. So CM Punk's been fired, but I've not seen any words on what the outcome is for Jack Perry. I don't know what's happened on that regard. I haven't seen a statement issued by AEW about Jack Perry. My understanding is both were suspended. So what's happened to Jack Perry? Is he just coming back, is he? Is he just coming back to play with his real glass? I don't know. I love it. It's wild. It's wild. It is wild. So, yeah, he did say that he feared for his life. He did deal with it quickly. He had to. Because, as I said, I think CM Punk said he was quitting and went off. So, I mean, you know, if you've got a show the next week in Chicago and your top star has quit, then, yeah, you probably do need to do an event. You know, it's funny, actually, because I said if I was dealing with this situation, what I would have done is I would have done an investigation. I wouldn't have suspended them, right? I would have obviously kept them away. But there was no shows really for them to need to show up to other than All Out tonight. So I would have kept them off Dynamite, kept them off Collision, but they would have been at All Out tonight. I would have kept them away from the boys. They would have had their own trailers. I would have, maybe you do Punk against Joe 2 or whatever it is, right? You do it. You keep them away. You, they come in, they do the match, they go, right? I would have done that because I think the Chicago crowds bought their tickets largely to see CM Punk. I'd want to deliver that for those fans, and I wouldn't want to hurt the show. I wouldn't want to hurt, like, you know, this is still, they only have so many pay-per-views a year, and, you know, I've got to think this is a big money maker for them. AEW spend a lot on wages. They spend a lot on the production costs. Now, we know that Tony has got money, but AEW does need to make money. Like, unfortunately, we do live in a world where, you know, money talks. So you've got to generate money in order to keep this company going, right? Tony is not going to want to. I really don't think he's going to want to be losing, like, I don't know, 30 million after 30 million after 30 million each year, right? He's going to want to make sure that he's got a company that can sustain itself. Losing CM Punk it's just gonna hurt. It's hurting all of that stuff. I would definitely have tried to have kept him for this show, done the show, got this out the way, and then looked at it. Now, Tony didn't do that. He suspended both, immediately investigated, and then announced that Punk had been fired. But I do wonder if he would have done that had Punk have not quit, right? Because apparently Punk quit. The report I read is that Punk lunged at Tony and said, I quit, and went back to the hotel and had Nando's, right? So this might just be a bit of smoke and mirrors of Tony trying to kind of cover up the fact that Punk had quit anyway. And so, yeah, the findings are that we've got to terminate him, blah, 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 blah. So I don't know. He definitely acted quickly, but I think he had to. And I don't know how much of that was in his control. Supreme Ty, shout out to you, my friends. Appreciate the support. 52 Games Podcast said, I heard Jungle Boy was minding his own business, praying for the homeless. I heard this, actually. Good kid. He's a good kid, isn't he? He's a good kid. Then a wild CM Punk grabbed and strangled him and threw a 75-inch monitor at... I heard that. I heard he ripped down one of the screens from above the ring. One of these massive, giant screens that I heard he ripped that off with his bare hands, chucked it at the whole production crew. I heard this as well. I mean, what I will say, and I don't want to get this twisted, is at no point have I said that CM Punk is innocent. At no point. I sort of feel like that's a given. Right? Maybe I should like spell it out a bit clearer. Like, CM Punk definitely did wrong, right? Definitely did wrong. He is a mature guy who is a professional wrestler. He's been in this industry for I don't know how long, right? He should, at this stage in his life, be able to look at something like what Jack Perry did, and he should be able to just go through the proper channels, right? We know that he does have like an anger issue, right? We know that that's something that he has to deal with. But even at this point in his life, he should be able to process that as a mature adult. And he should be able to go through the proper channels. You know, he could go and speak to Tony. I'm sure, you know, he can knock on that door whenever. And he should be able to, like, look, this is massively disrespectful to me. I'm not tolerating this, blah, 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 blah. I want action taken, whatever, right? That's not how Punk deals with things. Like, Punk will go to you. If you do something to wrong him, he's coming to you. That's not ideal for AEW or for any company, because really you'd want to go through the proper channels, the HR channels, all that stuff, because these situations will spiral. And that's why, you know, I mean, they spiraled last year with the EVPs. They spiraled this year with Jack Perry. He should have been more mature. He should have gone through the proper channels. He shouldn't have, like, choked Jack Perry. But the point I keep making is that you can't just paint this as he's the only person that's in the wrong, right? There's a lot of people that are like trying to pick sides, like, oh, I'm on Jack Perry's side, or I'm on CM Punk's side, or I'm on the Elite side, I'm on CM Punk's side. But to be perfectly truthful, the truth is in the middle, right? The blame is like butter on toast. It's pretty much everywhere, right? You can cover it everywhere. Like, everyone's getting the blame. Tony can have the blame. Punk can have the blame. The Elite can have the blame. Perry can have the blame. The reason why I'm so adamant in making sure I keep stressing about Perry is because I'm not seeing people making that point. I'm not seeing people like that. I'm seeing plenty of people going in on Punk, but I'm not seeing people pointing out that Jack Perry did not have to do what he did. And had he have not done what he did, we would not have had the incident. It's another example, as I said yesterday or whenever, it's another example of people trying to provoke CM Punk. If you want CM Punk out of your company, if you don't like him and you want him gone, provoke him, because he will respond. So if you want to barge into his dressing room when he's, like, you know, in his personal space, like, you know, trying to come down after ranting, like, and you want to get into a heated argument that turns into a brawl, right? It will turn into a brawl because he is not going to appreciate that kind of, you know, confrontation, right? CM Punk, if he has to choose between fight or flight, is, you know, he's fighting and he's fighting hard. He is confrontation. He doesn't go through the correct channels. He's got anger issues. But again, this is not new. This isn't new. This is stuff that we knew. This is stuff that we were aware of when he was brought into AEW. And so AEW had a responsibility to ensure that these situations were minimized and that these situations didn't get out of hand, and that, you know, it was a case that, I don't know, there was always like people around or something to try and control him. But it is difficult. I've said before as well, it's difficult. You know, if you've got someone that can just go like from 0 to 100 all in, like, you know, 20 seconds, not even that, 1 second. And, you know, it could fall apart at any minute. That is hard. That's hard to manage. It is hard to manage. And it got too hard. And so we've ended up where we are. But for people online to make out like this is CM Punk, just CM Punk, and he's, you know, he's got problems, and, you know, he's all this kind of stuff. You're not looking at the big picture. You're not looking at everything else that went down. There's a lot of blame to go around here. There's a lot of blame to go around. Do you know what? I would go as far as to say there's no winners. I think that is the best way of wording it. There are no winners in this. Or everywhere you look, there's just people that have lost. AEW have lost because they've lost their biggest star. Jack Perry has lost because you can't tell me he's in Tony Khan's good books. You can't tell me Tony's got big plans to push Jack Perry now, because he is the catalyst for this incident. So if I'm Tony Khan, I'm livid. I am livid at Jack Perry. If I'm Tony Khan, I've just lost my biggest star. I've just had to do a flipping promo on TV where I'm having to tell the world I feared for my life. Right? So he's lost. CM Punk's lost because I'm sure he's, you know, just had to walk away from millions and millions. So Punk's lost. AEW have lost. I mean, you could look at it and say WWE might have won in this situation because their competitor is now a weakened competitor, but we don't know that until like we see the ratings and we see where things go, because this could also in the long term galvanize that locker room. They may go back to being what they were at the very start, you know, we're all in this together kind of a situation. I don't think CM Punk was ever going to be that, you know. He was never going to be all in it together. I mean, he'll be very anti-WWE. But I think he also commands and demands a certain level of respect, and don't know that he's... I think he'd give advice, though. I think he'd be in there giving advice if people wanted it. But I don't know. I don't think it's unfair to say I could see that locker room being more cohesive, more united now that Punk has gone. I think, so it's going to be hard to say that even if WWE have won, because I don't know, perhaps this is going to ultimately be some short-term pain, but might be more beneficial in the long run. I mean, I don't think so, but that's why I'm saying we're going to have to wait and see. But oh God, there's so many different angles to look at this story, so many different situations to look at. But I think the best way of wording it, if you was to take a headline, is there are no winners here. There's no one's winning. No one's winning. It's a very as Tony said, it's a decision he didn't want to make, and it's a very regrettable situation that he finds himself in. 52 Games Podcast, shout out to you. I did like your comment. Luke said, thankfully, I'm not doing the morning shift at work tomorrow. Very good. Yes. It's, you don't want to be doing that, buds. You don't want to be doing a morning shift after this. So I don't know when we're going to. I mean, these shows tend to go pretty late, don't they? So, I mean, we got, 13 matches. Kickoff show, I think, starts in 38 minutes. Probably looking at about a 4-hour main cards. It's probably going to be a bit of a late one, but I don't know. I think, again, if you have watched AEW shows before, you have to be coming into that knowing that that's what's going to happen now. I don't think there's going to be any surprises to that. I do just want to, before I carry on, just share this link. Just want people to know that we are actually live for AEW All Out. I think people will know anyway. There we go. Lovely. Right. Aaron, shout out to you. Said, I'm depressed about CM Punk. Tony did the right thing, but he's been my favorite wrestler since 2008. I'm glad I got to see him. Did you enjoy Payback? Payback, I thought, was pretty average. So I was not crazy about the... Not crazy about the Sammy and Kevin match. Again, that kind of moment where they're fighting and they're in a fight and it's a fight and it's a street fight. So this is a fight where there's no rules. So, you're trying to get weapons. You're having to deal with Dominic, all this kind of stuff. Rhea came down later, blah, 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 blah. There's kendo sticks, there's trash cans, all this kind of stuff. Just don't get how you find time to put on flipping sports jerseys. I don't even know why they were there, but that moment where we turn around and they've just for a cheap pop, that's all it was. And I'm not popping because I don't even know what jersey it is. It's for the live crowd. I'm guessing it's like Pittsburgh Steelers. I think they're a team, right? So all it is a cheap pop, cheap little moment for the crowds. But all it does to me is it just looks silly. I mean, why? Trying to listen to Finn explain for a few moments, like, what we'll do, right, is we'll pin them, right? We'll get them back to the ring and we'll pin them 1, 2, 3. Like, he even had to say that to kill time. He's explaining to Dominic and Damian Priest about what happens when you win a match. To win a match, you got to pin them 1, 2, 3. It goes, and the ref, right, he goes 1, 2, 3. So we'll get him in the ring and we'll do that to get the win, right? And all of this was just to kill time so that flipping Sammy and Kevin could put on some jerseys in a prearranged spot and then, rise up with these jerseys on so that the live crowd could be like, I know them jerseys. And I was like, oh, God. And then, Kevin going up top to do that jump from the top of the crowds. In the crowds, we've seen that spot before. I've seen it Shield against Evolution, and we've seen it a few times. Jeff Hardy's done it as well. That's fine, but oh God, he seemed to miss the majority of the table. And then he's like, if you hit it, it's high risk. If you hit it, it looks awesome. If you miss it, you do go, are you trying to kill yourself? It's not necessary. You didn't need to do this. You've gone for this big spot, which we've seen before. Granted, there might be some kids that haven't, but I've seen people do that before. It's not something that's going to really make the match for me because I've seen it before, right? So I'm not watching Kevin Owens climb up this thing going, he's not, is he? He's not. Is he going to do? He's not. If that's your reaction, then you mustn't have seen that spot like 20 times in the past, right? You must be relatively new to wrestling, right? Which is absolutely fine if you are. If you're young or if you've just discovered wrestling, that's fine. And maybe that spot was for those people. Maybe it was for those people. But I've seen that spot many times before. It's high risk with, I would say, not massive reward for me. It's, you know, something to watch. You fill in a bit of time, right? But when he misses it, I mean, he kind of misses it. The bulk of his back hits the concrete floor. He clips Dominic with like his shoulders and his head. And then he's rolling around like grabbing his arm. He might have just been selling. But my instant reaction to that is not, oh my God, this is incredible. This is mind-blowing. My reaction to that is, what a stupid idiot. What a stupid idiot. If he's just broken his arm, that's him done for 6 months. That's him done. Like, he could miss the Rumble. He could, like, you know, maybe he'd just make it back in time for the Rumble. So maybe he wouldn't have sacrificed WrestleMania or whatever. But if he has just done that spot, botched it, landed on his arm, whatever. I mean, if he's smashed his back onto the concrete floor, I mean, we've all seen, like, what's happened with Big E. I mean, if he's going to jump off that kind of a height and miss it and smash his back off the floor, I know mistakes happen, but are they? Is it necessary? Is a spot like that really, really necessary? And if it is really, really necessary, then I would say that it just needed to be the whole match built to that. The whole match builds to that one spot. Boom, does it. Maybe even pins him right there. That's how the match ends. But the match carried on after that as well. It didn't even end there. The match carried on. We got another spot where JD got thrown into the commentary table. Looked brutal. Don't think that went to plan either. You've got a bit where you got Finn Balor in the ring with a trash can over his head, and you got two people whacking him with kendo sticks. Looks like flipping something out of Charlie Chaplin. Looks like something Laurel and Hardy would have done. Like, that match to me, I saw a lot of praise for it, but it's another example of how wide wrestling is when it comes to different tastes. People will watch that and just see a spectacle. They'll just see, like, turn the brain off. Off goes the brain, and they just watch this spectacle. You know, they watch this action and they just clap along. Oh, now he's doing this. Now he's doing that. Right? You don't really think that much about it, kind of a situation. But I mean, this is what I do for a living, so I do have to think about it. People will always ask my opinion on these things. And I think that if you're going to be critical of things like stadium stampedes, and you're going to say, like, oh, that was stupid, like, imagine a match that's like really brutal, and then someone's mom turns up in the middle of it, right? If you're going to be critical of that kind of stuff, I don't think you can then look at what Sammy and Kevin were doing and then have praise for that, right? I see them as being actually quite similar. I saw that match as being like WWE's response to a stadium stampede. And I was not keen on either. So yeah, there's not like double standards at play. I will call WWE out as much as I'll call AEW out on things that I don't personally enjoy. But again, I have to say, if you enjoy it, it's fine. The one thing I'll say about these streams and about AEW streams and any streams that we do is I will always give my opinion, because I've said before, I think that coming here and just me sitting on the fence, boring. Who wants that? No one wants that, right? Why would you even bother tuning in? Yeah, I think it was okay. Yeah, it was all, yeah. Well, you know, if you liked it, if you didn't, you didn't. Like, boring, right? So let's be brave enough to give our honest opinions, and that is my honest opinion, right? But if you enjoyed it, I have nothing to say to you other than fair play. Like, I'm glad you liked it. I'm glad that it appealed to you. There will be plenty of things that I like that you won't like. There'll be plenty of things that I don't like that you will like. It's a little bit like food, you know. People like garlic, they don't like garlic. People like onions, they don't like onions. People like pineapple on pizza, they don't like pineapple on pizza. I feel like wrestling is very similar to that, where we all have our own little opinions and little tastes. I think the one thing that I always looked for when I was looking for reviews and reactions to things was, even if the person says something that I don't agree with, can I see where they're coming from? Can I at least understand why they had an issue with the match, or why they didn't like some, or why they're thinking a certain thing? And so that's why I always spend a lot of time trying to kind of explain myself, because I'm aware that pretty much every opinion I give, there will be people, varying different degrees, but there will always be people that disagree with what I'm saying. And so I'm always very conscious that I need to make sure that I'm at least explaining my position. So that's why I tend to go into a bit of a rant with it. But yeah, that was my feeling on that match. I thought that the Rey Austin Theory match was a bit flat. I didn't think it really got going. I thought that Rhea against Raquel had a fantastic start. There was one moment where I said during the thing, she does a clothesline, misses with it, and then catches Rhea with the follow through. She's done it before on the go home. And I spotted it and I was like, I love that moment. I love that spot. It's so good. And what was even better, and this is the kind of thing that I think Kenny Omega puts in his matches, was that later in the match, Raquel went for the first clothesline. Rhea ducked out the way. She then went for that second one immediately. Rhea ducked out the way. So she had learned from earlier in the match. But this time, Raquel pulled it back and actually clotheslined her with the back of her arm. And it's such a brilliant spot, because it just showed Rhea was learning the offense of Raquel. She was improving. She was noticing what Raquel was doing early in the match, and she was responding to it later. She wasn't getting caught by the same thing again and again and again, which I think is brilliant. But it also showed that Raquel was innovative and had the capability to go a little further. So, okay, here's my clothesline, right? Okay, that's not worked this time. Here's my double clothesline. Bang, that's worked. Right, here's my double clothesline. That's not worked. Bring the arm back. Down Rhea goes. Like, there was little moments like that in that women's match, which I just thought was fantastic. And I was so ready to crown this match like Summit Special. And then it ended. It did not build the way I was hoping. They laid some great foundation, and then it ended. And I was like, so disappointed. I was so disappointed because I was so ready to heap praise on that match. But I gotta say, it's probably finished like 3.5, 3.25, probably 3.5. It was, but I think there was a real 4-star match that was waiting there. Maybe they've just given her a taste, because better will come, you know? But yeah, I can't say I lost my mind about that match. The main event, the crowd were gone. The crowd weren't there. The crowd were flat. The crowd made some noise throughout the show, but then just disappeared for parts of it. And really, I think the tag match, because it had such like, oh, I know that shirt, and oh, look what Kevin Owens has done. I think it burnt the crowd out. Trying to follow that tag match with 2 traditional wrestling matches, the crowd were just like, I sort of feel like we maybe should have done the tag match last, which might seem crazy, but I just think the crowd would gone after that tag match. So the next 2 matches, the final 2 matches, really suffered because of the crowds. Main event, you had, I don't know, it had some moments, but it was just struggling to get going, and the crowd didn't help. And that's the match I was most excited for. I don't mind Seth winning, but I really did want Shinsuke. But I don't mind Seth winning. It was what I was expecting. So, but yeah, I can't say that match really floated my boat. John Cena being special guest referee, I think he got in the way of LA Knight and The Miz. I don't think he helped that match. I think he hurt that match. I think that match had too much messing around in it. I think that, Cena, that could have been a great match between Miz and LA Knight. But what it actually was them arguing with Cena for counting too slow, or for not counting the 3, or Miz has almost hit him, or LA Knight has almost hit him. And Cena just was in the way. Like, he was not a special guest referee that was just in the background. He was a massive part of that match. And I don't even know that it's led anywhere, because I know there was a few words exchanged between LA and Cena after. But, I mean, I don't know that that's leading to anything. So yeah, that just didn't really do it for me. Didn't do it for me at all. I think Cena got in the way. Really, the only match, other than the Rhea and Raquel thing, which I thought was a really good start, the only match that I thought was really like, oh my God, this is amazing, was Becky and Trish. Becky and Trish saved that show for me. They really saved that show. I mean, I would score it a 6, and I really think that's being kind. I think that's being kind. Because I think that John Cena, his surprise being I'm going to be a special guest referee when it was already spoiled on the kickoff show because we saw that graphic, what wasn't a surprise and wasn't even a pleasant surprise. And then he gets in the way of LA and The Miz. Jey Uso coming back, that's a moment that definitely bumps the score. That bumps the score. So that was fine. I thought Grayson was flat. I don't think Grayson had shone. And he should have. That was a miss by Grayson. Grayson has got the ability to be a really good talker. He's got the ability to grab your attention like MJF can. And that was the platform to do it. I mean, that was a pay-per-view, a premium live event. His guest was Cody Rhodes. Like, you're going to struggle to get a bigger stage and a bigger guest. Maybe WrestleMania and The Rock, right? Would be bigger, of course. But pay-per-view and Cody is still pretty good, isn't it? So that's a platform where you need to shine. And he can talk. He didn't get lost. His delivery is fine. But he didn't say anything that was memorable. He didn't say anything that's, like with MJF, like MJF trends and there's a big buzz around him and whatever. I mean, maybe they said you can't because we want everyone focused on Jay's return. We don't want people focused on you. Maybe he was sabotaged. Maybe his hands were tied. Maybe that's me just giving him the benefit of the doubt and he just was not that great. I don't know. I really don't know. But I was disappointed that we didn't get like a really good Grayson moment. That felt like his time to shine. And it should be his time to shine. He's a young emerging talent. He needs to shine just as much as Jey Uso. So I was disappointed in that. So I gotta say, I think it's easily the second worst pay-per-view, maybe the worst pay-per-view WWE have done this year. I would say it's down there with Backlash. I mean, again, I've had people that have commented me going, this is as close to a 10 out of 10 I have ever seen. And I just don't get it. Just don't understand. Don't get it. But as we said, look, some people like mushrooms. Some people don't like mushrooms. Some people like onions. Some people don't like onions. Again, I think I've thoroughly explained as to why for me it was a 6 at best. At best. Not the greatest, strongest offering we've ever seen. But we move on. It's, I've said before, I don't think anyone should ever be worried about like running down a show, because if you're not going to be able to say when a show is poor, right? Who's going to listen to you when a show is good? I promise you, if you're someone that says every show is 10 out of 10, there ain't no one paying attention to you. There ain't no one paying attention to you because not every show is the same and not every show is 10 out of 10. So you've got to be honest. You've got to be honest with what you see. And for me, this is like a 6 at best. And, if someone wanted to tell me it was a 5, I'd be listening. It's a weaker offering, which, as we say, we just move on. It's not a problem. We ain't got to wait that long for the next one, which is Fastlane. So it's no issue. There's a few developments as well. Obviously, Zoe has left Becky, which is good. I'm pleased with that. I think they were together long enough. Don't think that needed to be anything really any longer. Zoe, I think, is now a bigger name than she was. Becky looks like she's going to move on to Tiffany Stratton. I don't know what's next for Seth and Shinsuke. Obviously, we've got Gunther tomorrow. That'll be good. And I would imagine he'll retain, but I think he loses that title soon. And maybe he'll go after Seth, or maybe he'll get in a feud with Cody. Obviously, we've got main event Jey Uso coming to Raw as well. We know that Judgment Day do have all the gold, which is a bit frustrating because I feel like with that story, there's an issue, then there's not an issue, then there's an issue. Now they've got all the gold, so there won't be an issue. Do you know what I mean? there's a few stories that feel like we're just going, when's WrestleMania? What should we do to get to WrestleMania? Just give them all the belts. You know what I mean? Like, you've got Jimmy and Jay, clearly an issue there, but now we're going to keep them separate because we need to bide our time till WrestleMania. You've got this Judgment Day split, which we know is coming, but I don't know, we need to bide our time to potentially WrestleMania. And so there's a few things that are just going on at the moment that are just a bit spinning our wheels. They're just a little bit slow. I'd like to see a little bit more, urgency. But I don't know. We can touch on that tomorrow. I thought that it was not the strongest of offerings, Aaron. But yeah, I mean, look, what I would say about CM Punk is, by the sounds of it, it sounds like this was coming, right? In regards to if he is going to get so worked up over this, and we know that he will, right? But it doesn't seem like he has the ability to take that breath and process and go about this, the correct way. So he, as I keep saying, has to take responsibility for this. And he has to learn to control that anger. He couldn't. And AEW couldn't keep him out of situations where that anger was going to flare up, right? They couldn't find a way of keeping him just out the way, right? And so as a result of that, I think this was inevitable because, we've had this moment last year with the EVPs, and then fast forwards, he comes back. He ain't been back all that long. And then now we've got a completely separate issue with Jack Perry. And so now, we've ended up here. Had Jack Perry not done what he had done, I feel fairly confident, and I'm sure many of you would as well, that this would have been another issue with someone else a month down the road, 2 months down the road, 3 months down the road. I think we were always getting here. I think the way to look at it is there are no winners. It is unfortunate. I think it was probably inevitable that it was going to get to this point at some point. But I also think that one of the ways to look at it is AEW have already massively benefited by having him around. He has boosted that brand. He has boosted the exposure. He has boosted the social media. He has boosted the ratings. He has got people to check out this product that may never have checked it out otherwise. He has already benefited AEW. He has helped AEW. Granted, he's not going to be able to help them anymore, but he's already helped them. And so I think you've just got to look at it and go, well, that was a fun ride. I got my memories. For someone like Aaron, he got to see him live in his last match. I know there was lots of people at that Wembley show. I mean, I thought his match was great. I thought his match was brilliant. I would say that was one of it might be my favorite match of the past month. Well, of the year. I really enjoyed it. I think Meltzer gave it 3.5 stars. Pretty wild, isn't it? But I think at the time I gave it 4.25. But 3.5 is about the same as 4.25. So yeah, I gave it about a 4.25. I really enjoyed it. I thought it was really, really good. If that is his last match, it seems like a pretty cool farewell, to be honest. Him taking on Samoa Joe in front of the largest paid crowd ever is not the worst way to go out, is it? So, but yeah, I can understand your disappointment, Aaron. I can understand your disappointment, but remember the good times. That's what I'll say. Logan said, I think Jon Moxley against Orange Cassidy will be the main event tonight. Could be. I genuinely haven't seen a run order. It might be that. It might be the Adam Cole MJF thing. I don't know. I don't know which way they'll go. It could be a couple of matches. I know on Wikipedia they list that as the top match, but I don't think that's an actual order. So I don't know. Yeah, maybe you're right. Don't know. Jon Moxley is a big star. I know they're really trying to build up Orange Cassidy. I mean, MJF Adam Cole, clearly the biggest stars, but Is their tag match for the Ring of Honor titles big enough against the Dark Order to main event this show? We are struggling a little for a main event, I think. I don't disagree. I mean, I don't think that a match for the International Championship involving Orange Cassidy is big enough to main event All Out. I know we're coming off All In, right, which had big matches, but I don't think Orange Cassidy, John Moxley, in my opinion, is big enough to main event this. But it might be the main event because there's not really many options. The alternative is Adam Cole, MJF against the Dark Order for the Ring of Honor World Tag Titles. Again, pretty wild if that's going to be the main event of All Out, which I've always seen as their WrestleMania. Again, difficult because they had their WrestleMania last week. Danielson and Starks, but the build for that has been, I mean, there is no build. Like, so do you go that? I mean, it's two big names, but Kenny and Takeshita, maybe that's had a good story to it, you know, with Don Callis turning on Kenny. Kenny's one of the elite, one of the biggest stars they've got. They've got a lot of hope around Takeshita. Maybe that. Maybe Kenny and Takeshita. I wouldn't be down on that being the main event. I think maybe of all the options, that might be the one that I would be voting for if I was to have a vote. I might be looking at something like that. There is no women's championship. There's no Saraya. There is no AEW championship because obviously MJF's in the tag match. There is a TNT championship and there is a TBS. So the two mid-card belts are being defended. There is no tag titles. They're not. Wow, that's crazy, isn't it? No main title, no women's title, no tag titles being defended on All Out. That is pretty wild. I think all things considered, my vote would probably go with Danielson, Kenny and Takeshita, but I wouldn't mind Danielson Starks. And I could understand Adam Cole, MJF against Dark Order, but I don't know. I mean, I just don't think Dark Order are winning those Ring of Honor. It feels a bit Dynamite, doesn't it? That could main event a Dynamite, like Dark Order trying to win the Ring of Honor tag titles. I don't know that that's a main event of this show, but I don't know. Let me know in the chat which way you would go on that. What would you have as the main event? Luke, shout out to you. Said thoughts on Logan wanting to tag with Dominic. So I can understand it because they both get massive heel heat. So I understand that as being, and they could call themselves the most hated tag team, like type situation. I just don't know if it depends who they're working with, I suppose. Depends who they're working with. I think I was gonna say, like, is Dominic good enough to lead the dance? Logan, you know, he can come in bursts and do a few things and look really good. Dominic can carry the weight of it. I've no issue with that. Whoever they work with, I'd imagine will be great workers. You obviously would put them in with a good, credible team that can work. I don't really have an issue with it. There's not really anything there to say, oh, God, no. I mean, the one thing you go, oh, God, no, is because I'm not a big fan of Logan. He's a great wrestler, right? He's a great wrestler. His matches are great, but I just don't like the part-time aspect. I don't like the fact that he just comes in once in a while, does his... I think a lot of people feel the same way. I think this is part of the reason why he gets the heat that he gets. It's not the whole reason, but it's part of the reason why he gets the heat that he gets. The other part is the crypto scans. But he is great. I mean, look, you can't fault the matches he's had. He puts the work in. He's very athletic. I mean, the leapfrogs he can do, the stand-in jumps he can do. Like, he is ripped, in great shape, very athletic, very flexible as well. He's got all the attributes. You just desperately would want to shove him in that performance center and let Shawn Michaels do some serious work with him, and you would spit out just a real talent, someone that gets it, you know, someone that really gets, because he can talk as well. He can talk. His delivery's great. His banter's great. His wrestling's great. His look is great. I mean, like, it ticks all the boxes. But the reason why I don't like him is because he just comes in once in a while to do WrestleMania or do SummerSlam or do like these. And for me, he is taking a spot from another wrestler that has worked all year. So, you know, people that work Raw, that work SmackDown, people that we can tell stories with. You know, I think when Logan worked SummerSlam, Finn Balor didn't make that card last year, but Logan did. And like, you kind of look at that and go, is that right? Is that right? Like, I understand he's there to boost WWE social media. I understand from a business point of view why they do it. But I don't care about their business. I want them to make money. I want them to do well, right? Because I enjoy the product and I want to keep watching it. I don't want to see that company struggling. But that company, they ain't struggling, right? They're making money. It's raining money with WWE. So if they didn't have Logan, I don't think it would make any difference. I don't think it would make any difference. They've already got like one of the biggest YouTube channels, one of the biggest TikTok accounts, one of the biggest Instagrams, one of the biggest Twitter accounts. Like, they're a giant, an absolute giant on social media. They get tons of views and clicks and engagement anyway. I know that the ones involving Logan have got especially big numbers, but I don't care. I don't care. And I don't think it makes any sort of difference either. So I think that I get so frustrated with him. I wish that he would commit to this. I understand why he doesn't. He's got his fingers in many pies. And so if he was to get into a tag team with Dominic from a booking point of view, I wouldn't mind it. But it wouldn't mean that I would still be in love with them as a team, just because I could also look at it and go, someone else could benefit from being in that spot. Someone else could benefit from teaming with Dominic. Imagine a heel that could team with Dominic, that could stand in the ring and get some of that heat that Dominic gets, you know? You could get a heel, I don't know off the top of my head, but you could get a heel that's, people, I don't like this guy, whatever. Put him in tag team with Dominic. And when Dominic goes to it and the boos are raining down, this other person could berate the crowd, show some respect. And this other person may really benefit by being in the team with Dominic. If you put Logan in the team, yeah, he's gonna get lots of heat. You know, it'd be interesting to see as a one-off kind of a thing. But he'll go away again. He'll do one match at SummerSlam, Survivor Series, WrestleMania. He'll make a Rumble appearance, and then he's gone. Right? So, like, I would make the argument: is it not better to put someone else in there that could, get all of this, like a Grayson Waller, right, or someone like this that could really use that extra heat? And like maybe afterwards, when they kind of go their separate ways, whatever, maybe some of that heat would stick around on this other person as well. So that would be my thoughts on Logan and Dominic. If it happens, I'll be interested to see it. But that would be my concern with it as well. Luke, shout out to you. Jay and Joe's World said, do you think CM Punk news is a work? That was brought up last night by Wrestle with Andy. I personally don't, right? If it is a work, what I'm going to say is they've done a brilliant job, because I think they fooled Meltzer, Sean Rossap. I think they fooled everybody, right? So if it is a work, I think they've done a brilliant job. If it is a work, they've worked me, right? I believe that this is real. I believe all this happened. So if it is a work, they've worked me. I don't care about saying that they've worked me, right? I know there's a lot of people out there that, they just can't stand the thought of being worked. Can't stand it. Like, no, I wasn't worked. I knew it all along, right? If this is a work, they've worked me. But that's what this is meant to do. It's meant to kind of catch you out. It's meant to be something that you don't see coming, right? So I have to kind of look at it and go, is it a work? I think that there is a very tiny percent, right? 1%, maybe not even that it could be, right? Just because some of the stuff here is so outrageous that some of it I do look at and go, this is just hard to believe it's really happening. It's hard to believe that a wrestling promoter has gone on air and said they feared for their life. That's hard to believe that that's happened in 2023. That's hard to I can't compute it. It doesn't go in. It's hard to believe that that's where we are and that's what's happened. So I look at that and go, well, if it was a work, then maybe that would explain why he's said something so outrageous as that, you know? Also, the fact that, like, we know that CM Punk gets heated and everything. Like, don't provoke him. Don't provoke him, right? And that's exactly what we've done. That's exactly what Jack Perry has done with the glass thing. Cry me a river. Yeah, it's real glass. All this kind of stuff. There was going to be a reaction to that. There was going to be a reaction. You know it. I know it. Tony knows it. Jack Perry knows it. But it still happens. And again, you look at that and go, is this a work? Is it a work? Is it a work? Is it a work? You can't seriously have done that and thought to yourself, oh, this will be all right. You can't have done that. I thought, nah, yeah, this will work out for the best. Yeah, this will be fine. So I look at that and go, is it? But to be honest, I just think that we've got some. I think we've got someone in Tony who was a little bit out of his depth. I think CM Punk, to be brutally honest, is really hard to manage. He's got anger issues. He takes his fair share of blame on this, and I think that he is difficult. Right, he's difficult to manage. I think that Tony thought that he could do it. Clearly, we've already had a few incidents that showed that he couldn't. I also think that Tony is, I don't know, look, he's a rich boy, and that's probably had a bit of a, privileged upbringing, right? I think some of us that, went to proper schools, maybe not posh schools, right? Got into a few scraps at school and whatever. I think a few of us would probably not be as intimidated as what Tony would. Like, maybe Tony gets a bit easily intimidated, right? It happens. There's people out there that do, right? It is a work environment after all. Like, you don't expect that kind of thing in a work environment. So, but it is still crazy that he comes out on TV and says he feared for his life. Like, I don't even know. You didn't even need to include that. You know what I mean? You can say that, like, CM Punk lunged towards you or something like this, or you felt threatened or something like that. You could say that. But, I mean, feared for his life. his life. There are definitely aspects of this story that make me go, is it? So I can understand those that are questioning it, right? But I think the fact that there is so many people involved in this, like lots of people that witnessed it backstage, lots of journalists, Sean Ross Sapp, Dave Meltzer, people that separated it, all this kind of stuff. There are so many people involved that I just think this would be really hard, really, really hard to protect if it was a work, I think it'd be really difficult, really, really difficult. So I'm very much leaning towards it's real. I don't think it's a work, but there are definitely things that I do look at and go, oh, that's strange. Right, we are in Chicago. Obviously, it's going to be interesting to see if there's going to be CM Punk chants, if there's going to be CM Punk signs, CM Punk shirts. I don't know what the mood is going to be. There was plenty of people that were not fans of CM Punk. There were plenty of people that were not here for him. So I don't know. I don't know as to what the mood is going to be. I can tell you that we've got Renee and we've got RJ in the ring right now. We've got the 0 hour. This has got 3 matches on it. So I need to try and get through as many of these comments as I can. I've kind of waffled a bit. I thought we had quite a lot of time. We haven't. We're at the start of the show. So 3 matches coming up. We'll be obviously watching those. Let's get to this. So Jay and Joe's World, shout out to you. Logan said Darby versus Luchasaurus will kick off the show. Logan, shout out to you. Appreciate the support. Mitchell, hello, said, I mean, CM Punk deserved to be fired after all he did, but the feared for his life stuff was dumb. Travis said they were taking away Punk signs last night. Oh, I didn't know that. You can't keep lunging at the boss and expect to keep your job, says Mitchell. Supreme Thai said, last night we had breadsticks and cheese. Tonight it's chicken nachos. Supreme Thai, shout out to you. Funko Pop Asylum said, Hot Topic, a clothing store in America, has got AEW shirts. The only one in store is CM Punk. I really like Hot Topic. I really like it. I don't know what reputation it's got in America. It might be one where it's like, I don't know, alternative kids go, and it's a bit like, you know, I don't know, specialist or so, I don't know. But when I went to America, there was a lot of very beige kind of clothes shops, like a lot of shops that you can tell were quite neutral, like for adults, and, you know, just like, I don't know, just normal, not very exciting. And then I saw Hot Topic and I was like, oh, okay, this has got some pop culture stuff in it. This has got a few brands that I recognize. And so I went in and I was like, yeah, I like the vibe. Had like a good vibe in there. I could see it being a place that if you grew up in America, it would probably get a certain reputation. I don't know. But as a tourist that popped over to America, popped over to Florida, I liked it. I liked it. I actually bought a few shirts in there. They had wrestling shirts in there. They had some WWE shirts. And I know they were carrying Bullet Club shirts. So I can't say I'm surprised they've got some AEW stuff now. But yeah, it was all right. They had one in International Drive in Florida. I think that place has gone now, though. Used to be a shopping center on International Drive in Florida, which I think was called Festival Bay. And I loved that place. I really loved that place. It was just a really nice shopping center. It had a cinema in there. It had a few shops in there and everything. And I got some good memories of going there with my mates. So I went on holiday with my mates to Florida a few times. And there was a Hot Topic in there. And it was good, man. It was really good. But as I said, I think it's gone now. But I will definitely look to pop in one next year. I am going to Florida next year. So I will look to try and find one. We've got Brian Danielson just doing a promo. Ricky Starks. So Danielson talks about loving Ricky the Dragon Steamboat, and he says, you can imagine my disappointment when I watch Ricky Starks whipping Ricky the Dragon Steamboat. I've said maybe this is the time for Danielson to really shine. Maybe Danielson now can be the Punk replacement. Danielson's a big star, and I think he's been a bit watered down in the Blackpool Combat Club. He's sort of been a bit pushed to the side. I think Danielson's, you know, he's one of the best singles wrestlers in the world, and we don't get that many singles Danielson matches because he's in Blackpool Combat Club. So maybe you take him out of Blackpool Combat Club, put him onto Collision, make him like build the show around Danielson, and maybe he could be like the short-term kind of Punk replacement. Maybe that would help Collision. I certainly think that's a credible alternative. I think that's a credible alternative. Mitchell said, what match are you most looking forward to? I would say Omega. Anytime we get a Kenny singles match, it's tasty. Yeah, I agree. I agree. It is. I like the Omega match. I like the Danielson match. Those two really stand out. I think I like any. I'm a singles match kind of a person. I like singles matches. I don't mind tag, but I'm a singles match person. And I think we've got some good singles matches tonight. I think we've got some interesting stuff on this card. As I said, we went through it earlier. Of the 10 matches on the main card, I gave 7 thumbs up. That's pretty positive, man. That's pretty positive. Don't forget, I'm a moody boomer. That's what the name of this channel should be. This should be not Wrestling Days. It should be Moody Boomer. Moody Boomer. And someone should start a channel called Moody Boomer where they do watch-alongs. So, yeah, seven thumbs up out of 10. I think it's pretty good. It's pretty good. So, I agreed. Like, the Danielson one or the Kenny one, I'll take either. Godfather So said, I'm sweating balls right now. Heat Index said 102. Doesn't stop me sparking that Rikishi bone. No hang and bucks tonight. Makes me happy. Still mid pay-per-view. R.I.P. Tony Khan's bunghole after Detroit tonight. Thank you, Godfather. So thank you. Definitely R.I.P. Tony Khan's bunghole. I wasn't aware that his bunghole was threatened, but maybe it was. Maybe it was. We don't know exactly what CM Punk was targeting. It could have been Tony Khan's bunghole. Right, we've got Nigel McGuinness, we've got Excalibur, we got Kevin Kelly. That is at commentary table, and it's a pretty sick commentary table, isn't it? Kevin Kelly is a goat, man. Right, we've got Best Friends making their way down. Do I remember this? What's this? What's this? Is this? What's this? Is this the battle? Winner of this match can put 50,000 to a charity of their choice. Is this the Battle Royal? Because I don't remember Best Friends or reading them. We're on the show. Winner of this match can give 50,000 to a charity of their choice. I think it's the Battle Royal. Dalton Castle. Okay, Dalton Castle. Battle Royale. I've never been so ready so hard for something in my life. $50,000 can feed a lot of hungry baby chickens. I haven't seen much of Dalton Castle, but I think I could really get behind him. Is Scorpio Sky. I think I'd like to see more of Dalton Castle. I'd like to see like promos and interviews and Tony Nese. So we've got a fair few people around ringside anyway. I can see Tony Nese. We've got Best Friends. Who's coming out now? Just add Scorpio Sky. Now we've got Mogul Embassy making their way down. Brian Cage. And I believe is that the Gates of Agony. Gates of Agony as well. Dalton shouting things as he comes down the ramp is always entertaining, said Big Al. Yeah, stuff them in the grave, throw AEW and dirt on top, said Brian. Sounds like some people have started drinking. Let's go. God bless them. Hangman. Hangman? Hangman's in this. Hangman? Hangman making his way down to the ring then. I think we've got 3 matches that we need to get through in the next 49 minutes. So we gotta move, man. Hangman, former AEW World Champion, in this Battle Royal. Tony Nese has got in the ring. Few boos. What's Tony Nese going to say? I know we're supposed to have a Battle Royal. But look around. Shut the F up, chance. Shut the F up chants for Tony Nese. That's real mature. How about we show these people how athletic we are? And we do some group training. And Nigel's like, Kevin, go on. Get in, Kevin. I don't think we're going to be doing some group training. What is this? What's happening? What's happening? No, Dax Swerve isn't wrestling tonight, says Nelly. We want Ryback, said Chodin. Right, the bell rings. They grab Tony Nese. Looks like they're going to eliminate him immediately. And out he goes. Tony Nese eliminated. Bell has sounded and the ring is filling up and the battle royal is underway. What's up, Days? Do you think AEW would benefit from placing the roster in separate divisions for each title to bring organization? I think that's really hard to do, to be honest. I think it's really difficult to split that. I mean, it's something we've spoke about before. I think if you was going to do it, you would probably look at weight classes, because I don't know why you would put people in like a mid-card division and a world title division, and how would you move between the two? Unless you was going to do like some league table. Maybe do you get relegated to a mid-card? I mean, I don't think a mid-card should be seen that way, so I don't know. I don't know how quite it would work, to be honest. The way that we've always spoke about splitting wrestlers has always been by weight. So, yeah, I think I'm a big believer in doing like a light heavyweight championship. I think that there are a lot of smaller wrestlers, which certainly in WWE more, struggle to get past a Roman or a Brock or a Bobby, because we know that WWE tend to enjoy or book the bigger guys. So I think there does need to be something for those smaller guys, a belt that only they can go for. The bigger guys can't go for it. The smaller guys can still go for the main championship. That's not a problem. But they only, you've got to be, 205 or below, right? I mean, this is what the Cruiserweight title was. But the problem was the Cruiserweight title had its own division. It had its own show. And it wasn't everyone that was 205 or below. You had people like Finn Balor. You had like big names. I think Rey Mysterio, right? You had names that could have gone for that title, but they were on Raw. They were on SmackDown. They weren't on the 205 live show. For me, it shouldn't have its own show. It should be a belt that's on the same roster. So I can't say that like we split up the roster and try and put people for like the mid card and the trios and all this kind of stuff, because I don't quite know how you would separate that, to be honest. And the other thing as well is like if you get injuries, as we know you can, like it gets a bit difficult then to kind of stick to that kind of rigid. I think they found this when they were trying to bring in the rankings. AEW tried to bring in rankings. You just don't hear anything of rankings anymore. I'm sure they exist still, but we never use them because it's so difficult. It's so difficult. If you want to do a match between someone and someone, but the other person's ranked 8th, like why would you do that? Why would they get the shot? Why does the number one not get the shot? All of a sudden it becomes a lot harder. You have to justify everything, So I don't know. I'm all for. I love organization. I love it. I love I'm a big fan of like UFC and their rankings and the way that they go about it. But it's hard to bring into pro wrestling. Weight classes, rankings, all of that stuff. I think AEW had certainly with rankings and win-loss records. they had big ambitions to like use all of that, and that was going to dictate who was going to get the title shots and everything. But you fast forward a few years, and we've sort of abandoned all of that now. So Ultimate Mix, shout out to you, buds. So catch up with our super chats. We've got Mitchell says, you mentioning Festival Bay, that's not far from me. It is still there, but it's been gutted and it's basically a theatre and mini golf now. That's not far from you. Really? Wow, that is mental. I actually went in 2018 and it was closed. So I know that it's there. But when I went, there was I don't think anything in it. I went in like 05, 06, and there was a Hot Topic in there. There was a cinema in there. There was, I remember a sports place where you could buy jerseys, like football, like a soccer shop that sold soccer jerseys and everything. Dalton Castle with a big shot. There's still a few people in this ring. Lots of craziness. A lot of dancing. Dalton Castle still on the outside of the ring. He's got a high waistband, isn't he, Dalton Castle? His waistband's like all up here. Oh, Dalton Castle eliminated. Yeah, that's crazy, man, that you don't live far from that. I really loved that place. I really liked it. There's a big outdoor world, isn't there, next to it? Like a big fishing world place. Even that, for me, coming from England, we don't have anything like that. Nothing even remotely close to a place like that. I mean, it's all guns and speedboats and camouflage, and I think it's called like Outdoor World. I think it's literally what it's called. I'm sure they're all over America, but we have nothing like that. So for me, I was like, go into the back where all the guns are. And I'm like, couldn't believe it. I've never held a gun. I should have asked her to have like held one or something. I don't know. I don't know. They probably don't let you. I don't know. But they did have them in like the counter. Just there. I mean, clearly no bullets in it, but I should have gone like, oh, I'm interested in that. And they'd be like, do you want to have a look at it? I'd be like, yeah, we'll actually, yeah, I'll have a look at it. I wouldn't know what I was doing. But I think you do that, don't you? Yeah, it's got the old, it's the magazine in there, is it? Yeah. This month's magazine. Is this month's magazine in there? All right, yeah. Yeah. Oh, yeah. It's got a lovely... It's got a lovely site, that has. Lovely site. Yeah, I'll probably have a look around for now, thank you. Probably have a look around. But just for a brief moment, I can pretend I'm like James Bond. Yeah, crazy. I'd rather be shot than stabbed. I'd rather neither. It's Bass Pro Shop. Is that what it's called? Is it called Bass Pro Shop? Flipping out. God, it's fascinating to me as an Englishman. I was like, jolly ho, what the flip is this? What's this establishment? Kick coming in. We're still underway here, and we still got plenty of people in the ring. Got Aussie Open in there. Hangman, clothesline. I think, was that Trent? Over. Oh, Scorpio Sky almost eliminated. Brian Cage is in there as well. So what is it? A theatre mini golf now? I think, there was on NXT a moment where Johnny Gargano, Indy Hartwell, Dexter Lumis, and Candice LeRae, I'm fairly certain they filmed some in Festival Bay on NXT, because they went to a building and they showed a shot of it, and I was like, I recognize that. They didn't show, I don't think they showed the outside, but just the building is quite distinctive in Orlando. And I was like, I'm 99% certain that is what Festival Bay used to be. And it was like, yeah. Can't remember what they were doing. I think it was laser tag. Is there a laser tag in there? If there's a laser tag in there, then I'm pretty sure that was it. We're down to 6. Cowboy Shiz is the chant. Right, we've got shots coming in. Everyone brawling away. Trent Beretta is in there. I don't know the name of this big head Gate of Agony man, but he's probably not winning anyway. Beretta with a tornado DDT. Brian Cage and Hangman going at it. Kick to the midsection. We've got Action Andretti, and I don't know. Action Andretti gets caught. Lands on his feet. Fletcher of Aussie Open is in there. Kick coming in there by Action Andretti. So we're down to 6. Oh, Action Andretti almost eliminated. Holds on. Holds on. Fletcher against the ropes. Collides into Action Andretti, who spills to the outside. And Fletcher almost eliminated by Trent. Trent is holding onto the ropes. He's grabbing Fletcher. They spill to the outsides. Shots coming in. Forearm strikes coming in. And again. Looking for a clothesline. No joy. Snapdragon. Boom. Eliminated. We're down to 4. Trent. Brian Cage. Hangman Page. And this dude. The big dudes. Sideshow Bob. So Mogul Embassy working together. Beretta is being worked over. Hangman getting up to his feet. So I think, is it 2 faces, 2 heels at the moment? Oh. Hangman. Oh, Beretta eliminated. We're down to 3. So we're down to 3. We're down to Cage. Hoa. Crowd are chanting for Hangman. Hangman throwing in some forearm strikes to both Cage and, I'm guessing his name's Toa. Double axe handle. Brian Cage. Powerbomb. Is he going to powerbomb him? Chuck him over the top rope. Oh, Cage holds on. Almost reversed there by, big boot by Hangman. Hangman over the top looking for a buckshot lariat. Buckshot lariat connects. Going for the clothesline, eliminates the Toa man. We're down to Cage and Page. Cage and Page. Bring in the rage. Oof. Lovely. Swinging net breaker there by Brian Cage. $50,000 going to a charity of someone's choice. Hangman over the top rope, but he holds on. There has been a lot of skin in the cats. Brian Cage, he's holding on. Hangman and Brian Cage on the edge of the ring, exchanging super kicks. Page has got Page. Looking for a pile driver. No joy. Oof. And it's Hangman that gets the win. It would be nice to know who he was donating it to. Like, maybe if all the participants had said in advance who they were going to be donating it to. I'd like to know where that money's going. I'm sure they'll let us know. And I'm sure it will go to a charity. So Hangman picks up the victory. I forget what that move's called, where he's got him behind him and he drops him down. It's like a dead eye. Dead eye driver. Dead eye driver. Coach, shout out to you. Coach said, I've got a headache. Oh, I'm sorry. I don't know why. Why are you, baby, so loud? It's making my head spin like a globe. Coach, shout out to you. I hope you're well. Well, clearly you're not, but I hope you get better soon. Boom. Buckshot said J Dub. What if one of these charities is the CM Punk retirement fund, said LA Fortnite? That'd be nice. That'd be nice. That'd be nice. Just, it'd be a nice parting gift, wouldn't it? I'd have Jack Perry deliver it to him as well. in a glass briefcase. A real glass briefcase. Stand Back TV, shout out to you. Sorry, Ethiopian kids, you don't get any money because we want Hangman to go over. Was Brian Cage giving it to Ethiopian kids, was he? That's pretty wild. Did he say he was going to give it to Ethiopian kids and we've not done it? That's a harsh life lesson for them, isn't it? Right, half an hour to go. We need a real Collision champion. I vote Ricky Stark, said 52 games. Doc's Diaries said a Punk Retirement Fund Foundation. Get donating now. Get donating. Perhaps Punk will start an OnlyFans. Don't know. James, shout out to you. Said Days Danielson just paid a tribute to Bray. He said, the last time I was in a strap match, it was against someone I love, and we beat the shiz out of each other. I don't love you, Ricky. I don't even like you. That's nice. That's nice. James, I hope you're well. Ray said, was it tonight that AEW debuts a new masked luchador named MC Nice Guy? Let's go, yeah. Let's go. Yeah, that would be good. Dwindler said, any idea if the pay-per-view will be free on ITV, or was that a one-off because it was a UK pay-per-view? Honestly, don't know. Was it? I didn't even know it was free. I paid for it. Was it free? On ITV? No, was it live? If it was free and live, I did not know that. No, I would imagine that was just a one-off. I would imagine, unless they've got a new deal whereby they're going to be showing the pay-per-views. Have a look on TV listing, see if they've got anything listed coming up. LA said, do you consider They Live the best film with a wrestler starring on maybe Princess Bride and Andre? Best film with a wrestler? Would Rocky 3 be cheating? Would that be cheating? I love the Rocky films. Even the later ones. I mean, I know a lot of people really don't like Rocky 5. I enjoyed it. I really enjoyed it. I mean, it's not... I think once you've done the first one, you've kind of, that's the story. You got it, kind of a thing, Okay, got it. But I think I watched Rocky and I obviously loved it like many others, and I wanted to see more. And I'm so pleased they did more. I know that for some, the story just was diminishing returns, but I think there's some iconic opponents. Ivan Drago is amazing. Clubber Lang is amazing. The story about the fifth one is more to do with his son, which I don't mind a bit of change of pace there. But yeah, I think Hogan has Thunderlips in Rocky 3. I mean, we know how important that is to wrestling as well. Hogan wasn't in WWE. He actually left because of that film. He said that he was going to go and do that film. And Vince Senior was like, no, you're not. And he went, I am. And he did. And so he actually ended up going to a different promotion. And so Hulkamania almost got away from WWE, but obviously Vince Jr. brought him back. So yeah, it's an important one because that really does kind of kickstart people's love affair with Hulk Hogan, which kickstarts Hulkamania and blah, 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 blah. So I think that not only is it a really good performance and it makes Hogan look amazing. It's not only is it a really good performance, but also the importance of it as well. So if I can go Rocky 3, I'll go Rocky 3. If not, Suburban Commando, which is I saw at the cinema and it's god awful, but I loved it as a kid. Because when you're a kid, you love everything. Right, coming up next, we've got, can I just say, Sky Blue looks great in a kind of like Chicago attire. Full on Chicago love affair by Sky Blue tonight. She came out in Chicago ring gear. Here is Athena. Who's that? Billy Starks. Do I know her? Why is she all in black? What's going on? Oh, they're telling her to go away. Oh, she's telling her to stay. She doesn't know whether to come or go. This woman doesn't know whether to come or go. Well, I'm interested in this Billy Starks woman. She has come out with Athena. She's just in, like, black. It's not the most exciting of ring gear, but I liked how some of them were telling her to go away and some, like, I think Athena was telling her to stay. She's accepting Billy Starks as one of her minions. Where's this story come from? Is this on Collision? I ain't seen any of this. This must be like a Collision thing. Okay, so it's Willow, Sky Blue, Hikaru Shida taking on Mercedes Martinez, Athena, and Diamante. There's a lot of pushing and shoving amongst the heels at the moment. We've got Sky Blue going up top. Sky Blue just did something there that I think was a bit interesting. I also think it was a bit wrong. She jumped to the outside, but she went like that. She sort of like, she did a CM Punk lunge. She was like a panther. Like, and it meant that she actually didn't get much height. And she traveled quite quickly. So she was like, and she was like on top of him. If she had like obviously done a crossbody, turned to the side, and had like kind of sprung up, she would have got more airtime, and it would have looked a bit more impressive. It's just interesting that she decided to. She's been inspired by CM Punk. Let's go. Sky Blue with a knee to Diamante. So this match settling down now. We're Sky Blue gets planted. One kick out by Sky Blue. Right, we've got 25 minutes. We've got this match. We've still got another match to go after this as well. Wrestle with Andy, hello. The biggest question of them all, who had the best peak? Hogan or Austin? Do you know? I've never seen that, Mitchell. Mitchell says The Rundown with The Rock. I've never seen that. I'm not a massive film person, so I will concede that there's going to be many wrestlers' films that I've not seen. A lot of The Rock's, to be honest. And a lot of recent John Cena ones. Wasn't he in like a comedy Firehouse or something? I never saw that. But I did see a standee at the cinema and I was like, oh, okay, I could watch that. I never did. Yeah, who had the bigger peak? Do you know what? I mean, I don't know. It's difficult. I mean, I feel like from every metric it would be Austin. But I feel like Austin... I feel like part of that is because it happened about 15 years after Hogan's peak. So, of course, you know, we're generating more money. I think the business was doing a lot more with merch than it was when Hogan was around. I think that there was, you know, we're talking about the early stages of the internet. There was more reach. We were starting to become a global brand rather than, you know, the kind of trying to. We were, or say we, WWE were national, but they were trying to really establish themselves as the market leaders when WrestleMania comes along for the first time. So they're battling to be the biggest in America, which they, you know, they were there or thereabouts anyway. And WrestleMania is what really puts them over. They had one of the biggest markets anyway with New York, which was a key market, Madison Square Garden. So they were always seen as market leaders anyway. But to try and really take over the rest of the territories and take over the country, that's kind of what they're doing with early Hogan. They're in a very different place when Austin's on top. They're in a very different place. They ain't trying to take over America when Austin's on top. They're, you know, they're looking global by that point. And they are looking to like maximize the internet and merch, and looking at other revenue streams. They tried a few things that had failed, obviously. I'm thinking like the radio kind of ventures and whatever. But yeah, so I think from every metric, from like a viewership metric, from a financial metric, I think you would say Austin. But I don't think it's a fair comparison. I don't think it's a fair comparison. I don't know how you could fairly compare them. I don't know. Maybe if you was to look at Yates, but I mean, again, is that fair? Because the company's in such a different place. I suppose the easy answer is Austin. The easy answer is Austin, but I really do put a little asterisk next to that. You know, if we was to put Hogan at his peak in the Attitude Era and he had arrived and he was as big as he was back then, those numbers would be interesting. Those numbers would be interesting. It might still be Austin, even if you used to take Hogan and put him in that kind of Attitude Era world, but it could still be Austin. But I think that it would be a lot closer. Hogan was, I mean, if you weren't around at that time, I think for us as kids, you know, we saw it. He was everywhere. I mean, if you wanted anything wrestling, it had Hogan on it, either Hogan or Warrior. I just remember it either being Hogan or Warrior. That was it. And obviously, as we got more into the 90s, it was Undertaker. He was on a lot of stuff as well. I mean, he was just... It was massive. It was massive. But they didn't have that merchandising capability as they did in the late 90s. Right, we're underway. We got Sky Blue in the corner. We got Mercedes Martinez. Back elbow here by Sky Blue. Oof. German off the top. Sky Blue gets dumped onto her head. Oh, spear by Willow on an upside down. Mercedes Martinez, an eclipse. An eclipse by Athena. She's celebrating that as Shida gets into the ring. Shida in the ring. Athena pushing Shida. Shida pushes back. I'd be down for a singles match between these two. Forearm strikes coming in by Athena. Kick to the midsection. Another big kick. Oh, big shot as Athena goes down. Athena gets right back up. They're head-to-head at the moment. Shida pointing over at the sign. They both go against the ropes. They both get tripped over. So they both get tripped. Sky Blue on the outsides. Athena coming over. Oh, Willow hurling. I gave this like a thumbs up. We haven't had too many multi-person spots. That was my concern with this. I like matches where you feel like the teams are properly fighting and we're not doing just like big spots for the sake of it. That always takes me out of these types of matches. Obviously we saw the little thing to the outside that Sky Blue did. I mean, sort of those kind of moments are a bit of a given in this day and age, but really I haven't seen much else. It's been a good match. Kick coming in there by Sky Blue. Willow plants Diamond. I think the ref has lost control. I don't think he knows who the official person is. I certainly don't. Sky Blue trying to roll up Diamante and gets the pin. Fine. That's fine. If anyone saw anything wrong with that, feel free to let us know. But from what I saw, it seems fine. Sky Blue, Willow, and Shida pick up the victory. 18 minutes to go until we get to main cards. It's filling up nicely. There's not been any CM Punk chance if you are just joining us and was wondering about that. No CM Punk chance. I've not seen any signs. Although it has been said that apparently last night they were confiscating signs. Maybe they've already done that. I don't know. But I'm not getting the impression, if they did take a sign, then they can't stop people chanting. So we haven't heard any chants. We're seeing Roosh. What's up with Roosh? What's up with Rooshy boy? Sky Blue, Willow, Shida win, says WWE AEW fan. Who won the charity battle royal? It was Hangman Page. Hangman Page got the dub. Dub. La faction Inglobenable is here to stay, and now is our time. That's how I wanted you, like bads, like that with that attitude. Our time is now. Now we bring the violence. Now we dominate. Now we take their titles. Now La Faction Inglobenable takes over AEW. Does that mean? No pasa nada Pereiras. LFI. Okay. Well, we'll keep an eye out for that. We are getting close. We're getting closer. Coach Co said, I don't get why some people wrestle barefoot. Has anyone ever won a wrestling match by tickling? Think about that, says Coach Co. Good point. Good point. I honestly would not be surprised if someone had won by tickling. Like if it turned out that someone had won a match by tickling, I honestly would not be shocked. But I cannot recall an example of it. Let's put it that way. That Code Blue move was rubbish. Yeah, the move at the end that she did wasn't brilliant. Did she change direction during it as well? Rather than just trying to... Or is that part of the move? Because it did look a little... I agree, look a bit clunky. But it was fine. I mean, the match as a whole was fine. That segment felt a bit NXT, said Mitchell. Where is Andrade? Did he leave LFI? Don't know. I don't think I knew he was in LFI, to be honest. I feel like I've seen them once at the start of their creation, but then they've just sort of disappeared. They might have been on Rampage or Collision. But, don't know, little video package hyping up that they're coming and bringing the violence. So we may see them tonight, though. I don't know if they're in matches. We'll see. If only CM Punk would have tickled Jack Perry. Could have avoided all of this. That was an amazing promo from John and Cassidy, said 52 Games. Wrestler Dandy said, if YouTube was around in the 90s, what do you think you would have streamed from WCW, WWF, and ECW? I definitely would have done WWF because I grew up with that. I never watched much WCW. What's this? Was that Sanjay? Right, we're going to our next. So there's a basketball theme here. Sanjay is wearing a Pistons jersey. Satnam Singh just squashed a basketball. Here's Jay Lethal. Jay Lethal has made his way out. Right, so we're going over to our next match. I look at Satnam Singh and I'm just amazed we haven't done more with him, like made him out to be like this giant threat, you know? I mean, look at the size of him. And he's been around quite a while now, so are we saying he just still can't wrestle? Here's Jeff and Karen Jarrett. Okay, Satnam Singh, Jeff Jarrett, and Jay Lethal making their way down to the ring. So this is going to be the Acclaimed and Billy Gunn against Satnam and Jeff and the other one, Jay. Oh, Kevin Kelly is so good on commentary. So credible, isn't he, with his voice? Just everything, it doesn't matter what he says. Whatever he says just sounds credible, sounds good. Here's the Acclaimed. All right, let's see what they're going to say. Yo, listen. Yo. We're in Chicago with Rodzilla. We're about to beat down the 2023 oddities. I like that line. That's a good line. We're about to beat down the 2023 oddities. I also like the line where he said, we're tighter than Rod and Kim Jong-un. Yeah, I like the new custom belts. I thought they were good. Just fun. Just no issue to them. They've worked for this group. One thing I will say is, I mean, I could be wrong, but I would imagine that Dennis Rodman would get a big pop in Chicago. I would imagine. Yeah, he's at ringside and there was no noise. Aubrey is going to be the ref for this. Why are we making Aubrey a thing? Oh. Okay. Well, yeah, the point I was going to make is Dennis Rodman, I would imagine, is a big deal in Chicago. I don't really understand why you do the rap. Do the, yo, now listen, everyone is going to be interested in that and listening to it. And just in the background, Dennis Rodman just walks out. Do you know what I mean? I kind of feel like you could have built the rap up to, you know, here's Dennis Rodman, and then out he comes. And I would imagine Chicago would be like, yeah. But it weren't. Chicago was just listening to the rap, and then in the background, out wanders Dennis Rodman. And I don't think there's been really an acknowledgement of him being there at the moment. There's been no reaction. Maybe it's, I don't know, perhaps like the crowd see him all the time and the crowd are just burnt out from seeing him. But I mean, we're talking about someone that, I mean, I don't know much about basketball, but I know who Dennis Rodman is. And I know like who the Chicago Bulls are. And I know what they achieved. And I'm just surprised that it wasn't like made a bigger deal. I'm just surprised it wasn't a bigger thing. Right, but that's just a little criticism. I like the Acclaimed. I like their belts. I like Billy Gunn. I like, I mean, I don't really have a reason to not like Dennis Rodman unless someone's going to tell me otherwise. Have we got a Dennis Rodman chant now? Think we might have a Rodman chant. Struck there by Jeff Jarrett. Rodman was on Collision. I've not heard of Dennis Rodman. Oh, massive star. I think, I could be wrong though. I could be wrong. I could be remembering it wrong, but I think you could be Dennis Rodman on NBA Jam. I mean, NBA Jam is just it's goated, in it. It's goated. If you want to talk about the greatest video games ever, we're talking NBA Jam. It might not be number one, but it's got to be in my top, I think comfortably in my top 20. It's got to be one of the best sports games of all time. I think it's one of the best games of all time. I spent a long time playing that on the Mega Drive. For some reason, it was the Mega Drive in England. Over in America, it was the Genesis. Sega Genesis. But we had it was the Mega Drive over here. Exactly the same computer, just different name. And yeah, NBA Jam, I loved it. It was so good. So playable. So fun, you know. He's on fire. Amazing. From downtown. And I think because you only had two people on a team and you could change the players. I remember looking and there wasn't Michael Jordan. That was the one thing everyone wanted. And I heard that they did put him in the game later. I think like there was a rights issue. So I seem to remember it was Rodman and Pippen that I used to play as. I think a lot of people would have been the Bulls back in the day. That game is so old that the Toronto Raptors weren't even in it. You couldn't be the Raptors. That would be my team of choice. But you can't. I don't think they've ever redone it. They should redo it. Do a remake, like just keep it as like old school and really cool, but maybe with like all the current teams and current players. It'd be really good. That'd be really good. And maybe a few more like, you know, features, leagues, competitions, blah blah blah, all that stuff online. Build a team, build a player. I don't think you could never make a player. I don't remember ever making a player. I think Rodman was in it. NBA Jam was amazing. Hakeem the Dream was incredible. And Steve Kerr's 3 throws. To be honest, I never really ventured outside of the Bulls. So I can't speak of Steve Kerr's 3 throws. I think that's, I'll have to go back. I'll have to replay it. I saw a documentary about the game. Did you know that the makers of the game were, I don't know, Chicago Bulls fans, right? Or Boston Celtics fans. They were one of them. Karen and Aubrey just exchanging a few words. Karen spinning Aubrey around. Satnam's in the ring. It's all jiggery pokery. Karen's been pushed over. Aubrey's kicking her out the ring. Dennis Rodman's getting in. Rodman is picking up the guitar. He's going to smash Aubrey. Do it. Oh my God. If Dennis Rodman hits Aubrey with that guitar, it'll be the greatest moment in wrestling. He smashes it over. Satnam Singh. Boo. Yeah, what I was saying was apparently he was the guy that made the game was, I don't know, let's say a Boston Celtics fan. And he revealed that he did put into the code that if it was Boston versus Chicago Bulls and the score was even with like 30 odd seconds to go, 20 seconds to go, it's in the code that the Bulls can't win. He revealed that in a document. That sucks, doesn't it? That sucks. I feel like that ruins the game in a way. But he did it because he was a Boston Celtics fan or whatever. There's a documentary on YouTube. The Acclaimed get the victory. The Acclaimed get a victory. I think I gave that match a thumbs up. I regret that now. The Acclaimed and Daddy Ass win, said WWE AEW fan. He's just holding the broken guitar, says Mitchell. Dennis Rodman, Tony's fandom is showing again. Well, I don't know, to be honest. I sort of think if you're going to do Chicago and you don't have CM Punk, if you want to make sure that you can try and keep the fans on your side, trying to find some other Chicago legends is not the worst idea in the world. Not the worst idea. If I had got tickets to go to this show, I'd be pretty excited about seeing Dennis Rodman. So there we go. We've got Billy Gunn and Dennis Rodman on the entranceway with the Acclaimed scissoring. They've got their belts. We got 2 minutes to go. We're 3 matches down. We got 10 matches to go. All Out is live in select theaters as well. Live in Dave and Buster's. That'd be quite good. Live in Tom's Watch Bar. So you can go to some of those venues. That might be quite good. Like go to a Dave and Buster's. I don't know what they do there, but what's a Dave and Buster's? What do they look like? Let me have a look inside. Dave, Buster's. I want to know if I'm interested in going. An arcade, sports bar. Looks all right. Doesn't look massively comfortable inside a Dave and Buster's. It's got like a big arcade in there. But I'll show you a picture of the bar. We're not sponsored by Dave and Buster's, but if they are watching, hello. Yeah, I don't know. That doesn't look massively comfortable. And also that woman on the left looks a little bit like Lady Gaga. She's on the edge of glory. And her seat. Yeah, I don't know. I don't think I'd go there to watch AEW. To be honest. But I would go there. I would go to a Dave and Buster's. Maybe that's something I need to do when I go to America. Do you know what I mean? Like, go into one of these types of places. It's not something I would think to do. Why would I ever think to go to a place like this? But, because we've got, like, arcades and whatever. But I'm guessing in America, you just do it next level, don't you? You just go that net. Everything's bigger and better in it. Yeah, maybe I might swing by one in Florida. Right, we are about to get underway with AEW All Out. Andy said the background song from In Your House Hype Vids. What are we? What? I can't remember it. What? I can't remember it. How does it go? I can't remember it. What? How did it go? In my head, all I've got right now, do you know when you've got a song in your head and you can't shake it? The one I've got in my head is, da-na-na-na. It's like an old tune, but from WWE. But I mean, it's not that. That's going back, I think, In Your House. Also, I can remember, is it Mo from Men on a Mission rapping In Your House? I've got that in my head as well. I'll have to look for it and find it and refresh my memory. Darwin, shout out to you, said, I thought Payback was a good show. The hardcore tag match was my favorite match behind Trish and Becky. Both matches were crazy. I think I am not only person saying this. Another big name will drop out soon from AEW. Who do you think's going to drop out, Darwin? Darwin, shout to you. I appreciate the support. Who have you got any thoughts as to who may drop out? Wow, we're starting with MJF. Starting with MJF and Adam Cole against the Dark Order first. Starting hot. Hey, I tell you something else, right? If you're MJF and your contract is legitimately up next year and you're seeing that CM Punk has gone, that can't strengthen your desire to stay, can it? I mean, one thing it will do is you could probably look at it and go, well, that's less competition for me, right? I'm now a lot more important to this company than I was when CM Punk was around, which is true. MJF has become a lot more essential because, you know, there's no CM Punk. You don't want to lose CM Punk and MJF. So that you would think would strengthen his position. But then saying that, you know, there's just not big names out there. There's not big names available for AEW to go and get to like boost the ratings. And so losing CM Punk is a big loss. It is a big loss. Don't know how MJF will feel about it. Will he see it as a bit of a backward step for AEW, or will he see it as his stock just got a lot more valuable? I like the stage, by the way. Stage looks good. So we've got some screens, little strips of screens, and then it looks a bit like brickwork, but it's not brickwork. But it looks a bit like brickwork behind it. I think it looks good. Adam Cole, MJF making their way down to the ring. Then we're starting with these two big names to kick off the show. Yeah, Darwin, appreciate the support, dude. Who do you think is going to be the one? Have you got a name? Don't super chat it, just pop it in. Be interested to know if you've got a feeling. MJF just having some of that dude's beer. Dates, quick question. Do you think aesthetic use their referees too much in non-referees situation? Aesthetic? AEW? Do I think they use their referees too much in non-referee situations? Do they use them too much in non-referee situations? Maybe. I don't know. It'd be interesting to know. I don't have that data, but it'd be interesting to compare how often they use referees during matches, or, you know, referees getting involved like we just saw with Aubrey, or the main event last week, the referee getting knocked out during the match. Like, how many times do they do that in a year compared to, say, WWE? Because I genuinely don't know. It might be that they're quite similar with the amount of times that they have referees kind of being treated that way. We really don't use referees like we've been using Aubrey, though, in WWE. Like, we haven't had Jessica Carr getting into it with the female talent. I think that they do use the referees. I think there is a focus on the referees a bit higher than I would personally have it. I'm not a fan of Aubrey. I think Aubrey's trying to get herself over, right? Massively so, you know, with her facial expressions and all this. She strikes me as a fan that's in the ring, and I think some people like that. I think some people look at Aubrey and they like the fact that she's a fan like them and she's in the ring. She's one of us. I think people look at that and like that. I don't like that. I want a professional referee in there. I want someone that's in there to call this contest. Do you know what I mean? When I'm watching a boxing match between Usyk and Tyson Fury, I don't want to see the referee going like, you know, pulling all these facial expressions. I wanna see, like, you know, professionalism, calling it down. The referee just out the way, there to do a job. So yeah, I can't say I'm a fan of like Aubrey at all. But I don't know. It's not something that I think is a massive concern. I don't think that the referee's being used all the time, or it's not something that I would highlight as if there was like 10 things we need to change about AEW or improve about AEW. I could find 10 things before we even get to the referees. But it's an interest. It's one that I'd not thought of, so it's an interesting point. What are the crowd chanting? MJF wants to shake the hand here of Reynolds. So he shakes his hand, and MJF pokes him in the eye. Crowd are massively into it. Against the ropes goes MJF. Reynolds goes down. MJF struts over the top of him. Reynolds charging over. Trips over MJF. And is gesturing for the kangaroo kick. Are the Dark Order heels? Not used to John Silver being booed. John boos for John Silver there. Shoulder tackle by MJF. Reynolds goes down. MJF holds the back of his head. He goes to the outsides. Adam Cole checking on him. Take a deep breath, says Adam Cole. Aubrey is the ref. Cena wishes he could be, said Aubrey. I don't know what we're meant to be thinking has happened here. Silver comes racing rounds. Chair to the back by Reynolds. MJF goes down. Crowds booing away. Yeah, they are heels. Oh, okay. Silver as a heel. Surprised. Referees coming down. Okay. What happened to AEW live stream on YouTube? Oh, that was the kickoff show. They don't go into the main show. This is a pay-per-view show which you have to pay for. So the live stream on the on YouTube is there to just kind of present you the 3 matches on the kickoff show. Now the actual show has started. So right now we've got a break in the action because MJF is down, selling an injury. This is interesting because the ref's not counting. I mean, they've been on the outside for longer than 10 seconds. So the ref is seemingly using his discretion here. Referee is constantly having words with Dark Order, who I think want him to count. Although if he did count, they wouldn't win the titles. MJF is being led away. Adam Cole is now fighting the Dark Order on his own. Cover by Reynolds, kick out by Adam Cole. Wrestler said, I just sent a message of the song. They were playing on one of the ones they used to play during the In Your House. What? They were playing it. I will check that out in a sec. Silver was running rounds now as Adam Cole is down. There's not loads of wrestling in this match, is there really? There's been a lot of gesturing, posturing, then an injury, standing around on the outsides. Now we've got Adam Cole trying to wrestle these two on his own. We're running on the star power for this match. It's the star power that I think is really keeping people engaged. Normally with an opening match, you might look to have like a real barn-burning tag match where you got loads of action and it's million miles an hour and it sets the tone. I think instead what they've done is they've gone with some big names to get the crowd fired up. Cole looking for Panama. 1, 2. Kick out by Silver. Silver looking for a clothesline. Adam Cole going for a backslide. Kick coming in by Silver. Kick to the side of the head. Lovely strikes by Silver. Plant in Adam Cole. I like Silver. I've always liked Silver. Silver's a real conundrum, isn't he? Because like I really like him, but he is small. And so, but he's a powerhouse and he's quick. He's got good charisma. I like Silver, but what's his ceiling? Like where can he get to? I don't know. I genuinely don't know. It doesn't seem like AEW quite know what to do with him. It doesn't seem like AEW have got really any sort of plans for him. He's just a tag guy, isn't he? He's just a faction guy. So I don't think we're looking at trying to get him to a mid-card belt or anything. But I like him. I like him. But he is on the smaller side. Darwin said, mine is MJF. You could say others, not a chance. WWE can match any contract. It's just a matter of if they think it's worth it. If MJF wants to be a global star, like he says he does, WWE is the only place to do that, in my opinion, says Darwin. MJF talks a lot about his contract in 2024. I genuinely don't think he would do that unless he had intentions of re-signing with AEW. I don't think it's not good business for him to be so disrespectful. And you could make the point, well, he just knows that he knows his value and he knows he can get away with it and all that kind of stuff. And he's a heel and all that kind of stuff. I don't know. It's not a good look, is it? It's not a good look to a potential company that wants to bring you in, that you're willing to like disrespect the company you work for in that way. I don't see a need for him to do that or a reason for him to do that other than he's agreed it already with Tony and they're doing it to generate some heat. Because one of the biggest heats that you can get is by saying that you hate AEW, you want out, and that you love WWE. If you want to get heat from AEW fans, praising WWE will do it. Reynolds to kick out by Adam Cole. So yeah, I think I'm not buying the 2024 stuff. I'm never bought it. I think that he's got plans to stay, but I do wonder how the CM Punk news is going to have affected that. I do wonder about that. So you could be right, Buds. You could be right that MJF might be the next one. It might be that now he is looking at the landscape and seeing that, well, it's been a few years and Dynamite's just staying at 850 and Collision, has come along and we are making progress, but it's a bit slow. I suppose in a way, it's a little bit like being a player of like a mid-table team and they keep telling you that they've got like plans, a bit like Harry Kane at Tottenham, and you know, you want to stay with them and support them, and they keep saying that we're going to do this, we're going to do that, we're going to challenge for this, we're going to challenge for that, but season after season goes by and the progress is just minimal. Sometimes you take a step forward, sometimes you take a step back, but you're not seeing those, you know, you're not seeing it like galloping in the direction that you want it to go. And at some point you have to make the decision then of, you know, do I stay with this for my career, or do I go to the market leader, to the one where undeniably, I think even AEW fans would say that he would go and be a bigger star in WWE. They've got a much bigger platform. So maybe. MJF has made his way back down to the ring. This reminds me a lot of last week. So last week we did a match whereby it was a draw, and they were like, we're not going to end this match in a draw. And so they restarted the match. But my reaction to that is, well, why did you book the draw in the first place? I mean, it did make the people pop. And I know it called back to when their last match ended in a draw, but it's... I don't know. I'm not popping. I don't expect the main event of the biggest show to end in a draw. I don't expect the biggest show to end that way. So for it to get booked was like, I'm not buying this. No, don't buy this. If you're going to end it this way, there's going to be a riot, right? You can't end it this way. So to tease it and then go, nah, we're not going to end it that way. It's like, good. That's my reaction. Good. I'm glad you're not ending it that way, because you'd look like flipping Muppets. So they did that last week. And now this week, we've got MJF teasing that he's injured, going away, and then coming back to, you know. We advertised the tag match. We took someone away. We've brought them back again. Now it's back to being the match that it was advertised before. But the crowd are lapping it up, man. The crowd are right there with it. There's plenty of people that are really enjoying this Adam Cole MJF story, regardless of the twists and the turns that it takes. MJF is one of the hottest prospects, absolutely, but he could actually thrive in a PG product. He'd lose his edge. Oh, could he thrive? He would lose his edge, said Sam. Yeah, I understand that concern. I do understand that concern. I do think, though, that he's got the ability to say, he wouldn't be able to like swear, and he wouldn't be able to take anything like too far. But he's got the ability to come up with those witty lines that kind of stick with you, you know. It's the exact same sort of stuff the Acclaimed do. It's a win for MJF Adam Cole. It's the same sort of stuff that the Acclaimed do. So the Acclaimed do the witty lines as they're making their way down to the ring, and everyone looks forward to those. MJF does the exact same thing, but he just inserts his into his promos. And obviously at times he's gone a little far as well. You know, he's took things a little bit far. And so I think that you would have to make sure you stay on the PG path. I think you can find a balance. The worst thing WWE would do would be to bring MJF in and then script things for him. Like, he would need to be able to say what he would want to say. I think the way to do it is get him to say to him, we want you to be you, but we need you to keep it PG. We've got advertisers, we've got sponsors and things along those lines. If you want to use that to your advantage, you can. You can say, I've got plenty I'd like to say, but I've already been warned not to upset the sponsors and the advertisers. Like, you can say it and use it to your advantage. So I would get him to go off, write it. Then I would want to have a look at it before he delivered it. Give it the once over. And if there was any little bits that would just need to be toned down, I mean, I'd really try to not But if there was any little bits that needed to be toned down, then I would look to try and do that if possible. Yeah, it would be a concern. Samoa Joe is making his way down to the ring. So Joe coming down. MJF is making his way to the back. Samoa Joe pushes MJF. MJF stares at Samoa Joe. Samoa Joe getting into the ring then. I don't know much about Samoa Joe's opponent. MJF comes running down to the ring. Attacks Samoa Joe from behind. MJF trying to drive Joe against the ropes. There's a guillotine that's been applied. Samoa Joe with a guillotine. So guillotine by Samoa Joe. Security have come in to try and separate MJF and Samoa Joe. Joe sat in the corner. Shane Taylor is this dude's name. Crowd are chanting, let them fight. I've not heard any CM Punk chants tonight. Samoa Joe sat in the corner then. Lots of security trying to separate these two. This started because Joe came out as MJF and Adam Cole were walking up the entrance ramp. Samoa Joe pushed MJF and MJF retaliated. Adam Cole pleading with MJF. Such a bad look, in my opinion. Adam Cole just looks like a concerned girlfriend at 3 o'clock in the morning on a Friday night. Don't do it! Don't do it, Clay! Don't do it, Dave! Leave him! Just leave it, Dave! Just grow a pair, Adam Cole. Samoa Joe laughing his head off as he stands in the ring. Second match coming up. Leave it, Max. Leave it. Right, I don't know this dude. I don't know this dude. This Shane Taylor. Shane Taylor Promotions. I don't think he's ever been on Dynamite. It's like Keith Lee's brother. If you told me that was Keith Lee's brother, I'd be like, yeah, okay. Apparently the former champion, this match could bang. This match could bang. He disrespected the AEW champ, says Albania. MJF, Adam Cole retained the belts. They did. Samoa Joe should be next for MJF somewhere down the line, said Bonkers. He used to team with Keith Lee, said Jeremy. Oh. Okay, I'm down for this. I think this is definitely one I gave a thumbs up to. So, Samoa Joe in one corner, Shane Taylor in the other. This is for Joe's television title, I believe. Ring of Honor television title. Big shot. This is big boys going at it, man. This is two heavyweights going at it. Joe against the ropes. Big collision there by Shane Taylor. Taylor coming over. Jabbing away. Samoa Joe going back to the corner. Don't mind those shots. Those shots look pretty good by Shane Taylor. Big chop coming back there by Joe. Jabs coming in by Joe. Joe goes against the ropes. Taylor with a big clothesline. Samoa Joe goes down. Joe goes out the ring. Joe on his feet. Shane Taylor coming over. Joe grabbing Taylor, pulling him out the ring. Big chop there by Samoa Joe. Joe coming round again. Big shot. Head first goes Shane Taylor. Chop coming in there by Taylor. And again. Taylor on the outside of the ring. Samoa Joe coming round. Jab coming in there by Shane Taylor. And again, a big strike. So we're fighting on the outsides. Shane Taylor, Samoa Joe. Two big guys going at it. Taylor jumping up, getting back into the ring. Joe rolls back into the ring. Jab coming in there by Joe. And again, swing and a miss. Another swing and a miss. Headbutt there by Shane Taylor. Uranagi connects. Taylor in control, looking for a splash. Connects. One. Just a one. Okay, this is all right. This is all right. Seeing some big shots, big exchanges. Taylor again with a shot. And again, he's got a couple of jabs that he's landed there on Samoa Joe. Joe with an Inzaguri. Shane Taylor goes to the outsides. Samoa Joe against the rope. Suicide dive. Oh! Do you know what? Suicide dives are done in pretty much every match, but it's very rare to see someone the size of Samoa Joe do it, and he does it so well. Like, when he goes through those ropes, he goes like a flipping bullet out of a gun. Shot coming in there by Samoa Joe. Shane Taylor in the ring. Joe getting back into the ring as well. Shane Taylor with a big right hand. Against the ropes goes Shane Taylor. Joe, oh, inverted atomic drop. Against the ropes. Big boot. Sent on. One. Just a one. One again. Just a one again. Joe staring at Shane Taylor. Taylor getting back up to his feet. Taylor, his eyes a bit glazed. I like that from Taylor. Taylor goes back to a default kind of boxing stance. So he's got like boxing shorts and he's thrown plenty of shots. I would imagine his gimmick is boxing like themed. Some sort of, like, you know, his striking seems to be a big part of his game. And he was rocked there, and his absolute default was like to get the guard up. Shane Taylor looking to suplex Joe back into the ring. Joe back in control. Joe grabbing Shane Taylor, looking to choke him on the outsides. It's a sleeper. Look at that from Joe, man. That's great. Oh, that's great. Joe had a sleeper hold applied, and he was balancing between the ropes and the neck. He was putting all of his weight into that sleeper holds. I think I'd like to have seen Shane Taylor sell that a bit more. Big splash there by Shane Taylor. 1, 2. Shoulder up. Only just. Only just. These two are not going to have loads of time to work. Look at that. Look at that. Shane Taylor dropped down. It was a bit of a stunner that Shane Taylor hit there on Samoa Joe. Splash as well. Again, is he going back to his striking? Jab coming in there by Shane Taylor. Clothesline. Short arm clothesline. Clothesline to the back. I like that. Taylor against the ropes. Samoa Joe. Oh, man. Samoa Joe collided into Shane Taylor. Shane Taylor kind of concertinaed down. Two big guys going at it. Who says cows can't fly? Said 52 games. J-Dub said CM Punk's new move is the Pepsi lunge instead of the plunge. I'll see myself out. No. Don't you dare leave after coming out with something like that. The Pepsi lunge. Love it. James said, Dave, Samoa Joe had MJF fearing Everyone's fearing for their lives. He did have him fearing for his life. You're right. Very good. Very good. Trini, shout out to you. Next Friday, Fear Factor returns. The lunge challenge is about to put lives in danger. Man, I haven't actually, I've been quite busy. Obviously, we did 12 hours of streaming yesterday. Today, I must admit, I was watching a bit of the cricket. I then watched Man United. So I was doing that. So I haven't actually looked to see the reaction. Oh, Taylor in trouble. And he taps. That was all right. That was all right. Yeah, I haven't seen the reaction, but I would imagine there's loads of memes to do with Tony fearing for his life, and I'd imagine there's some really fun stuff. If anyone has seen anything really fun in regards to Tony fearing for his life, feel free to tag me in it. Because I haven't seen any. I haven't looked for it, but I bet there's some really good stuff out there. Okay, so Samoa Joe retains. The match was all right. I don't think it had like loads of drama. The crowd were a bit not burnt out from the first match, but the crowd a little bit quiet. But Samoa Joe, I mean, this was two big boys going at it, and it was fine. It was good. There was some nice moments in it. So Kevin Kelly, Excalibur, Nigel McGuinness. That is our commentary team. Good. So just a little advert for DraftKings. Can I get a shout out? I've been watching since 2019. Brandon, shout out to you, buds. Daniel said that was one of the softest statements I've heard when he said that. That was a stiff match, said Big Bun. Bookies have got Orange Cassidy as 2-1. Moxley odds on. I can't see it myself, said Alex. Neil said it was a solid big hoss match. John said, not a smart move to make up 75% of a pay-per-view card less than a week before the pay-per-view. It's tricky, isn't it? I mean, yeah. Maybe you could make the argument that, like, you should have done half the roster for All In and then done the other half for All Out. So I suppose in a way a bit like WrestleMania. You know, day one, you use half the roster. Day two, you use the other half of the roster. Maybe like you should have used half the roster for All In and then use the other half for All Out. I mean, in a way, we've sort of done that. But there's plenty of people that have crossed over. Maybe the roster's just not deep enough to do that. Perhaps it's just like star power-wise, not quite deep enough to be able to do that yet. But then, I don't know, yeah, it does make it hard. I do agree. It does make it hard. This show has definitely been overshadowed by last week. But then, you know, you could equally say that if this show bombs and people don't watch it because they've decided this month they're going to buy All In, right? And they're going to skip All Out. So I think this is $50 again. If that's what they've decided, I think, you know, AEW have already made their money last week. I've got to think this is probably just a bit of a bonus ball for them, you know. But yeah, I don't think anyone would disagree that trying to build a pay-per-view with a week is a challenge. Okay, is this going to be the TNT Championship next? Yes. Right, Darby and Luchasaurus coming up next. I gave this one a thumbs down when we were doing our predictions. I like Christian Cage, but he's not. I mean, he might get involved, but he's not in this match. Luchasaurus is someone that I just can't sit here and say I've seen like great matches out of. When he was in a tag team with like Jungle Boy, Jurassic Express, whatever, I think that was the best use of Jack Perry, and it was the best use of Luchasaurus. but I can't say that I've seen great stuff from Luchasaurus kind of since he's gone solo. Darby Allin, I don't know. He's with Nick Wayne now. Maybe this could be the development that I'm waiting for. Obviously, he's been with Sting a lot. I feel like we've just been doing a lot of similar stuff with him. As I said, he is a pillar, but I don't even know if he is a pillar anymore. Is he still seen as one of the top 4 future stars? Because you could make an argument that Orange Cassidy has surpassed him. You could make an argument that Ricky Starks is right there. Darby is... The fans are still with him. The fans still like him, but... I don't know. I just don't find myself getting like really excited for like Darby Allin matches. But this match has an opportunity to change my mind. Here's Christian Cage. So Christian Cage has got the TNT Championship. Who is the TNT champion then? I don't know who it is. Who is the TNT champion? Is it Luchasaurus? Right. So they're saying that Christian Cage might not be the actual champion, but together they are. So Christian is claiming his TNT champion. It's actually Luchasaurus. Got you. Coach Co said, I just ate some potato wedges, some steak, and now my headache is gone. Good news. That is good news. I'm pleased for you, buds. Shout out to you. Sign in the crowd says, Father of the Year. I never needed you at all. Has JR jumped onto commentary? Yes. JR has jumped onto commentary. I can hear Nigel McGuinness. Nick Wayne is at ringside. Christian Cage at ringside. We're underway. Luchasaurus versus Darby Allin. Luchasaurus, he's got a good look. Darby to the outsides. Jumps onto the back of Luchasaurus. Throws in a few shots. Luchasaurus goes into the edge of the ring. One thing I do like about Darby, and I've always praised this about Darby, is you really feel that everything he does with purpose. Like, I really appreciate that. You know, when he does a suicide dive, he's got one of the best suicide dives in the industry, because when he does a suicide dive, he just like, whoa, properly, and it's hard, it's fast. You know, I think a lot of suicide dives just are done because, like, just for show. But a lot of them are really bad. A lot of them are really slow, and, you know, they kind of like hang in the air a little bit. Like when Darby does it, oh, like a bullet out of a gun. Really quick, really violent, impactful. It's good. But you could say that about a lot of his moveset. He's very intense with everything that he does. But it doesn't feel like we've ever really got anywhere, you know? He's putting in all this hard work, putting in all these performances, putting his body on the line. And I just don't know that he's a bigger star now than he was 2 years ago. I don't know that he's, do you know what I mean, knocking on the door for an AEW title opportunity. I suppose in a way I could see him against MJF though. Couldn't see him winning it. How old is he? I feel like we've still got time. I don't think he's like running out of time or anything. I think he's still young. He's 30. Oh, now we got Bloods. Yeah, he's 30, so there's still time. But I think this is the time to get going now. I think this is the time where I want to see that progression. I want to see him getting big wins. Luchasaurus putting the steps onto the lower back of Darby. I didn't see where the blood came from. The ring steps are on his back, and Darby is screaming as Luchasaurus walks up the steps to get into the ring. Nick Wayne comes round and chases Christian Cage away. He takes the ring steps off of Darby. Nick Wayne was really struggling to lift those steps. Darby is trying to get back into the ring. How's his face got so messed up? Luchasaurus grabbing Darby, picking him up. Side slam. Luchasaurus going for the cover. 1, 2, kick out. Mark Henry still works for AEW. He must be on the same contract as Wardlow, said John. Is this a no DQ match? I don't think so. Big chop coming in. It's that age-old thing, though, where if it happens outside the ring, like, the referees tend to let it go a bit more. I always remember, and we always talk about it, that comment from Jesse the Body. Jesse the Body, during like a SummerSlam or something, was doing commentary with, I think it was Vince. And Vince was like, he's hitting with a chair, but it's on the outside of the ring. And Jesse was like, how does that make any difference? What does it mean? That, like, does it matter if it's outside of the ring or inside of the ring? Are you saying that he could shoot him on the outside of the ring and that would be fine? And it was a really good point. That it was a good way that he put it as well. I don't think Vince probably appreciated that comment, though, because I think Vince at the time was trying to make out that, like, you know, he's not going to get disqualified. It's all right because it's on the outside of the ring type thing. Jesse wasn't having it. But that is something that you see with wrestling, is that you see a lot of this stuff happen on the outside of the ring. The referees tend to let it go, don't they? We see a lot of commentary tables being used, chairs being used, barricades being used. Bring a chair into a ring, though. Whoa. Better make sure the ref don't see. Goes for a crossbody there, Darby. Collides into Luchasaurus. Crashes onto the grounds. This is 2 times this weekend. I've got no idea how people have bled. Kevin Owens and now Darby. Oh, yeah, Kevin Owens. I forgot about that. Didn't he just reappear when he was wearing that top and he was just covered in blood as well? And then it disappeared. The tape protecting the ribs of Darby has been removed. And is disregarded. Luchasaurus choking Darby now with this rib tape. Referee telling him to break it. He does. Shot coming in as Darby goes out the ring. Referee having a word. Luchasaurus on the outsides. Luchasaurus grabbing Darby. Darby trying to take the legs away from underneath Luchasaurus. Pushes him into a ring post. I want to see Big Show versus Mark Henry. Let's destroy the ring again, said Paul. Security is forcing anyone with a CM Punk shirt out of the building. Is that can't be true. That can't be true. Maybe they're telling them to check. That dude's got a CM Punk shirt. That dude in the front row's got a CM Punk shirt. That can't be true. There'd be loads of people that have bought CM Punk shirts. Maybe they could offer them a free alternative. That is, I saw a TikTok video, and I don't know if this is true, but if you go to Disney, if you're a young lady or any lady, and you go to Disney in a top that's a bit skimpy, right? Shows a bit too much off, right? I don't know quite how they decide where that line is, but if you show a bit too much off, I would have to imagine, like, you know, bikini top type situation. I'm not sure, but apparently they do say that you can get a free shirt, according to this TikTok I saw, like, because they don't want, you know, people walking around like that. They will allow you to get a free shirt to cover up. That's what I saw. I don't know if it's true. We all know that these channels lie. Maybe AEW could do that. If you arrive in a CM Punk shirt, then you can get a free alternative to wear during the show. You wouldn't advertise that, obviously, because everyone would turn up in a CM Punk shirt to get a free shirt. But if you did want to minimize the amount of CM Punk presence, that would be one way of doing it. There's no CM Punk signs. When Jack Perry reruns again, think of how big the reaction will be with the boos and the cheers when he returns. Yeah. We've got Christian giving Nick Wayne a towel, is saying, look what's happening to Darby. You need to throw the towel in. Nick Wayne taking off his jacket. He's looking over at Christian Cage. Over into the corner goes Luchasaurus. Darby, there's that suicide dive, and he really collided into Christian Cage. Hard. Christian Cage goes down. Darby climbing up. Luchasaurus popping up. Grabbing Darby. Luchasaurus climbing up. He's got Darby in position. He's biting Luchasaurus. Smashing him head first into that top turnbuckle. Goes over, plants him down. 1, 2, 3. Did he get it? Are we sure he didn't get it? People are booing. They're saying that's 3. The crowd think that's 3. Let's have a look at a replay then. Show us the replay. Here we go. 1, 2. He does kick out. That was 3 signing the crowds. Did wonder if that was a botch, but it looks like he does kick out in time. Christian Cage with a chair to Nick Wayne. Darby looking at Christian on the outsides. He's having to decide whether to go after Christian or go after Luchasaurus. Darby up top gets pushed by Luchasaurus. It's upside down, being picked up. Looks like it's going to be pile driven. Pile driver. Gets back up again, though. Drives him down again. Gets up for a 3rd time. and just chucks him into the corner. That could be really dangerous, you know. Elbow to the back of the head. Darby goes down. 1, 2, 3. Luchasaurus wins. I was begging for a Helen Hart tribute there, said Wrestle with Andy. You do love a good towel being thrown in, don't you? Very good. Christian is dead. Disney fears skin, but they endorse men dressing as princesses for kids. I have no idea what we're referring to there. Is there some sort of new controversy? Oh, we've got a situation. Look, we've got a chair being placed under the head of Darby. Nick Wayne is being made to watch on as Christian Cage is about to deliver a concerto. Down comes people. Sean Spears and friends. Who are they? No one likes Christian Cage. No one wants to see Darby Allin concertoed. I don't know who these boomers are. Sean Spears. Someone tell Nick Wayne to get off the juice. Christian and Luchasaurus are fearing for their lives. Oh, James. You can get a lot of mileage out of that, bud. You can get a lot of mileage out of that. Darby is down. No one seems to be giving him any sort of medical attention. Darby is down. We got Nick Wayne. We got loads of people around. Medical crew checking on him. Did you work in the one in Florida? They did it to a girl recently at Disney. Did you work? I feel like I've walked into a conversation. Don't miss my super chat. Sorry, I'll have a look. I'll catch up. It has been a while. Powerhouse Hobbs Miro coming up. Mitchell said, you can't get a free shirt at Disney anymore. I worked there. They changed that years ago. People would come in Universal shirts hoping to get one. Ah, but it was a thing. It was a thing where you could get a free shirt. I mean, I saw this girl talk about it a month ago. So she... I don't know if she had heard that this was a thing or if it had happened to her. She didn't specify. It was one of those of like, did you know if you want to get a free shirt from Disney, this is what you need to do? It was one of those type of videos. I didn't search for it. For some reason, I got recommended it. Maybe because I've been looking at like Florida and stuff like that, and it's gone, days all like this. And it's recommended me that instead. You say that you used to work at Disney, Mitchell. Was it a good job? Did you enjoy it? I mean, I would imagine it's a hard job. You think working at Disney will just be sunshine and lollipops, but doing any kind of work is hard. So I'd imagine it was difficult. I would imagine it was hard. I'd imagine it wasn't all sunshine lollipops, but I bet there was some good moments there as well. Where... Was it, here's my 2 questions. Don't super chat it, just tell us. Was it good? And where did you work? Which theme park did you work in? Or maybe it wasn't. Perhaps you was in like the downtown Disney or something. They'll give one as a last resort, said Mitchell. Who's your favorite referee from WWE? Don't have one. Don't think you need one. Referees are disposable. Shouldn't have a favorite referee. It's like having a favorite fork. Which I do have, actually. I do have Brian the Fork. I love him. The shirts were not fired as they did not threaten Tony's life. Oh. Right, here's Powerhouse. We are nearly an hour into this show. Been all right? What's my favorite match so far? It's maybe the Samoa Joe one. Didn't mind that last one. I understand the questions of should the ref have DQ'd this by now, but I didn't mind that. I didn't think it crossed the line too much. Here's Miro. I worked in Tomorrowland Speedway. It wasn't fun because the hours are seniority based. So I worked a lot of odd shifts. What does that mean? What's seniority? I've never encountered that word. Does it mean that the longer you work there, the better hours you get? Seniority? Like senior, like I've been here a long time. Seniority. The hours are seniority based. So I worked a lot of odd shifts, including 16-hour shifts. I mean, I don't even know how that's legal. How is that even legal? How is that even needed? Because the parks aren't even open that long. Imagine that working like 7 in the morning till 11 at night. That would be 16 hours. 7 in the morning till 11 at night. That ain't right, man. That ain't right. That ain't right. That ain't the happiest place on earth. That ain't the happiest place on earth. Not for the people that are working there. They give good breaks, but it's still very hard. It's a 16-hour shift. I wouldn't want good breaks. I'd want good pay and good perks. That's extreme. That is extreme. 16 hours is mental. WrestleLandy said Earl Hebner was WWE's answer to Herb Dean. He gave the big fight feel. James said, days after the United game, all the players should be fearing for their lives. If Fergie's guys, yeah, they threw that away, didn't they? They did well. A draw. Really thought we'd got the win, and they just switched off. They just absolutely switched off. Ten Hag said that he likes what he saw. I can understand it. I can understand it. It felt at times like a much better performance than what we had been seeing. So I think they are steps in the right direction, but so disappointing to end the way it did. Shots coming in there by Miro on Powerhouse. If you've not been there for a while, you do get rubbish shifts, and you fear for your life, said John. It will never not be funny. Powerhouse unloading on Miro. Oof. So Miro in the corner. Powerhouse driving his shoulder into Miro. And again, Miro with some big shots. Knee strike coming in there by Powerhouse. Miro going over to the corner. Ten Hag should make the team walk back to Manchester, said Tapadan. Do you remember when they lost? Was it to Burnley? And he did get them to come in on a Sunday to do like an extra training shift. Like, I don't know that he'll do that this time, but there does need to be a response. There does need to be some. He was happy with the performance, but it doesn't excuse the fact they threw that away at the end. But there are some green shoots. I'm going to focus on the positives as a Man United fan. There were a few green shoots. But how disappointing, like, you know, I feel like we should have got Declan Rice. I feel like he should be playing for us. That's the kind of signing I think we should have made. Instead, we got Amrabat, who is fine, but, you know, it's just not the same, is it? United as a club are a mess. Herbie works 16-hour shifts at times, but he's in the military, so it's normal, a job like that. It's crazy. Well, joke's on you, Trini, because he actually only works 12 hours and the other 4 hours he's having an affair. So, joke's on you. He sent me a DM saying not to say anything. Sorry you had to find out this way. I'm sorry you had to find out this way. But it is for the best. In all fairness, he still works 12-hour shifts. I mean, that's still a lot, innit? That's still a lot. Kicks coming in by Powerhouse Hobbs. I was expecting Edge to come down, said WWE Liv Morgan fan, after the Christian Cage match when it was Lucha Derby, but it didn't happen. Huh? Says an assistant asked Tony what he wanted for... Here we go. An assistant asked Tony what he wanted for lunch, but Tony thought he said lunch and was scared for his life. Did you enjoy that last match, Tony? Which one? You know, Darby Allin against Lungeosaurus. Huh? What? Do you think you could crack those jokes with Tony, or do you think it was just be a no? It's probably a no-go, isn't it? I just get the feeling if you was to say any jokes like that to Tony, I genuinely just think he would start crying. I really do just think he would start crying. Tony strikes me as the kind of person that would suffer PTSD from what happened to him last week. Like, if it comes out that he's having to go to therapy to deal with what happened to him last week, I wouldn't be surprised. I wouldn't be surprised. In my mind, Tony lies in bed, like, pulls the covers up extra tight and, like, just, like, flashbacks come to his mind of, like, CM Punk lunging towards him. And he's like... Some of the visual imagery is so vivid and exciting. Powerhouse is down on the outside. Miro goes over. Bit similar, this match, to the Samoa Joe Shane Taylor encounter. That woman was like, hang in there, Hobbs. Hang in there, Hobbs. She's got an AEW heels shirt on. That was that safe space for women. Still going, apparently. I heard that Trini's husband provides a safe space for women. I don't know why I'm not letting it go, Trini. I don't know. I think I'm just an evil person. Breaking news. Mitchell said, I'm sure they've made changes at Disney. For me, it was a few years ago. I made $13.50 an hour and I left, went back to school. I'm now a K5 grade tutor with better pay. Goods. That's good. I'm pleased that you managed to find a way out of that and get yourself into a better situation. I mean, what we'll say is it's good that they provide employment for people. You know, everyone needs work. So, I mean, you'd rather have them around than not, of course. But I really don't know about 16-hour shifts. In fact, no, I'm sorry, I do. No. Shouldn't be a thing. If I worked there, I would send an email link what to do when you fear for your life. Self-defense techniques for dummies. Trini said his funeral is going to be on New Days. That's true, actually. I mean, he doesn't know me, but I know I'm not making a friend there, am I really? By exposing what's really going on. Knee strike coming in by Powerhouse Hobbs. Mark said if Tony Khan would have kept his nuts off Punk's drum set, he wouldn't fear for his life. It's a Step Brothers reference. I've not seen that film. And also, I don't know how I feel about visualizing what I'm visualizing right now. There's a lot about that comment that makes me nervous. Miro with a big clothesline. Powerhouse throws a clothesline in. Miro backs up a little bit against Miro, trying to get himself fired up. These two, again, another big shot coming in. These two trying to show that they can take what the other can dish out. A little bit like when the wrestlers stand there and like take the chops from each other. Do you know what? We just saw the entranceway. Here's Miro charging over, clothesline, down goes Powerhouse Hobbs. We just saw the entranceway. There was a crowd on their feet. There was an all-out graphic on the entranceway, and a train just went past, like an image of a train. It looked really cool. Looked cool. We've got some clubbing blows. I think that's what it's meant to be, isn't it? It's meant to be like train track being suspended above like the... There it is again. It's cool. I've only just noticed it. We're an hour into the show. I've only just noticed it. We pray to Miro sign. Miro looking to suplex Powerhouse Hobbs back into the ring. Oh, but Powerhouse Hobbs slams Miro down. Willie Hobbs, Big Willie. Big Willie going up top. Didn't WWE buy Dark Side of the Ring? I used to like that show. Well, I didn't hear that they bought it. Maybe they did. Did you see that Shinsuke attacked Seth after Payback went off air? If you did see it, what are your thoughts? I didn't see it. I heard about it. I wouldn't be surprised if that feud was to continue and them to use that footage as a way of showing that it continues. Equally, I wouldn't be surprised if it was just a way just to end the show for the live crowds. You know, give the live crowd a little moment. So I don't know. I mean, maybe I'm in the minority. I mean, it didn't strike me as a massive thing. Had it have been someone different, that would have struck me as a big deal. Because, you know, if someone had come down, like, say, AJ Styles and attacked Seth, then you'd be like, oh, okay, are we starting a new feud? But Shinsuke attacking, I mean, they just wrestled. So Shinsuke attacking after the show went off air could be nothing. It could be Shinsuke just trying to get a little bit of revenge. It could be that we're setting up for the feud to continue. So I don't know. We'll see. Could be a little moment for the live crowd. I didn't take it as really anything that big. I didn't do a video on it. I didn't go searching for the footage. But I did hear that he had attacked him after. Powerhouse went for a cover on Miro. Miro got his shoulder up. Crowds are making noise. Are they chanting meat forever? Meat forever? Big clothesline by Powerhouse. This is two big guys going at it. They're just showing the Stadium Stampede game mode, which I think is such a fun addition to the game. I think it's really good. I've not played it. I've not seen any reviews of it, but I love the idea. Clothesline by Miro. Powerhouse Hobbs goes down. Miro getting all kind of fired up. They've got the crowds. Miro, big kick, Mashka kick. 1, 2. Oh, shoulder up. Shoulder up. People, do you know what? When the crowd are like really into it, it makes such a difference. This match is fine, but I can't say that it's really any better than Samoa Joe and Shane Taylor. The big difference is the crowd are so much more into this one. Miro screams. Game over. Kick to the back. He's looking to put on It used to be the Accolade. Was it the Accolade? He's got the chin lock applied on Powerhouse. Big Willie. He's choking Big Willie right now. Big Willie trying to get back up to his feet. Miro goes back into the corner. Holy meat. Are they chanting holy meat? We've had meat forever, and I think we've got a holy meat chant now. Spinebuster by Powerhouse. That was big. Shoulder up by Miro. I like that Spinebuster. Oh, this is good, man. I think this might be my favorite match of the night. There's a bit of blood, I think, in the mouth of Big Willie. Good atmosphere. Some big power moves. Nothing silly here. Straps coming down by Powerhouse. Meet Forever chant. Kick coming in there by Powerhouse. Looks like he's going for a game over of his own. He's got Miro. In between the legs. Miro picking up Spinebuster. Spinebuster by Miro. Miro looks really good, doesn't he? Game over again. You've done that once. Game over. Applied. Hobbs is he tapping? I think he did tap. Oh, it was a little sloppy. Miro was trying to get it. Couldn't quite get it. Had to like readjust. And as he was readjusting, that's when Powerhouse tapped. Fun though. I still would put it down as my favorite. I'd still put it down as my favorite match of the night. I saw someone's shirt in the crowd, and it said like 11,000 and something. I don't know if you've seen that shirt. I don't think it's a proper shirt. There's an AEW shirt that says like 81,500 and whatever. It's the Wembley attendance. There's a dude there, look, 11,263. Do they sell those at the live shows or something? Tobbs wants to shake the hand of Miro. Miro shakes Powerhouse's hand. I'm just going to look at Shop AEW. Yeah, there's a dude in the background. He's got a shirt on. It says 11,000 and something. It looks like an attendance is got his thumb up at the moment, top right of the screen. And Powerhouse shakes the hand, then attacks him after. You can still get CM Punk shirts on AEW shop, and they're still full price. I wonder if they'll drop down in price. Do you reckon they'll drop down in price? Powerhouse is choking Miro. Hot and flexible. Is this Lana? Lana's come out! Lana's making her way down to the ring. What? What's this? CJ Perry. What? She's going to deal with Powerhouse. The missus of the meat. She grabs a chair, gets into the ring. Boom! What? Powerhouse doesn't budge. She screams at Powerhouse Hobbs, let's go. She goes to hit Powerhouse with a chair. CJ Perry, Lana is here. She is all elite. Do you know what? She was great with him. Miro uses the chair. This could really take Miro to another level. Miro looks great. She looks great. They were awesome together in WWE. When he looks over at her. She looks at him. What are they doing? Why are they circling around? What's this? What's going on? I don't know what this is. Why is he circling? Why are they acting weird with each other? What's this? What's going on? It's like they've divorced and that's his ex-wife, but they're still together. He kind of like circled round her and then got out of the ring. I don't understand. Did he not want her in there or something? Did they get a divorce? If he's upset that she's come down to the ring, why the flipper she got a Titantron? If he's upset that that she's come, you're meant to stay at the back. Well, I'll tell you what, mate. Not only did she not stay at the back, somehow she's managed to get hot and powerful Titantron screen made up. She's proper disrespected you. She's been doing quite a bit in the background by the sounds of it. Just like Trini's husband. They had a fight about who's to turn for doing the dishes. Oh, is that what it is? They're arguing about who needs to do the dishes. That makes a lot more sense now. Perhaps he's got like amnesia, is it, where he just sort of forgets things. And he looked at her and he was like, I don't remember being in a triple threat. I don't know this. Who's this person? I don't know this person. Am I in a match? Am I meant to attack her? I don't know what's going on. He was very confused. He was very confused. Mitchell said, is it possible that Miro was fearing for his life? It will never not be funny. Oh my God. He was fearing for his life. He had to get out of the ring because he was fearing for his life. I love it. I love it. I love it. I love it. I really don't think he should have said that, Tony. It might have been true, and he might have felt that way, and he might have been fearing for his life, but I just think you've opened a can of worms there. I just think what you've done is you have really fed the trolls with that statement. Here's Ruby Soho. And by trolls, I mean me. You've fed me. You've fed me and you've fed me well. Ruby Soho is going to be taking on Chris Statlander. Chris Statlander. Defcon Prime, Pirate King Jack Plays said Ruby Soho looks like Gonzo the Muppets. Seriously. I like Gonzo. I'm a Gonzo stan. Oh, I feel like I should do a video for the Lana thing. It seems like a weird thing to do a video for, but I think it's pretty fun, actually. I think it's pretty fun. Yeah, we will. Let's do it. You only live once, don't you? We think. I'm not sure. Some people believe in reincarnation. Let's not get into it. Big breaking news coming out of AEW All Out. And it is that Lana CJ Perry has arrived. So Miro was being attacked after his match with Powerhouse Hobbs. Miro had picked up the victory. Powerhouse was beating up Miro afterwards, and out came CJ Perry. We actually don't know her name. I didn't see a name that they were using for her. Obviously, we know her as Lana. When Miro was in WWE, it was Lana and Rusev. here. We don't know what she's going to go by. She came down to the ring, got a chair, hit Powerhouse Hobbs with it. Obviously, it meant that he turned his attention to her. That allowed Miro to then get the chair and hit Powerhouse Hobbs. It was a bit strange after that. Miro looked at his wife and then just sort of backed out of the ring and went up the entrance ramp on his own. So seemingly, I think we're doing a story of Miro not wanting her to be in the company, part of this, you know, not wanting her to get hurt, maybe. I don't know. He certainly wasn't pleased that she'd made her presence felt. But either way, it looks like it's going to be a story. It doesn't look like this is going to be a one-off. It looks like she's going to be All Elite. So, yeah, a bit of a surprise. Maybe not the biggest surprise we could have hoped for, but I think it's still pretty cool that Lana CJ Perry is All Elite. Right, we're underway with Ruby and Chris Statlander, who kips up. That was cool. Nice little kip up there by Chris Statlander. This is a match. This is another match that I gave a thumbs up to, and I don't regret that. Because I really think these two can work. Do you know what? This pay-per-view, it's a little bit, just a little bit, like a Collision pay-per-view. I feel like what they've done is they've given us a lot of one-on-one matches that I think have got some real good potential. We had Samoa Joe earlier. Just had a great match with Miro and Powerhouse Hobbs. Now we've got this Chris Statlander, Ruby Soho match. Chris Statlander hurling Ruby into the barricade. Chris Statlander, she's got a decent look at the moment. She's chasing Saraya around ringside. AEW All Out news. CJ Perry takes over from CM Punk. George, love it. We've lost CM Punk. What should we do? Let's get CJ Perry. Yes. Ruby Soho throwing in Chris Statlander back into the ring. I do like the idea of her being the replacement. We've got an emergency. We've got a vacancy on the roster. We've lost CM Punk. Who can we get? We need someone that the people know. We need someone that's been in WWE. I know just the person. Chris Statlander over against the ropes. And again, we've got Ruby Soho coming over, driving her knee into the back of Chris Statlander. There is Saraya throwing in a few shots. I thought Saraya might lose her championship. I thought she might lose her championship on this show. She hasn't. Because she's not competing. So it looks like they're going to keep the belt on her a little longer than I was expecting. Wanted to have a look, see about that shirt, didn't I? I didn't get very far. I was distracted. Coach Co said, I'm enjoying the pay-per-view, but it's not worth $50. 35 would be fine, but 50, no. I think that's really fair. I forget that this is $50. I think that's really fair. I think this is a solid offering that you could do easily once a month. There's nothing here that's that special, but it's a solid show. If you was to have matches like this, Samoa Joe, Powerhouse Hobbs, even the Darby Luchasaurus match was all right. If you was to have those as the undercards and then have some big, meaty, juicy, like big 3 singles matches at the top of the cards, or even if it's only a couple, like with titles on the line, you know, you've built up the story. This could be a real blueprint for like a really strong show from AEW. The problem is we've looked at that card and we can't figure out what the main event's going to be because, you know, you've got Danielson and Ricky Starks, which on paper looks great, but has come out of nowhere and has got very little build to it. You look at Omega and Takeshita, that feels like the one, to be honest. That's the one I would vote for. That's had a bit more builds. We know that Takeshita pinned Kenny. We know that Kenny's one of the biggest stars in the company. That would be my pick for main event if I had to choose one. But I think we can sort of agree that because this is coming off the back of All In, it struggles a little. Nice kicks by these two. Some really good kicks, and both women are down at the moment. Ruby trying to get back up to her feet. Okay, so Ruby trying to get up to her feet. Chris Statlander over in the corner. Saraya trying to provide some words of encouragement. Statlander moves out the way as Ruby goes over to the corner. Back elbow there by... Oh, kick to the midsection. Back elbow by Ruby. Uppercut by Chris Statlander. Chops coming in, really unload him. I like Statlander. She's good. I like Statlander. Statlander charging over. European uppercut. Goes back against the ropes. Charges over again. Big knee. Picks up. Slams down Ruby. 1, 2. Shoulder up. Shoulder up by Ruby. Statlander. Grabbing Ruby. Ruby getting up to her feet. On the shoulders of Statlander. A couple of back elbows there by Ruby. Lovely suplex by Ruby. Lovely suplex. Ruby gets up to her feet. She goes against the ropes. Gets picked up by Statlander. Spun round. Oh, backbreaker. Ruby gets picked up. Look at the strength. Oh, into a driver. 1, 2. Kick out by Ruby. Nice moveset. Yeah, man. That's all right. She picks up Ruby, got her on her shoulder. Look at that. Pulling back on the arms. Ruby gets out, reverses. Statlander goes for a kick. Roll up by Ruby. Kick out by Statlander. Oh, kick downstairs. Roll through. Looking for a pin. 1, 2. Ruby looking for a 3. No joy. Statlander picking up Ruby. What, Sunday Night Fever? 1, 2. 2. Charging over there. Oh, they both cross body into each other. Not sure about that spot, but it's been a good encounter so far. It's been good. I heard Nia Jax was considering coming to AEW on a podcast, says Michael. Saraya rips a sign. So a sign was ripped by Saraya. Strike coming in there by Statlander. Statlander face first. Statlander goes down. Ruby climbing up. Take her out. The sign says Saraya calls fries chips. But I mean, that is true. That is true. She does. Oh, man. Big power slam from the top by Statlander. Big power slam. That's pretty fun. That's pretty big. And it's a kick out. Look at that. Really good. Shoulder up. This is undoubtedly the best women's match I've seen so far. Singles women's match I've seen so far on this show. Statlander has got Ruby up. Ruby on the shoulders. Oh, reverse Rana. Reverse Rana by Ruby. Ruby off the ropes into a DDT. DDT. I'm really enjoying this. Down go. 1, Ruby, 2. Oh, I gotta say, after all of that we just saw, I think she probably should have got the 3 there. After all of those moves that we just saw, I think that probably should have done it. Yeah, I still keep looking for this shirt. There is a shirt for the 81,035. There is a shirt for that, but the one I saw the guy wearing was exactly the same, but it was a different attendance. Shoulder up. I think Moxley against Orange will be the main event, said George. Definitely wouldn't have that as the main event. There's the one that I was talking about. But the one that I'm seeing this guy wear looks exactly the same, but his says like 11,000. So I wonder if they sell these at different shows for different pay-per-views or something. 1, 2, Ruby. Oh, shoulder up. Shoulder up. Ruby having a word with the referee. She can't believe that the referee did not count that quicker. Soraya just offering some words of encouragement. Ruby grabbing the green spray paint. Don't need this. There is Tony Storm has come from underneath the ring. Tony Storm from underneath the ring. Tony Storm grabs the green paint. That is a distraction. Statlander plants Ruby. 1, 2, 3. So Statlander wins after Tony grabbed the green paint, or the green spray paint. I think after an amazing encounter like that, that ending is a bit disappointing. The only thing I would say is that it wasn't too silly. So Tony Storm is clearly not an outcast anymore, and there was a big breakdown between them and Tony last week. Don't know what this means for the future of this group. There's a sign in the crowd that says, "Bop me, mommy." And Statlander goes over and gives a little bop. Wow, Danielson against Ricky Starks is next. Gotta tell you, we're doing all right here. We're doing all right. Like, Miro against Powerhouse Hobbs, followed up with what I thought was a decent women's match. Now following it up with Danielson against Ricky Starks. Like, this is what I want from AEW. This, we're doing all right. Right. Bang. Got lots of messages. I've missed a few. Dave says, hey, yo, now listen. Dave Walker, shout out to you, my friend. I hope you are well. I hope you're enjoying the show. I hope everyone's enjoying the show. Yeah. Do you know what? Yeah. I'm going to say yeah. Bryan Danielson versus Ricky Starks. James said Tony feared for his life after he saw a suspicious character backstage, but it turns out it was just his reflection. He is very much the kind of guy that would be scared of his own reflection. Here is Ricky the Dragon. Pro wrestling legend, absolutely. How do we not see him on WWE TV more? What's that about? An ambassador for pro wrestling is a really good way of wording it. He looks so good for his age. I don't even know how old he is. I don't care. He could be 20. He looks great. Ricky the Dragon looking really good. Ricky the Dragon comes out, shakes the hand of Nigel McGuinness, Excalibur. I think he's jumping onto commentary. Here comes Ricky Starks. Love this stage. I really love this stage. Here he is, Ricky Starks coming out. Let's go, man. Absolute Ricky Starks. Ricky Starks making his way down to the ring. The kid has got a lot of charisma. Ricky the Dragon talking about Ricky Starks. Steamboat had a brain bleed. WWE didn't clear him, says George. Didn't clear him for what? Couldn't. I think when I talk about using him more, I mean just like, you know, around backstage, GM, appearances, Raw 25, that kind of stuff, you know? Playing poker with the other, I mean, that is stupid. We could do more with the legends. Here's Danielson. Mitchell said, I know it's not like a halftime score, but what's your score? I'm in the 7s. Enjoy hearing the score of the matches as the show goes on. I am in the 7s. I'm probably like a 7.25, 7.5. Yeah. I think so far for me, I'm enjoying this. I know it's not the scale of Wembley, but I am enjoying this show more than I did the Wembley show, and I am enjoying this show more than Payback as well. Here's Danielson. The American Dragon. First match since breaking his forearm at Forbidden Door. So Danielson making his way down to the ring. There's a sign that says Absolute Ricky Shots. I don't even know if that's bad or not. I don't know. Brenton says, shout out to you, Brenton. Hope you are well. How has the show been? I've been dipping in and out and watching college football. I think it's been good. I don't think there's been loads that's been spectacular. That's what would stop me going into the 8s. I don't think we've been seeing like crazy matches, like 5-star matches. We haven't been getting that. We've just been getting a very steady stream of like solid offerings. Nothing offensive, just solid stuff that is not a chore to watch. It's not a like, it's just, it's safe, it's good, it's solid. As I said, I think there's a real blueprint for having a show where you do that in the early stages and then you put like some big juicy matches to kind of conclude the event, you know? Imagine if this was wrapping up with like a Mega Osprey 3. and MJF against CM Punk, right? You had those matches still to come, and this is just the undercard that we've been watching. You know, then we're talking about something that's really special. Really special. Sadly, we don't have those matches lined up, of course, but even so, it's been a very solid offer in this show. We're about to get underway with the strap thing. Ricky Starks just doing a bit of a run around on the outside. Aubrey is going to be the referee for this one. Danielson is ready to go. Starks jumps Danielson. So we've got the strap. The strap's already around the arm of Danielson. It's not around the wrist, so we haven't officially started yet. Ricky Starks looking for that belt, and he's whipping Danielson with the weight belt, and again. So whipping Danielson. I didn't know he had a weight belt gimmick. Like Cody. Don't know what he's doing here. He's wrapped it. It's weird, isn't it? I can understand wrapping it around your hand, but he sort of wrapped it around here. I would think that restricts your movement. Who's that boomer? He goes over and gives a lady in the crowd a little kiss. AEW did a good job keeping Danielson's return a secret, considering all the recent drama. I thought he was meant to be out longer, says Brenton. I thought Danielson was a heel, says Raymond. I honestly don't know what he's come back as. He came back last night. I think he was a heel in Blackpool Combat Club, but I think he's come back as a face because Danielson's got blood. Yeah, I think he's come back as a face because I think the story is that Ricky the Dragon. Getting Ricky Starks, Ricky the Dragon mixed up. Ricky the Dragon was being threatened by Ricky Starks. Danielson said he loved Ricky the Dragon and he wasn't just going to stand by and watch that happen. So he has returned to kind of stand up for Ricky the Dragon. Blood already pouring down the face of Bryan Danielson. So we're on the outside of the ring. The match has started and we are underway. Okay, choke him. He's choking Danielson and he stomps on his head over by the ring steps. Defcon Prime, Pirate King Jack said, where's the dang BCC? Come on now. They interfere a lot. I don't think they're going to interfere in this because I agree. I think Danielson, I don't know if he's going to be a permanent face, but he has returned as a face to kind of stand up for Ricky the Dragon against the heel Ricky Starks. So Blackpool Combat Club coming down and interfering in this would sort of make it a bit like heel versus heel. So I don't know. I don't know that they're going to come down. Kamak Time, shout out to you, said Juice Robinson match already happened. No, we haven't had Bullet Club Gold yet. I don't know. I haven't seen a match order, so I can't say as to when we're getting to what. Maybe next. Well, in fact, that's a good point. What matches are still to come? Let's have a look. AEW All Out. Danielson in the corner, bleeding as Ricky Starks pulls back on the strap. Again, just really choking out Danielson. So we have got Bullet Club Gold against FTR Young Bucks. That's still to come. We've got Omega against Takeshita. That's still to come. Eddie Kingston and Shibata against Blackpool Combat Club. That's still to come. And Orange Cassidy against John Moxley. That's still to come. So 5 matches, including this one. It means that we're actually halfway through the main card already. Halfway through the main card. Ricky Starks throwing in the strap, whipping Danielson. I've got to say, the match length has been really good tonight as well. It's been really good. I'm just looking at the match length. Forgetting the kickoff show, because that's irrelevant. It's irrelevant because you've got an hour to work with. That's it, right? So it doesn't really matter how long the matches are, because you're not going to overrun. So looking at the actual card, Adam Cole, MJF, 14 minutes. Samoa Joe, Shane Taylor. It was only 6 minutes, apparently. Felt longer. It felt longer. Apparently it was 6 minutes. Didn't need to be any more than that at all. It was two big guys going at it. 6 minutes. Luchasaurus Darby Allin was 12 minutes. Miro Powerhouse Hobbs, 15 minutes. And the crowd were really into it. Chris Statlander Ruby, 12 minutes. And it was fine. So we've got a nice, like, 14 minutes, 6 minutes, 12 minutes, 15 minutes, 12 minutes. There's nothing here that's like 25 minutes. I'm sure there will be. I'm sure someone will do that. Maybe Kenny. Maybe this match. But at the moment, we've got a nice length. We're an hour and 47 minutes in. We've had... I can see this thing going for maybe... another hour and a half, hour and 40 minutes. Maybe it'll be like 3.5 hours in total, something like that. Danielson in between the legs of Ricky Starks. Starks up top. Danielson still bleeding in the ring. So 5 matches, including this one, still to go. Danielson with blood all over his face, trying to get back up. He's got the strap and he's whipping. Whipping Ricky Starks. And again, Ricky Starks up top. Another big shot coming in. And again, whipping away. And Ricky Starks' foot is actually caught on the top. Now he's being choked. Being choked by the strap. His foot is trapped. Danielson releases that. Danielson has got Ricky Starks upside down. Again, he's going to look to whip. Oh! And then Ricky Starks. Oh, man, this must hurt. This must really hurt. Ricky Starks, he's trying to block some of these blows. He's upside down. There's a drop kick to his face by Danielson. Danielson, and again. Oh, it's Danielson singles matches. Oh, my God. And another one. Ricky Starks flops down, rolls onto the edge of the ring. Danielson with blood on his face looks awesome. Danielson getting up to his feet. Crowd are yesing away. We've not been having any CM Punk chants. Danielson, drop kick to the outside goes Ricky Starks. Danielson looking out at the crowds. Getting up to his feet. Is there enough give on that thing? He's trying to go against the ropes, but there's not enough give. Ah, that was a bad move by Danielson. Tried to run against the ropes, but there was not enough strap. So he only went so far. By the time he came back, Ricky Starks had whips him with that strap. Ricky the Dragon provoking Ricky Starks. Ricky Starks staring at Ricky the Dragon. He gets pulled into the ring post. And again, he gets pulled into a ring post. One more time. And again. Just constantly being like... I don't even think there's much impact being made now because Ricky Starks was right there. As Danielson was pulling, it was just I think it was more annoying than hurting him. Crowd are massively into this. Danielson does a great job of involving the crowds. And we've got lots of yeses breaking out. AEW All Out trending worldwide. Not a big surprise there. Danielson looking out at the fans. Big smile on his face. And again, he grabs that strap. He's going to look to do it again. He's wrapping it around the ring post. What's he doing? Has he got... There's blood coming down the face of Ricky Stark now. I don't mind the blood in this. I know there'll be people that are like, oh, more blood. But I think a strap match is the sort of match where you would expect there to be some blood, you know? I think I could have done without it in the Darby Allin match. Could have done without it earlier. But this is the sort of match where I think it actually does belong. It doesn't feel out of place in this match. Just constantly whipping away. Brutal work there by Danielson, who puts his arms in the air, looks out to the fans. He is so driven. He is a tremendous professional wrestler, says Excalibur. He is. Both of them are. Kick coming in there by Danielson. Starks goes down. More kicks coming in there by Danielson. Ricky Starks getting up on his feet. Danielson charges over. Big kick coming in by Danielson. Danielson again goes back, charges over. Big drop kick there by Danielson. Goes back again. He's throwing in these kicks to the head of Ricky Starks, who responds with a big clothesline. This match continuing. Strap Ricky for the Fiend, says Erasure Minds. This must really hurt. This match is okay with blood, said Mitchell. Okay, we've got both guys down. The crowds are chanting away. This is awesome. Chant breaks out. And honestly, I think this is in conversation for match of the night now. Starks is down. Danielson is down. Do you know what? I was just thinking, this honestly would be in the running so far for like one of my favorite AEW pay-per-views. There's just really not many down points to like talk about. And each match has kind of given me some... I wasn't crazy about the first one, but... yeah, I feel like they've been getting better and better and better. I really like the Miro match. I really like the women's match. I really like this match. I think this is now the match of the night. I think you always know you've got a great show when another match comes along, and then that might be your favorite of the night. And I was just thinking, I wonder if part of it is because they've not had time to overthink it. They've not had time to plan loads of stupid spots, which for me tend to ruin their shows. This is just, let's get some great matches, get some great wrestlers, put them in the ring, and let's just have a great show. It's simple, but sometimes the simple things are the best things. Again, oh my God, some of these are just horrific by Danielson. Some of these are horrific. Some of these strap shots just really like on the neck of Ricky. Excalibur said, this is getting hard to watch. Big kicks coming in there by Danielson. Crowd on their feet. People applauding away. There's boos. We've got, who is that? Big Bill has started to come down. Didn't even know Big Bill was associated with Ricky Starks. Ricky the Dragon gets up. Ricky the Dragon grabs Big Bill. Blocks a shot by Big Bill. Throws in a counter. Throws in a chop. Big Bill grabs Ricky the Dragon, though, by the throat. Ricky Starks goes to the outside. Lands on top of Big Bill. Danielson climbing up. Danielson looking for a crossbody. He comes down on Big Bill and Ricky Starks. So Danielson grabbing Ricky. Ricky goes into the ring. This has got to be, I'm guessing, the beginning of the end now. Guessing like a Big Bill running in, but it would be near the end. Spear by Starks. 1, 2. Oh, imagine if Starks gets the win. Imagine if Starks beats Danielson in a strap match. That would be goated. That would be so good. That would be so good. That would be massive for Starks if he could win this. That would be massive. Double underhooks. He's got Danielson up. Danielson lands on his feet. Danielson. Oh, there's the knee. Starks down. 1, 2. Ah, kick out. Kick out by Starks. Yeah, this is the best match. Easy. Before I was like, I think this is the best match. No, it's the best match. This is good. Let's go. Let's go. This is awesome. Champ breaks out again as Ricky the Dragon takes a seat on the commentary table. This is awesome. It's time to kick his effing head in, says Danielson. Stomp coming in by Danielson. And again, one more for the road. Actually, he's continuing. Now he grabs the arm, looking for the label lock. There's the label. Middle of the ring. Crossface being applied by Danielson. Ricky Starks in the middle of the ring. I'm really interested to get people's scores on this match after. We're not done yet, though. We're still going. And the straps going around the throat of Ricky Starks. Ricky Starks is being choked by the straps. I mean, it is brutal, but you have to expect this in a strap match. Ricky Starks is fading. Ricky Starks is fading. He's out. And he's done. Danielson wins. American Dragon. Bryan Danielson, blood pouring down his face. Wow. Okay, put in your scores. Out of 5, what did you think about that match? Did you like it? Did you hate it? How did you rate it? What do you think? What do you think? What a match, said Legend Killer. What did you think? 9 out of 10. What was the reception for CJ? I saw she debuted. Didn't know if she did anything. Reception seemed to be okay. I mean, she got into the ring and tried to chase off, or use a chair, hit Powerhouse Hobbs. Miro was like, ooh, didn't want him out there. Miro didn't want her out there, sorry. So it seems like she's sticking around. But yeah, the reception seemed all right. There we go. 4.5 out of 5, 9 out of 10, 8 out of 10, 9.5, 4.5. 52 games said, I want Ricky as the champion of Collision. TJ said 4.4. Mitchell said, I'll give that the 4.5475 range. Orlando 77 says 2. Brian Danielson wins. I Love says pay-per-view 8.5. Great show. Eclectic said that's the way you do it. 11.1 out of 10. J Love said 5. Boomer said who won out of Ruby and Chris? It was Chris because of Tony Storm. WWE AEW fan said that match is a 4 out of 5. It's hard for me to give 5-star matches. That's fine. 4.5 out of 5 said Oration Minds. Jeremy says 8. J Love said 5 pay-per-view. The match was good. Leon said Trish versus Big Time Bex is greater than Danielson or Ricky Starks. Stand Back TV said 4.75. Levi said 3. Mitchell said your score. I would be 4.5 on that. Yep. 4.5 on that. I don't think it's 5. If someone wanted to give it 5, I wouldn't have an issue with it. It's not like I'd be like go into a rant or anything. But I don't know. I always think with 5-star matches, like that is a match that, like, you know what I mean? You only get a few a year of a 5-star match. And it's like a match that really is special, really does, do you know what I mean? Deserve to be talked about as one of the greatest matches of all time type situation. I don't know that that was that level. It's very hard to get a 5-star match. So for me, yeah, 4.5. I'm definitely around that ballpark. It was brilliant. It was brilliant. Coach Co said that match might have convinced me that the pay-per-view should have been $50. Coach Co, shout out to you, man. It is the match that this show needed. Oh, okay. What's this? Chicago Public Education Fund have received $50,000 thanks to Hangman, who won the Battle Royal earlier. It's a nice touch, that is. And it going to Chicago as well. Just keeps the people on side, doesn't it? Okay, coming up next, Shibata. So, looks like it's going to be the Eddie Kingston and Shibata tag match. Taking on Blackpool Combat Club. He's got a belt. What belt has he got? Uh, 156-day reign as the Ring of Honor Pure Champion. Had no idea that he was the Pure Champion. Shibata and Kingston versus Blackpool Combat Club. Kingston's come out in a shirt that says Claudio sucks eggs. Claudio sucks eggs. Taz on commentary. I forgot Taz hasn't been on commentary. I haven't heard Taz, I don't think, all night. Okay, so Blackpool Combat Club making their way down to the ring now. This could be all right. I really like Eddie Kingston. I mean, what you get from Eddie Kingston is you get legitimacy, credibility, aggression, violence. Seems to be more Ring of Honor champions than there does AEW champions. Okay, here's Wheeler Yuta and Claudio. How do you make people from Chicago not hate you? Give money. It sounds wrong, but I've got a feeling that's why he did it, said Nelson. Well, I think it's definitely helps. Definitely helps, to show support to Chicago. But I must admit, I've been very shocked that we have not had any CM Punk chants. No one seems to have even tried a CM Punk chant. Okay, so Claudio and Wheeler Yuta are in the ring. Claudio staring at Eddie Kingston. Where are all the people that said that Claudio was being underutilized in WWE? Where are all the people that said he was being underutilized? No? Around? I think he was underutilized. I really liked it. I met him. He was a great guy. I thought that I'll tell you the big thing about Claudio in WWE. So Vince does that interview on the Stone Cold podcast. Or it's Broken Skull Sessions. It's the famous one, right? The network had just launched and they wanted a big, like, oh my God, I have to get the network. I have to see this. And so they had Vince interviewed by Stone Cold. Actually, it's a real significant moment in the history of WWE. It's a big, like, when do you ever hear Vince sit down and like really answer questions for like a sustained period of time? So it'd be interesting to go back and rewatch it. Actually, I've not seen it for years, but yeah, he obviously famously, they get onto the topic of Cesaro, and he says about sometimes you got to grab that brass ring, and that really stuck, didn't it? Really stuck about how Claudio Cesaro hadn't grabbed the brass ring. And it sort of feels like that was a really moody thing to say in public, It's a really moody thing to say in public. I think what Vince wanted it to do was to fire up Claudio to go and grab that brass ring. But equally, I don't know that he was ever massively given loads of opportunity to do that. And we know that he doesn't have the most charismatic of personalities. His promos are not, that great at all. But oh my God, as a wrestler, with the right presentation, this guy can really go, can't he? I mean, he can really go. I remember seeing him have a match against Rey Mysterio. I've told this story before. And then that was at Raw. And then the next day I got a chance to meet him, do a quick interview. And I said to him, I was like, oh, your match with Ray was just incredible last night. And he was like, thank you. Whenever I wrestle Ray, it's just so smooth. It's just so easy. And he was like, singing the praises of Ray. But he was capable of doing that against so many different people. I think that interview really put him on people's radar because it felt harsh, and I think people were waiting for him to be given the opportunity to show that he could grab the brass ring, but it never worked out for him. And I think he can take some blame for that. I think there was certainly a few occasions where there was an opportunity, but I think WWE have to take blame as well that they did not find a way of showcasing such a wonderful talent. So, unfortunately, I think there's a bit of blame that has to go around on a few sides there. But what a talent, man! What a talent! Got a big brawl on the outsides. I think we're seeing as well. I mean, I don't know about you, but you know how Eddie Kingston just passionately hates him, really hates Claudio, like with a passion. I think that really adds to this as well, because like I want to see them have a singles match. I want to see them go up against each other. I want to see this match one-on-one, and I would be really engaged in it as well. Even though Claudio hasn't done anything, I don't think I've heard him say anything about Eddie Kingston. Eddie Kingston's the one that's doing the heavy lifting from a storyline point of view. But it doesn't matter. It still really makes me want to see the match. And that them two one-on-one would bang. Would really, really bang. Tag. Claudio had plenty of TV time. Not everyone can be in the main events. He did get TV time, but I don't know that he got, when we're talking about opportunity, we're talking about the right support. So just putting him out there on TV, that's not what I'm talking about. Like, just putting him out on TV, we know that he's got limitations. He's not going to really improve them. I mean, his English is obviously not his native language. So you know that his promos are not going to be the strongest. And so you have to find ways of like presenting him. I did like what they did with the bar when they put him with Sheamus. So that's the kind of thing I'm talking about. So they put him with Sheamus and they created a very credible tag team, which people I think were really into at the time. So that was good. But him as a single star to try and stick it to Vince, to try and show that he can, like, you know, actually achieve some stuff. He needed some support, be it a manager, probably a manager. I mean, there was a short time where he was a Heyman guy, but that didn't feel like the right fit. So, as I said, just giving him TV time, you're not helping him out there. Giving him TV time's not the solution to the problem. The solution to the problem is to put the right structure around him, be that a tag partner who he could turn on and then go off and, you know, do something, or more likely a manager, or maybe like a valet. Maybe there could have been a female that was with him that could have done some interesting stuff. Maybe they could have done a bit of a love interest angle that could have led to a bit of a Lana Miro relationship. That might have helped him out a lot. And maybe that person could have done the talking as well. But that level of investment into Cesaro Claudio as a performer just didn't seem to be there. It didn't seem like they were willing to go that far. Instead, it was like, let's shove him on TV. Let's shove him on TV and watch him drown again. Some people do need different levels of assistance. So sometimes it's not just giving them... Look at Theory. I think that you could put Austin Theory on TV like every week for a couple of segments, and I think he would just continue to struggle. Like, Theory doesn't need TV time. He needs real guidance and advice, because Theory to me at the moment just isn't connecting. His matches aren't quite landing. His promos aren't memorable. His character is a bit bland. Just continuing to put him out on TV, you're not going to be making any progress. I don't think like we're going to be doing... I don't think we're going to get anywhere. What he needs is he needs some real support where we give him some real direction, some real advice. We kind of mix things up a little bit and, you know, try and hopefully find something that works. Bit like, do you remember Becky Lynch? Becky Lynch, I mean, we're talking about a great talent, one of the biggest women's stars. Just putting her on TV repeatedly didn't get us anywhere when she had that steampunk character. She wasn't Big Time Bex or The Man or anything like that. She was that steampunk character, and we weren't getting anywhere. It wasn't landing, it wasn't working, it wasn't getting her to the top of the women's division. And then she turned on Charlotte, abandoned all of that, started to become the man, and it just caught like wildfire, didn't it? That change in presentation, that shift in presentation changed everything. Same with think about Stone Cold when he was the ringmaster. So as the ringmaster, you know, you could have given him all the TV time in the world, but as the ringmaster, it just wasn't working for him. But that, you know, $1 Million Man leaves, he goes off on his own. We get the Stone Cold character. Bang, we're off to the races. Feel like that's what Cesaro needed. Feel like that's what Theory needs. We need a change in presentation. We need a change in support that's around him. Batter is being planted. TJ said, can you tell Hangman thanks for the donation? Oh, yeah. I'll get on the phone to him, but no problem. No problem. Big splashdown. Looking for the cover and shoulder up. So big splash by Wheeler Yuta. Crowd have kind of settled down from this. I think the still feeling the effects of the last match. Oh, spinning back fist there by Shibata. That last match was crazy. Want to see how long it was? Don't think the time has actually gone up yet. Shibata is tying up the legs. Twisting on the foot. Chop coming in. Another chop coming in. Kick, grabs the leg, down goes, he's got both. Shibata has got Wheeler Yuta in a leg lock. He's also got an ankle lock on Claudio. This show has been going now for about 2 hours 20. Just coming up to that. Uppercut coming in by Claudio on Shibata. Shibata goes down. That puts more pressure on Wheeler Yuta. Eddie Kingston on the outsides. Shibata trying to go over, rolls over, makes the tag. Chop coming in. Wheeler Yuta to the outside, holds onto the ropes. DDT by Eddie Kingston. But same can be said for The Rock and Rocky Maivia. He joined Nation and The Rock was born, says James. Yeah, it's about finding the right thing, isn't it? I mean, it's hard because you don't know what the right thing is. I don't know what the right thing is. You can say the same right now for like Mustafa Ali. I feel like there's a great wrestler there. And I think if we can find the right gimmick for him and find the right presentation for him, I think there's something you can really do with Mustafa Ali. But it's hard to know what that right thing is. And it's interesting watching Mustafa Ali, actually, because I find him to be a bit similar to Cesaro. In the sense of, I think Cesaro was a great wrestler and we didn't find the right presentation. And you look at, like, Mustafa Ali and he's, you know, he really wants to do that. Address the nation, podium, politician type, you know, thing. But I don't know, that they did that 1 week and then they've sort of dropped it. And he's been in Retribution and that didn't really work. And he was in 205 Live and that was pretty fun, but no one was really watching it. And it's like there's been a few things that have been tried, like there was with Cesaro, but none of them have massively landed or massively worked. They've just not been the right fit. But just like Cesaro, I think there was something. I really believe there was the right fit. There was something that could have been done, but they couldn't find it. And I do wonder if they spent all that long trying to find it. They probably were so focused on other things that when it came to dealing with a Cesaro or a Mustafa Ali, there wasn't really much time left, you know? We're fighting on the outside of the ring. Claudio and Shibata. German by Wheeler Yuta. Eddie Kingston. Inzaguri. German suplex. 1, 2. Kick out by Eddie Kingston. Wheeler Yuta and Eddie Kingston in the ring. Wheeler Yuta unloaded on Kingston. Boos raining down. Wheeler Yuta screams out at the fans. Trying to grab the head of Eddie Kingston. Another shot coming in. Slap coming back there by Eddie Kingston. Wheeler Yuta goes back into the corner. Claudio comes in. Chop coming in there by Kingston to Claudio. These two slapping away at each other. Big chop coming in. And again by Kingston. Claudio, clothesline. Kingston goes down. 1, 2. Shoulder up. Shoulder up. Claudio with elbows coming in to the side of the heads. Eddie Kingston looks like he's struggling. Claudio trying to pick up Kingston, plants him down, turns him over. 1, 2. Ooh, I don't know if the ref just didn't count the 3. That looked really close. That looked really close. Again, another shot coming in. Got across. Got him up. Powerbomb. No. Kingston. Oh, back fist. Claudio goes down. Eddie Kingston grabbing Claudio. Picks him up. A Northern Lights bomb by Kingston, but Wheeler Yuta makes the save. Don't know what it is about this match. I like Claudio and Kingston. I could definitely watch them. I like Shibata. Maybe it's just because we just got such a great Danielson match. Maybe we needed a bit of a backstage promo, little bit of a break, you know, something. With WWE, sometimes we look at video packages for like the next pay-per-view, you know, or I don't know. I feel like there probably needed to be a bit of a something between the last match and this match, just to give the crowd a bit of a breather. The crowd seem a bit burnt out. It's a win for Blackpool Combat Club. So I really like Nigel McGuinness there. Nigel McGuinness is like, he says, like, I've never seen a man pinned following a European uppercut. That man is incredible. So really putting over Claudio. Right, it's going to be the Kenny match now. I really would have had this as the main event. Kenny Omega match. Kenny versus Takeshita. The Kenny match is next. This is my match of the night prediction. We've got Omega up next. This should be interesting. Days, I think Regal would have been the perfect manager for Claudio. What do you think? I'd love to have seen it. I'd love to have seen it. I think it could have been. I think you could have done a very interesting, like European. There was a little League of Nations thing, wasn't there, for a while? But that was just really thrown together and didn't really go anywhere. But like a proper faction with William Regal as the mouthpiece could have been very interesting. Could have been very interesting. Takeshita is going to be the new god of pro wrestling, says Don Callis. Here we go then. Big match feel for this. Big match feel. Seeing an image of Takeshita and Don Callis on screen. A painting. Takeshita making his way down with Don Callis. I like this. I really like this. Takeshita is still someone I don't know loads about. I mean, we've seen him, but as a singles wrestler on this kind of a platform, you know, one of the big key matches on a pay-per-view, I don't know what to expect. So Takeshita has made his way down. He hasn't got very good music, has he? It's just like a drone. Okay, we're seeing something special about Kenny singles matches, man. Good entrance. Where's his entrance jacket? Kenny Omega comes out just in tights. Kenny Omega making his way down to the ring. Why does he not like do the whole cleaner stuff now, you know? Do you remember like when he was doing like Wrestle Kingdom and everything? He'd come out in like all entrance gear, and now he's just come out in like his green tights and that's it. Let's go. I think that was a big like build up as usual. Kenny Omega making his way down. Coach Co said, Days, PSA, if you meet Karrion Kross, use caution. Whilst he is kind, he talks a lot. He talked my ears off. Really? Coach Co, shout out to you, buds. Chatty Karrion Kross likes to have a good chit chat. Let's go, Kenny, said Mitchell. Raw TM, shout out to you. Maybe he doesn't want to be remembered just for that, says Ryan. Maybe. I don't know. I think like good entrance gear is quite important. Even if he was to change it and whatever, you know, you think about Okada comes out and he just, I mean, his entrance gear looks stunning. Think about Macho Man. Hip up there by Kenny. Let's go, Kenny chants. So we are, what, 2.5 hours now into this show. Don Callis is walking around ringside and the fans are sticking their fingers up at him. Omega is my hero sign. Don Callis banging on the edge of the ring. We are underway with this. I wanted to have a look at that, didn't I? All Out 2023. Yeah, we still don't have a number for that last match as to how long it was. There's 2 matches left after this. So Bullet Club Gold against FTR and the Bucks, I would imagine, is next. People have been saying all night that Orange Cassidy, John Moxley is going to main event this card. So those 2 matches left to go. I think that, yeah, no denying, no doubt that Danielson and Ricky Starks has been the highlight for me. This match, though, has got potential. Takeshita with a single leg drop kick. Takeshita grabbing Kenny. Kenny going against the ropes. And knee strike there by Takeshita. Big chop coming in by Kenny. Omega looking, gets picked up. Ooh, like he dropped on his head. Oh my God, that was, oh my God. Kenny, I mean, in all fairness, he tends to take it on his, it's his shoulder that takes most of the impact, but oh God. Oh God, I mean, that is. Takeshita charges over, big boot. I really like how Kenny is still so wide-eyed after that. Is still like so wide-eyed. And Takeshita is just throwing in these big kicks, ramming him into the barricade. You can tell that Kenny's still trying to process everything that's just happened to him. Takeshita has got Kenny. We're on the outside of the ring. He picks up Kenny. Kenny working on the arm. Kick to the midsection. Kenny coming back into it, maybe a bit too quickly for me after that big spot. He's got Takeshita up on his shoulders. He plants Takeshita and he flips up. Omega now trying to get people to get back as he jumps off the barricades. Moonsaults onto Takeshita. Don Callis on the outsides. Kenny chants. WWE Tag Team could be coming to AEW sometime in the future. Who's that, Kieran? Days, had to leave the stream. I heard a chant of beat the meats. I had to fulfill that. Did I miss OC Moxley? No, it's next. Well, not next. I think it's main event. Best sign of the night was absolute Ricky Sharts. Yes. James said, I've sent you something. Oh, you always treat me right. Behind closed doors incidents. Yes, I saw that. I actually don't know where that picture came from. I have seen that. I was doing the rounds earlier. It's good. It's good. Right. We've got Takeshita down. We've got Kenny. Indian Deathlock. Only 2 matches left, yes. Jason said, how is All Out so far? I gave away my tickets to father and son, and then the kid got sick. How is it? I think it's pretty good. I think it's solid. I think it's really solid. It was just lacking that kind of big match. It was lacking that big impressive, like, yeah, this was, you needed to see this kind of a thing to justify the $50 price tag. The Danielson match definitely delivers that. And there's a hope that this match here, the Kenny match, could deliver it as well. The last match, I think, was one of the weaker ones, to be honest. I didn't find myself really getting into it. Hard to follow the Danielson match, though, in all fairness. And I do think a big problem with these AEW pay-per-views, and it's always been a problem, is they just go match, 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 match. That's it. Match, 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 match. There is no break in between. There is no, like, you know, backstage interviews, catching up with people, video package to promote the next pay-per-view, advert for AEW shop. Like, anything that can just give you that breather. It's like one match ends and then, right, quick little video package into the next one. And to be honest, I don't even know if every match gets a video package. But, yeah, probably could have done with a bit more of a break between the last match and the Bryan Danielson one. But it was still fine. No issue with it. And we're on the outside of the ring with Takeshita and Omega. We're looking for a suplex. Takeshita. Ooh, brainbuster. Brainbuster on the outside of the ring by Takeshita. Kenny is down. Takeshita looking underneath the ring. What's he getting? A chair. Chairs. So a few chairs being grabbed by Takeshita. Referee is grabbing the chair. No chair. Referee telling him to get back into the ring. Takeshita's getting into the ring. Referee is distracted. Don Callis. Don Callis putting a couple of chairs onto... He's putting 4 chairs onto Kenny. Takeshita over the top. Comes down onto Kenny. I don't know if... I think Kenny might have been able to have got rid of some of those chairs. Don't know how wise it would be for Takeshita to jump over the top and land onto a pile of chairs. I can't imagine that's great for Takeshita either. I thought he was going to jump over and do like a coup de grace, a double stomp. Like, that would make more sense because that wouldn't really hurt Takeshita. But instead he jumps over and tries to like land back first onto a pile of chairs that are onto Kenny. Kenny in the corner. Takeshita looking to charge over. Big boot. Big boot, and he picks up Kenny. Oh, Blue Thunder. Absolutely monstrous Blue Thunder bomb. Only gets a 2 count. So all Takeshita at the moment. All Takeshita. Takeshita going over to the corner, jumping up top. Kenny is down. Takeshita looking to, sent on down. Goes back to the corner. This is speculation, but he didn't feel unsafe. He probably didn't lunge at Tony, said AB. He probably lunged at Jack, and he just so happened to be in front of Tony. Joe stopped it all, and they had the match. Takeshita throws in a chop. Kenny throws a chop back. Another chop coming in there by Kenny. Forearm strike by Takeshita. Kenny goes down. So Omega is down. Takeshita going over to the corner. Kenny knows how to structure these matches. So does Don, of course. We're just, I think we're still in the early stages of this. It's hard to know how much time they're going to give this match. Knees up there by Kenny. I actually don't mind this Kenny match getting like a good chunk of time because we've seen Kenny get a lot of time in New Japan and with his other singles matches. And he knows how to make that time work for him and build up the drama. Omega knocks down Takeshita, and again, looking for double axe handle. Shot coming in there by Takeshita. Kenny goes back to the corner. Takeshita charging over. Kenny moves out the way, spills to the outsides. Kenny is going to look to go over the top. Kenny. Don Callis is warning him. Kenny on his feet. Against the ropes. Takeshita's up. Over the top. Kenny comes crashing down. Punk and Tony can request copies of CCTV footage from Wembley and show us what happens. Kenny is over by the commentary table. Takeshita is down. Would you say the crowd is empty? After I gave away seats, I was told he almost brought tickets at 6 p.m. There was a few hundred good seats open. Well, it's hard to know because we don't see the hard cam side, and that tends to be where the seats are. We just see obviously the side where the camera is, and you know, people get moved around and whatever. So certainly looking at like half of it looks fine. The other side, it's hard to say. But from what I can see, it looks full. I mean, it looks good. I mean, Chicago is a good city for them. It's a good venue for them. They've got, this is, I wouldn't say this is home, but it's their home from home. Home, I think, is Jacksonville, but Chicago is probably their holiday home. It's Chicago's always been a great wrestling crowd. Paul Nelson here by Kenny. Back elbow coming in by Takeshita. Against the ropes goes Takeshita. Knee strike to the back by Kenny. Reverse Rana by Kenny. 1, 2, reverse Rana never results in a flipping 3. Has anyone ever won with a reverse Rana? I really love that move. Should so be a finishing move. From their hands and knees. I believe video footage will exist when I see it. TMZ usually get videos pretty quickly. There's a video game simulation of Punk and Perry fight. Let's go. 11,000 in attendance, is there? Oh, is that why that dude's got that shirt on? He said 11,000. Big kick coming in by Kenny. Big knee strike. Well, I think that 11,000 are all on screen then. So as I said, the side you can see and the other side look pretty... They look full. I can't see empty seats. Takeshita with a big clothesline. Kenny gets turned inside out. How many CM Punk t-shirts are there? There are some, but not as many as you would imagine. I mean, you can spot a few. I mean, one. Couldn't really count them. But, yeah, I could definitely easily find 10. But, no, I mean, to be honest, it's not what I was expecting at all. I was expecting CM Punk signs, CM Punk chants, CM Punk... You know, you've got to think that this crowd was like the crowd that was most excited seeing him come in. A lot of these people, I think, would have been there when for that Rampage. To be honest, I've just noticed there's a couple that are black shirts. I'm looking for white shirts. I'm looking for the whites, you know, with the things. But I've just noticed there's a couple with black, so there's probably more than I thought. It's got him up in the air. So, yeah, there's definitely CM Punk shirts around, but I don't know, it's just a bit of a... It's not what I was expecting. This crowd have not been sabotaging the show for CM Punk. I'm not getting any sense that there's going to be any problems from the fan base. V-trigger by Kenny. Kenny picking up Takeshita. He's got him on his shoulders, looking for the one-winged. One-winged. No, couldn't get it. Reversed. Oof. Takeshita drives Kenny down. Omega just gets his shoulder up. Good contest this is. I can't say it's better than Danielson yet, but I would say it's the second best match of the night. There's a lovely German into a pin by Takeshita. Yeah, Kenny definitely looking like he's feeling the effects of this one. Trini said a lot of the Punk fans got tired of the drama as well. Whether the super fans want to accept that or not. Does Tony not go in the Jaguars locker room? I guarantee you there are about a dozen different CM Punks on that team, said AB Jobson. Kenny going over to the corner. Shot coming in. And again. Chop coming in by Kenny. Crowd chanting away at Dom. On his feet. Forearm strike coming in there by Takeshita. Driving Kenny back. Knee strike coming in. Kenny, kick to the back of the heads. Takeshita goes down. Takeshita down. Kenny down. Fun little contest, this. Kenny up on his feet. Don Callis has got involved at times. Kenny. Knee to the back of the heads. I'd like to see Don Callis looking a little more concerned. They do cut to him, and he's like, no, 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 no. Takeshita on the shoulders. Kenny going up top. One winged. Electric chair. What are we going for up here? Crowd are getting on their feet. Looks like he's going for a one-winged from the second rope. No joy. Shot coming in there by Takeshita. Kenny was looking for a one-winged from that second rope. Kenny over in the corner. Takeshita. That camera's really wobbly, isn't it? Kenny's got his hand on the camera and it's like really unsteady. Oh my God! Blue Thunder Bomb from the second. It was huge. 1, 2. Wow. Wow. That was big. That was big. I did not expect him to go for that. I didn't expect him to go for that. I thought he was just going to go for like a throw. Just like chuck him back. But he actually like picks him up, spins him round. Manages to rotate him round. Bang! It was not the most beautiful looking move you've ever seen. But impact-wise, it was huge. Don Callis wants to have a few words there with Takeshita. He's giving him a bit of advice. Takeshita's going back to the corner. Don's got the screwdriver. Tries to... was he trying to murder Kenny Omega? I mean, he's just absolutely done that with the screwdriver. The screwdriver's got stuck into the ring. That's interesting, though. Takeshita's grabbed the screwdriver. The screwdriver that was stuck in the ring, but the ref has noticed it. The referee has took it away from Takeshita. That means Takeshita is in trouble, but now we've got a roll to reversed. Oh, lovely suplex. I could have done without the attempted murder, but 1, 2, shoulder up by Kenny. I could have done without the attempted murder, but I like how it then played into the next phase of the match where he grabs it and you're like, he's going to use it, but the ref notices it and it's like... crowds are applauding away. Here's Takeshita. Bang! Oh, big knee strike. Exposed knee. And Takeshita manages to get the win. And what's really cool is Kenny actually raises his shoulder, or tries, after the 3. 1, 2, 3, and then Kenny goes. Wow. There's some really great stuff in there. I would have to say that for me, it doesn't get to the level of the Danielson match. But you could probably make an argument there was attempted murder in the Danielson match as well, with people being choked with the strap. But I think that's the second best match of the night. Put in your scores. It'll be interesting to know what people thought. Takeshita wins. Kenny loses. Out of 5, what do you score that match? DraftKings. That was 10 out of 5, said Melon. 4 out of 5, said J-Love. WWE AEW fan said the match was 3-2-5. Jason said 4. I'll give it a 4, said Mitchell. 4, said Joss. Kieran said 20 out of 5. GM Strong said 4.25. J-Love said, I enjoyed the match. James said, at least Impact goes full murder. Trini said 4. GS Dub said 2. Sonny, hello, Sonny. Hope you well. Sleep said 4. Default said 5. James said 4. Jordan says 1. Was there a return other than Danielson? Well, we had CJ Perry, Lana. It's not a return. That's like a first off appearance in it. Here's Bullet Club Golds. Bullet Club Golds. This is a good entrance, isn't it? Look at this. Guns up. I like that entrance. So they're all standing, like, facing out. The camera goes round them, and there's, like, smoke, and they're like, looking down the camera and everything. Jay White, Juice Robinson, and the Guns. I really like this group. I really like this group. This is a cool group. This is a really cool group. Bullet Club Golds. Hey, do you know what? There's another name I didn't think of, but you've lost CM Punk. You know, you've got Switchblade right there. Switchblade is their Seth Rollins. The only problem is, I mean, I don't know that he's got much name value with the casual fans, but just strap the rocket to Switchblade. Push him to the moon. Right, here's the Bucks. Okay, so it is Bullets Club Golds versus FTR Bucks. Young FTR. Young FTR. Let's go with that. Young FTR. They said this match was for the Trios Championship earlier, said 52 games. I don't know. How? Neither of these side are Trios champions. Fans now have cardboard Jay Whites in the crowds. Bullet Club for the win because FTR won't get along. Dave's the first All In before had 11263 in the building. Maybe that's the t-shirt. Yes. Yes, maybe that's the t-shirt. That would make a lot of sense. They've just re-released the show, haven't they? They've just re-released the DVD and Blu-ray. Apparently, I don't think AEW owned the rights to that. I think it was Ring of Honor that owned the rights to that. So now they can like make it available on DVD and Blu-ray. So FTR making their way down to the ring. There's a sign in the crowd that said, "Can we all just get along?" Switchblade, Juice Robinson, Guns on the outsides. This is our co-main event of the evening. Gives a cut-out Switchblade. Where have they got these cut-out Switchblades from? They must be selling them. There's quite a few, like they're dotted around. I don't think it's like someone's brought them. They must be selling them. Sign in the crowd says Larry 2024. Won't. Oh, there's a sign that says "Won't miss you, Phil." It seems like the crowd have woken up now to the CM Punk stuff. How bizarre that they've sat there and not said boo to a goose. And now that FTR are out there, now everyone's got an opinion. All of a sudden, out of nowhere, we've just got CM Punk signs and like CM Punk chants. Like, sign said, there was one sign that said Larry 2024. There was another sign that said, won't miss you, Punk. Those signs have gone now. I don't know if they've been confiscated. But, yeah, there was... there seemed like there was Punk chants that broke out. Trying to hear, there's... Lucid Vibe Media said, combine All In and All Out. What are your top 5? What do you mean? Like show wise? Combine All In and All Out. Top 5. Are you talking matches from last week and this week? Is that what we're talking about? I was not kind about All In. I didn't think it was that great of a show. So the bulk of it is going to be made up with what we've had tonight. So I would go CM Punk Samoa Joe. I really loved that match. You know what? Actually, when you think about it, 5 matches from across those 2 shows, you've got a real banger of a card, haven't you? I would definitely have Danielson and Starks. Let's have a look. I need a refresh of All In. We've got a lot of chance, man. I don't know what's gone on here. This crowd have just burst into life with their chanting. A-hole chants now. A-hole chants. Wheeler not going for a pin. He goes to tag in Dax, but Matt Jackson tags himself in instead. I'm thinking loud boos. Young Bucks are getting booed out the building here. Bucks don't seem to be too popular. Loud boos for the Bucks. That's a big talking point, isn't it? Look at that. There's a woman in the front row. Believe how much this crowd have woken up, man. Can't believe how much noise is being made right now. They're paying too much attention to the people. Look, the Bucks put their hands in the air. We didn't have this for Kenny. Wow. Wow. Crazy. Shoulder tackle by, duck underneath. Knee to the midsection. Knee to the midsection again. Yeah, Miro Hobbs, CM Punk Samoa Joe, Danielson Starks, Kenny and Takeshita. And I think in all fairness, Bullet Club Gold against Golden Elite and everything, that was pretty good. That was all right. Ospreay and Jericho wasn't bad, so it would be one of those two. Maybe I'd go. Well, I've already got Kenny. Might for now. Ospreay, Jericho. Don't feel great about it though. Don't feel great about it. I think I'd want to go Bullet Club Gold against Golden Elite. But yeah, Miro, Powerhouse Hobbs, CM Punk, Samoa Joe, which I love that CM Punk match. Danielson, Starks, I love that Danielson match. Kenny Takeshita is a step down from those previous two. And then just because I've already included Kenny and Takeshita, I'll go Ospreay and Jericho. I can't believe how loud this crowd are being about CM Punk. Wrestle Dream from Seattle is coming up on October 1st. So, Lucid Vibe Media, shout out to you. I'd be interested to know what your 5 are. Feel free to put them in the... don't super chat them, just put them in the chat. Bullet Club Gold's celebrating. The crowd are definitely giving them better reactions than the Bucks are getting. Tony apologizing to the crowd was pathetic. Vince only ever apologized for one thing, and that was Benoit. But if you fire someone, you usually take merchandise off the website, said Jeremiah. That is true, but they may not have got to it. Plus, also, if we're trying to say it's a work, I think you would do that as well. If it was a work, you would take the merchandise off the website as well. So I wouldn't really read that as a sign either way. Switchblade, Chop coming in there by Cash. Tony had to apologize. He's a lot younger than Vince. How did the Young Bucks become anything more than a mid-card tag team, said Peter. Tag being made. In comes Juice. Juice, big Juice chance. Jabs coming in there by Juice Robinson. Big shot there by Juice. Brilliant. He's really found himself, isn't he? Juice grabbing. Is it Cash that's it? Cash is in there. AEW fans are fickle. They took the merch off with MJF as a work, says Wolf Watch him. Guaranteed Vince is a Freemason, said 52 Games. A.B. Jobson said a lot of people support the Bucks and the Elites. Kieran said Tony had to apologize. He was a lot younger. AEW's tag division has fallen off a cliff. I don't know, man. I like the Acclaims. I like the there's like a multi-person stuff thing here. Young Bucks and FTR working together with some like multi-person spots, and they've all got sharpshooters on. I don't know what this is. That's the kind of nonsense I was hoping FTR would stand up to the Bucks on with when that kind of stuff was proposed. Like, no. We've seen some really great wrestling tonight. Slingshot into the ring post. Those kind of choreographed sequences. I just really, that's the kind of stuff I find annoying about, like, the Bucks. Juice throw in modern wrestling, actually. Let's put it that way. It's not just the Bucks. You get it in WWE as well. Kicks coming in there by one of the Guns. I still don't know which gun is which. Over in the corner goes Dax. Young Bucks still on the outside. Crowd have been really vocal here. I don't quite get it, if I'm being honest. I don't quite get why the crowd have been as loud towards, like, the Bucks. Like, this like, CM Punk not being around is, like, it's not their fault. I mean, maybe it's still in relation to what happened last year. Did it turn out that the Bucks were on that disciplinary committee? If it turned out they were on the disciplinary committee, then maybe I could understand it. Loud boos as Juice comes in. Dax gets planted. James said, Punk went F flips, F fists, just choke. Do you know what? That's a sick shirt. That's a sick shirt, innit? That's a great shirt. Trini said, I'm not a fan of the Young Bucks style, but I know there is an audience that loves it. There is indeed. There are plenty of fans of that styling of the Elite. Although I'm not sure how many of them have made their way into the United Center this evening. Juice with a shoulder tackle. Sleeper hold by Dax. The Bucks will turn on FTR, said Raymond. Bang. Juice planted on the back of his head. Bucks on the outside trying to get Dax back into it. Tag being made. In comes one of the Guns. To the outside goes Dax. Cash trying to get into the ring. Dax gets planted on the edge of the ring there by Switchblades. Gets thrown back into the ring. Dax getting up on his feet. Drop kick coming in there by Ostinger. 1, 2. Kick out by Dax. Kick out by Dax. We got one more match to go after this. After this, we got Moxley against Orange Cassidy. Over in the corner goes Dax. Big splash. One of the Guns, Austin Gun, over the other side. Charging over. Another big splash, but Dax moves out the way. Tag. In comes Juice Robinson. Juice comes in. He stops off Dax's route towards making a tag. Sticks the middle finger up at the Bucks. The crowd cheer. Juice is wild, man, isn't he? He's absolutely wild. Look at him trying to do the Bucks' pose. He knew that Dax was being beaten up by the rest of his teammates. So he wanted to just get in the way of the Bucks helping out. So he was like doing the pose and everything. Oh my God. Juice hurling himself into the corner. Dax moving out of the way. Juice has been great in this match. Dax trying to get up to his feet. Big back body drop. Tag made. In comes Nick Jackson. Clothesline. Boos. Boos as Nick Jackson is in. There are some cheers, though. There are some cheers for Nick Jackson. Super kick there by Matt Jackson. Knee strike coming in. In comes Switchblades. Juice is an unhinged character, said GM Strong. The crowd, if the cheers have gone down, then they are tired. Bucks kick to the midsection. Super kick. 1, 2. Over the top rope goes one of the Bucks. Big clothesline. Can't hear the chant, man. Super kick coming in by Matt Jackson. They work together with Cash. Super kick to Juice. Matt Jackson and Cash Wheeler. Super kick in. DDT. In come Switchblades. Switchblade with a chop. Goes over against the ropes. They all go for a super kick. Switchblade gets planted. Yeah, I don't think he really got anything there on Juice, but Juice still went down. I can hear you suck, chant. FTR in the ring. I feel like this thing's way too long, man. The biggest mistake Tony made was not hiring Punk, although that was a massive risk. It's giving Cody, Omega, and Bucks so much power and making them EVPs. Yeah, I mean, like, I can't really blame that for what's happened this time around. That's why the reaction that the Bucks is getting is surprising to me. I mean, I'm really not in with the AEW fans. I don't go into any forums. I don't read any comments. So, like, where the AEW fan mindset is, I don't know. I don't know. I don't know what the hardcore fans are thinking about all these wrestlers. It seems like they're still really down on the Bucks, which I can only imagine is as a result of what happened last year. Plenty of boos for them. A few CM Punk chants. They haven't done anything or said anything throughout the rest of the show. Even when Kenny was out, and Kenny was a part of that stuff last year. Elbow drop. I think maybe the Bucks have been a bit more outspoken, though. And there is a sign, I have already said, but there is a sign that says, "Won't miss you, Phil." 1, 2, and Dax gets pulled out of the ring. Juice on the outsides. Bucks going over the top. Big boot to Juice. Juice goes down. Big shot. Cash goes down. Matt Jackson, crossbody to the outsides. I feel like we just need to get, like, all the moves that's ever been invented written down. And as we watch these kind of matches, we just go, yeah, oh, there's that one. Just, I don't know how many times you're meant to pop for moves. And pop for spots. It's just, we're going to do this now. Now 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 we're going to do this now. I might as well at least make a game out of it. Crossbody to the outside. Brainbuster. Falcon Arrow. first one to get them all wins. Switchblade in the ring with Dax. Chop coming in. Another chop. Choppity chop. Dax on one knee. It's gone a bit quiet. Another chop. Chops. Chop coming back. Have we done chops? Chops. Hang on, let me get chops. Chops. Another big chop. Another chop. Another chop. Choppity chop. Chop, 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 chop. Chop, chop. Clothesline, short arm, clothesline. Oh, hang on. Short arm, clothesline. Now he's grabbed switchblades. Shatter machine, not quite. Oh, that's the only one I'm missing. It's the only one I'm missing. Blade Runner. Oh, have we had a Blade Runner? We haven't had a Blade Runner. Shatter machine. Yay! Completed wrestling. Woo! Please end. Please end. Oh, have you seen the never-ending story? I'm flipping watching it. 1, 2. Oh, to the outsides. Amasa. Dax comes over. Forearm strike. Oh, almost a Blade Runner. Against the ropes. Another shatter machine. No. Blade Runner. Blade Runner. 1, 2, 3. Yes. Bullet Club Gold win. Bullet Club Gold win. Smile on the face of Switchblade, and he sticks his finger up to, middle finger up to Nick Jackson. FTR frustrated at that loss. Well, I really like Bullet Club Golds. A win for them on this stage. Hopefully they get booked really well on Collision. Matt Jackson just having a few words with Dax. Nick Jackson having some words with Cash. Just wondered if anything was going to go down post-match. We got one more match to go. Our main event of the evening. Orange Cassidy against Jon Moxley. They haven't taken away that won't miss you Phil sign. On Dynamite, Aussie Open against Chris Jericho and Sammy Guevara. Also on Dynamite, we'll hear for Hangman Adam Page. Orange Cassidy, Jon Moxley. Right. Aubrey said, enough CM Punk. How will AEW survive the loss of Sonny Kiss? Oh, yeah, I did see that news. I did see that Sonny Kiss had been removed from the roster page. Now, if this is the main event, and it is the main event, I've got to think there's going to be a lot of brutality. I've got to think that the reason why this is main eventing is because, you know, it's going to be lots of blood, lots of brutality. It's going to be lots of, like, Orange Cassidy being pushed to a level he's never been pushed before. It could be decent. Let's find out. Orange Cassidy against Jon Moxley for the International Championship next, said WWE AEW fan. Finally, the match everyone's been waiting for, said Kian. Brenton says, hey, we forced your best buddy out of AEW. You two are next. That's the Bucks post-match to FTR. Okay, we just got a video package right now just showing how we got to this match. Okay. Definite blood is definitely coming. Trini said, bets on how long before we get blood. I vote 60 seconds. I think they'll be bleeding as they make their way to the ring. Just gushing down. Here they are. Danielson is with Blackpool Combat Club. Death Jitsu. So is Yuta and Claudio. I think all of those have actually been successful tonight. So Moxley making his way down to the ring. I want to draw everyone's attention to something John Moxley said. Moxley believes in Orange Cassidy. He wants to face the best Orange Cassidy. So, Moxley making his way down to the ring. There's a Moxley sign. Moxley. Don't know what it said. Moxley bleeds if you yell at him. Okay, Moxley getting into the ring. Put it on a poll. How long till blood, said Sam. Oh, we wouldn't know, though, would we? How would we know how long it's been? I won't know if it's correct or not. Over under 10 minutes. Well, I'll tell you what. Once the bell sounds, I'll look at the clock. How long till blood? Just a bit of fun. Less than 2 minutes. Less than 5 minutes. Less than 10 minutes. Here's Orange Cassidy. I didn't know Chris Statlander still was hanging out with them. Is Orange Cassidy. Moxley beating OC here would be a good move, said Jono. Mox is a buffoon, said Carlos. I give 90 seconds before Moxley has color. You'll want to go for the less than 2 minutes then. Less than 2 minutes. Less than 5 minutes. Really, I could have worded it a bit better, but I didn't want to make it too confusing. If you think it's like less than 2 minutes, go for that. If you think it's like between 2 and 5, then go for the next one. If you think it's between 5 and 10, go for the next one. If you think it's have I done that right? Thinking about it, because what if it's 11? If it's 11, I think I might have botched it. Oh, I wasn't prepared for this poll. I wasn't prepared for this poll. In my head, I was like, I don't want to make it too confusing. I don't want to do like, 0 to... I could have done that though, couldn't I? 0 to 2 minutes, 3 to 5 minutes. I easily could have done that. Instead, what I've done is botched it. Do you know what? I'm ashamed. I'm ashamed. I'm going to end it. I'm going to redo it. I'm going to redo it. 0 to 2 mins. 3 to 5 mins. 6 to 10 mins. Over 10 mins. There we go. Yeah, I botched it. I'm basically the internet's Nia Jax. I seriously wonder why the Bucks lost 2 pay-per-views in a row, 2 losses, and Kenny 2 losses, said Jason. What if Moxley doesn't bleed, said Dr. Oh, he will, Dr. of all the concerns that we need to have about the poll and the question, that ain't one. Mitchell said, better poll is how long until Tony fears for his life? That's a constant. That never goes away. In all fairness, when Tony said that he feared for his life, like, one of the caveats that he should have added was that he always fears for his life. There isn't a waking moment where he doesn't fear. That had nothing to do with CM Punk. Tony fearing for his life is just a default setting. Orange Cassidy in one corner, John Moxley in the other. I think we've got some empty seats, you know. I can see empty seats. Have people, I can see 1, 2, 3. I can see some empty seats. I genuinely think that there have been some people that have left. Not loads, but some that have left after that last match. I can see empty seats. I'm not making it up. I'm not saying it for the sake of saying it. Orange Cassidy putting his, there's 2 right there on camera. Chop coming in there by Moxley. Orange Cassidy goes over to the corner. Another chop there by Moxley. Strikes coming in by Moxley. And a bite. The crowd is cheering for OC. Jim Cornette won't like that. Where's Dennis Rodman? Oh, I need to look at the time. So 4:28. 4:28. We've just begun. 4:28. Okay, we need to look at, see when we're going to get the bloods. I think the 2 minutes might be. I think the 2 minutes might be a bit early. Maybe. Yeah, maybe. Okay, so Orange Cassidy is down. I did see a sign that said if Orange Cassidy loses, we riot. GM Strong said it should be an incredible match. GM Strong, shout out to you, my friends. Freshly squeezed chance. It seems like the crowd are with Orange Cassidy. It does seem like the crowd are with Orange Cassidy. Cassidy on his feet over in the corner. Brock is under contract with WWE, said Sean. Tony ran out of the building during the Punk chant, said Dr. in fear that he'd arrived. Do you think he's going to live the rest of his life in fear? Worried that he'll bump into him one day. Oh, God. Orange Cassidy, crossbody. Moxley kicking at Orange Cassidy. Cassidy never loses his Khan's favorite, said Carlos. Sam said, each time Moxley bleeds, Tony Khan fears for his life. It's true. He worries that it's his blood. Or he gets post-traumatic stress thinking back to when he was lunged at. Orange Cassidy collides into Moxley. Moxley goes into the barricades. Orange in the middle of the ring. Still no bloods. It's been 3 minutes. It's been 3 minutes. The 0-2 to 2 is incorrect. I can't see any blood yet. I feel like I need to end the poll because one of the options is dead anyway. Sam, shout out to you. There we go. People are split. The majority is 3 to 5. Most people think 3 to 5. We're in that range now. Moxley on the outsides. We're in that range now. 2 minutes. Someone needs to bleed within the next 2 minutes. We are on the outsides of the ring, and he hurls him into the ring post. Sign said, can we all just get along? Has that resulted in blood? Moxley getting back into the ring. Orange Cassidy is down. Moxley's not bleeding yet. So I tell you what, I'll tell you one thing we didn't take into account, and that is that this is the main event. So it is blood. There is blood. Oh. Oh. 4 minutes. 4 minutes. 33% of you said 3 to 5 minutes. Well done. Well done. Well done, everyone. 4 minutes. AEW. 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 Just bleed. Reminds me of that UFC guy who had just bleed on his chest at one of the early UFC shows. Just bleed. Give me blood. What's a vampire's favorite wrestling promotion? AEW. Loves blood. Yeah. Moxley getting into the ring. Orange Cassidy went over the table. Do you remember, when was it? It was one of the shows where they were sponsored by Giving Blood, weren't they? If you've been inspired to bleed, then get to justgiving.com where you can donate your blood today. Orange Cassidy on the outsides. I'm surprised there already isn't an I Fear for My Life t-shirt on Pro Wrestling Tees. Oh my God, someone needs to make it. Oh, someone needs to make it. Mitchell said, do you think when Tony Khan cuts himself shaving, he flexes in the mirror and imagines he's John Moxley? Or does he just fear for him like fears for his life? Ian, Tony Khan didn't shave. Tony Khan doesn't shave. He's not running a razor round by his throat. I'm trying to think. Do you remember? You can get like child-safe, child-friendly scissors. Child-friendly scissors. You know, they got like curved edges and everything. He just uses that to just snip away some of the excess hair. He ain't using a razor. This is your champ. I'm the champ now, said Moxley. As a blooded Orange Cassidy gets smashed in the head by John Moxley. Orange Cassidy slumps down. Taz says, that's a lot of blood. I've had matches with a lot of blood loss. It takes it out of you. I think Moxley beats Cassidy tonight. It would be interesting. Cassidy has to lose at some point. Ads are now playing midstream. Are they? Are they? that I know that YouTube have updated the kind of streaming ad thing. Moxley, forearm strike. It's on the highlights from Payback. I am high, but you are making me laugh, said Undercover Manager. Well, we're just being treated to a real event tonight. I think there's been some... I think overall this has been a pretty solid offering, actually. But there's been some really good. There's been some bad. There's been some humorous. It has overall been a very enjoyable show, to be honest. I've enjoyed it. Not a chore to watch. I think you could definitely make the argument of... I think the Danielson match for me is the best match tonight. I think you could make the argument this is nowhere near strong enough for a main event. For me personally, anyway, you know, it's a, you know, an international title is main eventing. Orange Cassidy is main eventing. And I didn't even know. I didn't even know until the show had begun. And I ain't the only one that's going to be noticing these empty seats. I feel like there's more appearing. DDT. So yeah, there's been some good, there's been some bad, there's been it's been a bit of a mixed bag, but all in all things considered, I think it's been a pretty strong showing by AEW. There's been a lot more here that I've enjoyed than not enjoyed. Right, we've got Moxley. He goes over, against the ropes. Big boot there by Orange Cassidy. Crowd cheering away. Orange punch. Wonder how long they'll go with this match. It's already been 3 hours 40. 3 hours 40 this show. Moxley trying to get back up. Do you think Miro left Lana in the ring over that awful storyline from Bobby Lashley? Oh, God, I hope so. I hope so. I'd love it if that got brought into the story here. Do you remember when you ran away with Dolph Ziggler and you became his girl for a bit? Yeah, well, I'm still not over it. I ain't forgot. Lovely pile driver there by Moxley. And roll up by Orange Cassidy. Bulldog choke is in by Moxley. There is a lot of blood coming out of Orange Cassidy, you know. On just a 1 count. Still keeping the choke. He's got Orange Cassidy down. Again, he's got a choke being applied. AB said, unless a big name comes in to replace Punk, AEW will have a weak rating for a while. A lot of Punk fans will abandon. Miro saw his wife and feared for his life. Yeah! Let's go. Orange Cassidy is still down in the middle of the ring. Moxley trying to grab a hold of the arm. Moxley has maintained control. He's looking middle of the ring. Orange Cassidy teasing that he was going to tap. He is fading. A crossface being applied here by Moxley. Orange Cassidy. I really like the entrance stage. It's nothing that crazy, but I really like it. Orange Cassidy flops to the outside. Moxley stays in the ring. Okay, so Orange Cassidy on the outside. Moxley rolls out the ring after, I don't know, thinking about it. I don't know what he was doing. He's ripping up the tape that's keeping the ringside mats down. He's exposing the concrete floor. So he's ripping up the ringside mats. So the concrete floor is exposed. He's got Orange Cassidy. Moxley calling for the end. Pile driver. Trying to pick up... Ooh. Reversed by Orange Cassidy. Moxley goes hard onto the concrete floor, back first. Orange Cassidy, drop kick. Moxley goes into the ring steps. Cassidy trying to get back into the ring. Fear for your life. That'll be the title of the next premium live event, said Trinity. AEW, fear for your life. We're up to 7. Moxley on the outside, trying to get back in. Flops down again. 9. Moxley just bursts into life when we get a 9. Back in the ring. Orange Cassidy. Nigel McGuinness said, this has been a war. Are you a big fan of pizza? I like pizza, yeah. If so, what's your favorite? I'm pepperoni and jalapeno pepper. Pineapple on pizza goes against the natural law. That makes me fear for my life, says Brenton. Yeah, to be honest, I'm pretty simple. I really like a nice tomato sauce, like a really good. You can get cutter by Moxley. I think the tomato sauce is like really important. I've had a lot of pizzas where they just use like a real cheap, flavorless like tomato sauce. Spear. 1, 2. Oh, shoulder up by Moxley. So, toppings wise, I'm pretty simple, but I really do like the ingredients to be, you know, class, good, flavorsome. So a really nice, like, tangy tomato sauce. And just a bit of chicken and sweet corn, something along those lines. I mean, I would never turn down, like, a meat feast or whatever. And I enjoy, like, a barbecue kind of a thing. But, yeah, I think a go-to for me for a while was, like, a chicken and sweet corn. But definitely would want it to be, like, not just, you know, just chucked together. I think the quality of ingredients is important. I do like jalapenos, though, but I must admit, I don't tend to have them on pizzas that often. Kick coming in again. Kicks coming in by Orange Cassidy. Moxley's down on his knees. Cassidy backing up. Clothesline by John Moxley. A lariat. Orange Cassidy gets back up to his feet. Big clothesline by Moxley. And again, down goes Orange Cassidy. 1, 2. And shoulder up. Bang, Orange Cassidy planted. Moxley, 1, 2. Shoulder up. Crowd are into it. Crowd are making noise. First time I've ever heard of corn on pizza. Really? Yeah, chicken and sweet corn is a pretty standard pizza topping over here. You can get like pepperoni, you can get chicken and sweet corn, vegetarian, meat feast, Texas ranch, which tends to be like a barbecue one. I said vegetarian, didn't I? Hot and spicy. Ham and pineapple, of course, you can get. Cassidy up on his feet. Sticking his finger up at Moxley. Moxley coming over, grabbing Orange Cassidy. Drives him down. Moxley, 1, 2, 3. Moxley wins. It did it. And no. I'm so sad, and Cassidy is so tired, said Lewis. One of the greatest championship runs in the history of professional wrestling is over, says Nigel McGuinness. So he sticks fingers up at Moxley. And Moxley plants him, puts him away. Put in your thoughts to that match. I think it's a tricky one to score. It was pretty hard hitting. Orange is better than Bruno. No blood. Just drowning in blood. There's blood everywhere. So there we go. Moxley is the new international champion. Orange Cassidy is down. I didn't think that main event was a disaster by any means. I just think it's a weird match to main event. But yeah, I didn't find it like offensive. So Orange Cassidy is still laid out in the ring. I think they're going to give him a little moment here for him to get up to his feet and the crowd to applaud. Crowd are chanting freshly squeezed. So he's on his knees. Crowd are applauding. Getting back up to his feet. Thank you, Orange, is the chant. Orange puts his hands in the air. The crowd cheer. I think one of the talking points from this show is there's not much CM Punk stuff apart from that one Young Bucks match. Could you have imagined if Perry was on this show? Could you have imagined? Okay, I've got the poll up. It's going to be interesting to see what people think. Do you think that that was a 5 out of 5? It's an all-time show, right? Do you think it was 4 out of 5? It was great. Really great. Really enjoyed it. Like, it's not an all-time show, but oh, that was great. Do you think it was 3? No, it was good. It was good. How was AEW? Yeah, it was good. It's good. Do you think it was 2? Or do you think it was 1? Sucked. That sucked. That really sucked. Not feeling it. Need to do a lot better than that. So which one do you think it was? I've given you each of those scores in an emotion so that you know how to score it. 1 to 5. I understand it can be a bit weird going 2 for 2 because like it does feel like 3 should be okay. But to be honest, I'm changing it. I'm changing it so that 2 is like, because I still feel like that's a bit negative. I still feel like if you've watched a show and at the end of it you've gone, like that feels a bit negative, doesn't it? So that's 2 to me. 3 is like, yeah, it was good. Yeah. How was it? Yeah, it was good. Yeah. Any more? No, it was good. So that's up on the community tab on the channel. Vote away. Feel free to put in your thoughts. Feel free to put in your thoughts in the chat right now. I want to see if they have just put some of the times on. But I'll tell you, man, I really thought that match was longer. Bullet Club Gold against FTR and the Young Bucks feels like the longest match in the history of wrestling, but it's actually clocked in at 21 minutes 35. It was actually about a minute shorter than Takeshita and Kenny. So Takeshita and Kenny, 22 minutes 30. Bullet Club Gold against FTR and the Young Bucks, 21:35. I mean, that really needed to be shorter. John Moxley, Orange Cassidy, didn't feel like it. I didn't feel like it outstayed its welcome. But yeah, quick rundown. Adam Cole, MJF, didn't need it. I didn't think it was that great. Samoa Joe against Shane Taylor. It was only 6 minutes, but I thought what we got was pretty good. Luchasaurus against Darby Allin. I didn't have high hopes for it, but it was all right. It was all right. Miro Powerhouse Hobbs is easily the best match up until that point. Then we get Chris Statlander, Ruby Soho, which I thought was all right. Pretty good. Pretty good. I might even put it over the Samoa Joe, Shane Taylor. I'm not sure. Probably, actually, because it was it's tricky. I don't think it's better than Miro Powerhouse Hobbs, though. But it's infinitely watchable. It's absolutely fine. Then we get Danielson, Ricky Starks, which is fantastic. Brilliant. I mean, dare I say a match of the year contender? I don't think it will be match of the year, but or maybe even in the conversation. But I think that if you was going to do a show where you talk about matches of the year, I think it should be mentioned. Maybe not that it's in the running, but just mention it because it really is that good. It really is that good. I would say that it's my favorite show from tonight. Favorite match from tonight. My favorite match from last week was CM Punk Samoa Joe. My favorite match from tonight is Danielson, Ricky Starks. I genuinely don't know between the two. I think I would go Danielson Starks. I think I would go Danielson Starks over CM Punk Samoa Joe from last week. So actually, that would mean that of the two offerings that we've had, all the matches, of all the matches on All In and all the matches on All Out, Danielson, Ricky Starks is my top match. It is the gem that this show needed. Then we had Blackpool Combat Club against Kingston and Shibata. That, I don't know. I think the crowd were a bit burnt out after Danielson, whatever. I think that outstayed its welcome. I think that needed to be less than 15, nearly 16 minutes. I think you could have took 5 minutes off that easy. And I think the match would have been better if you had, to be honest. Then Takeshita against Omega. I think it's good. Really good. Really enjoyable. I like Takeshita winning. I don't think it reaches the heights of expectation for a Kenny match. I always think a Kenny match, singles match, is really, really special. And this is really good, but I don't think it reaches what I hope for when it comes to a Kenny match. Takeshita wins. The match is fine. It's probably like a 4. It's probably about a 4. Yeah, probably the second best match tonight. Then Bullet Club Gold against FTR, the Young Bucks. It just wouldn't die. It just wouldn't stop. And I mean, if you want to see every move ever, I've said before, these matches, I just don't. I struggle with those matches. I don't get it. I don't understand how you can watch spot after spot after spot after spot, move after move after move after move. Just everything keeps happening, and are you just meant to keep popping? Like, are you just meant to keep going, whoa, wow, ah, oh, Jesus, ah, for like 20 minutes? Wow. Because what happens to me, and it always happens, is I just stop caring. I just stop caring. A great match has like a change in pace. It slows down, you know, it builds up, you put in some big spots, they go for the cover, and all this kind of like million miles an hour, let's do everything. I don't get it. I don't think I'll ever quite get it. But there is an audience for it, as Trini said earlier. There are, you know, the live crowd, you know, the AEW fans especially really love that style, but it's just, doesn't matter if it's this show, doesn't matter if it's a year ago, 2 years ago. It's a criticism that I've mentioned a few times. Coming into this, that was the concern for me, that's what that match was going to be. Whatevs. And then John Moxley, Orange Cassidy. What I will say about that is I don't know that main event was as bad as what I was expecting. I mean, I was expecting Orange Cassidy to do his silliness, his little kicks and whatever. Moxley to just bleed and, you know, smash Orange Cassidy around and like no selling and all this kind of stuff. There is a degree of it, but, and I certainly don't think it's main event worthy, but I equally don't mind us putting a bit of a spotlight on some other things. You know, with WWE, we tend to have the same things in the main event, normally Bloodline, which you can understand because the Bloodline are such a big storyline. It's such a big success for WWE, so you can understand that. But it is nice, and we saw it with Seth and Shinsuke. It is nice to have a few different things get showcased. Like that moment where Orange Cassidy is ending that pay-per-view with the whole Chicago arena, like, thank you, Orange. And even though he's just lost, he's bleeding profusely. I mean, the problem is, if there had been no blood on the show and Orange was the only one that had been bleeding, that might have had a little bit more impact. But because we'd seen blood in the Danielson match, we'd seen blood in there was another match we saw blood in. Was it the Kenny match? There's been a couple that we've seen blood in. That by the time, Darby, I think, had some blood as well. Seeing Orange bleeding, like, it didn't have, and plus also it's a Moxley match, you expect it anyway. So I don't know, like seeing Orange go that far, be pushed that far, be in a match like that is obviously different. And it's different to see the International Championship in that spot. It was nice to see a different superstar getting a bit of a shine, if you will. So there are definitely positives, but I still don't think that should have been in that spot. I still don't know that for me. But then I'm not the biggest Orange Cassidy fan or John Moxley fan. So, of course, I'm not going to put that in the main event spot. From a business point of view, from a merch sales, from a YouTube video views, it may have warranted it. It may have, you know, it might be the one that says we know a lot of criticism will be that Tony loves Orange Cassidy, and so of course it was going to main event because Tony loves him, right? Maybe there's some truth to that, but I would imagine that Tony is also a businessman that looks at views, looks at merch sales, looks at web searches, all that kind of stuff. And I would imagine that the analytics, the data suggests that this is the guy to get behind. This is someone that really does resonate with the AEW audience. So there'll be plenty of questions about, was that the right match to main event? Was that the right, you know, I've got to believe that Tony, who does love data and has got a data company, has got data to suggest that that is the right match and that is the right way forward. So I trust in that. I do trust in that. It's not the way I would have gone, but I do trust that there is data to say it is the right way forward. And I've got to say, overall, as a result, I think this was a strong offering. I do think this was a strong offering. As AEW pay-per-views go, there really is not much here that I was down on overall. There's a lot more that I'm positive about than down on. There's been plenty of times where we've ended these pay-per-view watch-alongs for AEW, and it's, you know, there's plenty you can pick out that you can go, that was not right, that was garbage, that was botched, that didn't look good. I don't feel that way about this. I don't feel that way about this. And I also think to do a show like this with all of the drama of the CM Punk stuff and all of that that's played out, and the fact that you had a big show last week, which has hurt the build for this. So in order to pull this show out like of nowhere, I think they've done well, you know. I think they've done well. I think there'll be some criticisms, obviously, about the builds. I think that there'll be some criticisms around the main event. But yeah, I enjoyed it. I enjoyed it. I would quite happily watch a show like this on a monthly basis if they wanted to run monthly. Because listen, they've just pulled this show out of nowhere with a week to go, right? So trying to build a monthly pay-per-view, do a monthly that wouldn't be a problem for them. They could do a monthly pay-per-view. And even like, you know, with little builds or whatever, if they were able to get it to this kind of standard and hopefully, you know, a better main event, a bigger built main event, I think that you've got something there. You know, no CM Punk on this cards. Obviously no Jet Perry, of course. Saraya wasn't wrestling as well. Swerve, I think, has come down with illness, so there's no Swerve on this card. There's no Keith Lee on this card. There's a few names that are absent, actually, but even so, it was a good offering. Mitchell said, I didn't mind the show. I'm in the 725, 775 range. There's a lot more good than bads, and even the bad wasn't awful. What's your score? I've said before, Mitchell, I think I find myself to be in agreement quite often with where you are, and I feel very much the same. I think what stops this being in the 8s for me is the fact that we do get a great match out of Danielson and Starks. I think that Kenny and Takeshita is a really enjoyable match, but I don't know that it quite got to the level I was hoping for. I think outside of that, I'm struggling to find like seriously good matches. I think the other stuff we're getting is a mixture of either goods, like, you know, like I enjoyed Samoa Joe, Shane Taylor. I really enjoyed Miro, Powerhouse Hobbs. But really, you know, outside of that, I'm struggling to find anything that's, you know, in the 4s. There's a lot of, say, 3-7-5s. I think there's a lot of 3-7-5 type matches here and below. So, yeah, I'm probably like a 7.5 at the end of the day. Had we have got maybe another match like Danielson and Ricky Starks, which maybe for some people would be the Moxley-Cassidy match. Maybe for some people that would be the match for them. Yeah, if someone was to say to me this was 8 out of 10, I don't think I would argue, to be honest. If someone said, nah, look, this ain't 7.5, this is an 8 out of 10, I'd definitely sit down and listen to the reasons why. I would definitely listen to the reasons why, and I might find myself agreeing. So I'm going to settle on a 7.5, which is a good score. I think I gave Payback 6, right? So 7.5 is a good score. I would definitely listen to someone that wanted to say this was an 8. I certainly can't get to 9s or anything like that. I ain't nowhere near that. I can find enough stuff here that I was like struggling with to explain why I ain't nowhere near a 9. But I would definitely listen to 8s, 7.5s, and I can give enough reasons as to why I'm not in like 3s, 4s, 5s, 6s. Yeah, I think it's solid. Enjoyed it. I enjoyed the kickoff show. I thought the kickoff show was decent. I thought the women's tag match was fine. Hangman was a pretty. I'm not down on Hangman. I thought it was a pleasant surprise, and he won the Battle Royal. The Acclaim thing was a bit weird with Dennis Rodman, and I don't know. It was a bit weird. Yeah, I could have done without that actually. But the other 2 matches were fine. Yeah, lovely. I'd rather watch wrestling on a Sunday than not watch wrestling on a Sunday. So. Don't forget to get in your votes as well. That is, we'll read a few comments and then we will call it a night. We'll call it a night. Wow, the chat's going a bit quick. I think whilst I was just like summarizing a few thoughts there, oh, there we go. Missed a few comments. Right, Mitchell. Shout out to you. Read that. Yeah, I agree. Notorious Nightwear Switchblade said, I believe Orange's reign will get more respect as time goes by. It gave people who aren't on TV opportunity and was so active, he got hurt more and more. He was active since last year. John said, as I've said before, I think they'll eventually want to get to a place like Wrestle. Where did that go? Like WrestleMania, they can do a 2-night event. Yeah, do you know what? This is actually a glimpse at that because this could easily be like night 1 of one of those events. This could easily be like a night 1 of WrestleMania, and then night 2, you would have, you know, like CM Punk's gone now, but you could have Swerve, Saraya defending her title. Maybe you do the Young Bucks and someone else that's not FTR, so FTR can defend the tag titles on night 2. Saraya defends her title on night 2. Maybe MJF comes back and defends his title on night 2. Swerve on night 2. I'm trying to think who else. Andrade, is he still active? I'm not sure. Andrade, he could be competing. I'm trying to think that I feel like there's people that competed last week. Christian Cage could compete on night 2. So there are people that are around that could compete on that second night. Toni Storm didn't compete, of course. So she could also compete on a night 2. So I feel like this is a little glimpse of what a night 1 of an AEW WrestleMania might look like, where it's not firing on all cylinders. Definitely feels like we've held back a bit for this, you know. I mean, it's very unusual to not have like the AEW championship defended, for example. But yeah, I think you're right. I think this is a little glimpse of what a 2-day event could look like if this was the first night. Would you rather have a pizza with bad sauce or a dry pizza? I went on vacation and the pizza was really dry and it took away from the meal. Don't know, to be honest, because I think I'd rather have dry pizza than bad sauce, like a sauce that you eat and you actively don't enjoy. I think like a dry pizza would make me think more of like a garlic bread type thing. So I would have a dry pizza over bad sauce. Dry pizza or just like a passable average, it's not offensive sauce, I'd just take the average sauce. Anything that's not going to be offensive, I would take that. And to be honest, I have that more often than not. But I do think that like a really nice tomato sauce, it does make a big difference. It does make a big difference. We used to have like not homemade pizzas, but sort of. and we used to just have like, you know, buy just like standard off the shelf kind of sauce, and we were using that for the longest time, and then we did change to like a much nicer sauce, and the difference was mind-blowing. I really think the sauce is such a big factor. So yeah, a bad one, I don't know, I wouldn't want a bad sauce, one that's like offensive, but I could probably cope with a dry one. Jono said, on a scale of 10, I'm on a 5. I'm on a scale of 5. I'm at a 2.5. What didn't you like, Jono? What was it that's knocked you down to a 5, buds? Hagendaz said, what was Orange Cassidy's reign? A slew of pathetic, pointless, boring matches that opened Dynamite to the point of nauseum, says Hagendaz. Slew. I feel like I'm not saying it right. Slew doesn't sound right to me. A slew of a slew. I don't feel like I'm saying it right. Can I get the Google woman to say it? Hang on. Pronounce. Shlew. I want to say shlew, but that doesn't sound right either. A shlew. Maybe it is a shlew. I don't think it's slew. Shlew. I think you have to put I think you have to do that. Shlew. How to pronounce? Pronounce shlew. Slew. Sounds like slew. Say it. You're gonna say it. Say it.
Slew.
Slew.
Slew. Slew.
So it is just slew. I thought you had to put a little bit of je ne sais quoi in. I thought you had to jazz it up. Slew. She's not saying that though. She's just saying
slew.
Slew. She's just said slew. Maybe it is just slew. A slew. Slew. I'm sure I've heard slew. I'm sure I've heard slew.
Slew.
Hang on. Oh, that's British. That's British. British is slew. Let's try American. You can change it to American. If this is slew, that's where I've heard it.
Slew.
No, it's exactly the same. It's the same. It's just got a bit of a twang. Slew.
Slew.
Slew. Let's go slow.
Slew.
Oh, she doesn't like it slow, does she?
Slew.
Slur. She's got a sore throat. Slur.
Slew.
Slur. Why does it sound like her? She's going through puberty while she's saying the words.
Slew.
Slur. Why is she struggling so much? Why is she struggling? There you go. If you wanna hear the Google woman hitting puberty, just type in pronounce slew and then go for the slow option.
Slew.
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 Slew. It's like the best thing I found. Oh man, what a time to be alive. Okay, I'm gonna leave that for now. As soon as the stream ends, I'll just play with that for a few hours. Slew. It sounds like she's having a stroke, said Hayden. Wow, I've heard she's fearing for her life. That's what I've heard. She's fearing for her life. That's Tony Khan right there. Tony provided that example. He tried to record it as CM Punk was lunging towards him. Jono said, I think AEW is just not for me. I've watched it since the start. They don't give me a reason to care about the matches. I think that's fair. I mean, I think the build for this has been short. For me, I mean, I've been watching Danielson a long time. I've been watching Starks when he was on NWA Power. And then when he came in, I was really high on him. So seeing them two compete, I don't need a build, to be honest. Like, I can just watch them two, and I know I'll enjoy it. Kenny, I've watched Kenny and like Wrestle Kingdom and everything. Don't any singles Kenny match, I'm going to be like, okay, yep, I'm here for that. So yeah, I can understand where you're coming from. I mean, like the build for this has been very minimal. But I think that for me was a problem, maybe coming into the show, was that the build had been very minimal. I understood why, but like watching the show, I thought that considering the build had been minimal, they did a very good job, all things considered. But I can totally see where you're coming from. Joe said she sounds like she's been watching too much of Tony. Phil, screwed Phil, said AB Jobson. Lav said a media scrum has started. I don't think there'll be much that comes out of that. You know, the media scrums were worth watching, but only when CM Punk was around. Because now I'd imagine there's going to be a lot less drama at those media scrums. It's the fans that have been cheated. It's the fans. Right, we're going to wrap it up because I can't beat that slew. I can't beat that slew. There ain't anything I can say that's going to be better than that. So we'll leave it there. A big thank you to everyone that's joined us. Really do appreciate the support and people stopping by. I know there was lots of other things going on tonight, like college football and everything. Plus, also, I think that last week was the big AEW show, and I think a lot of people spent their money on that rather than this, so I was not expecting anything for this tonight. This was absolutely a bonus. It was a bonus. It was an extra little stream that we can do. I have said before, though, I am interested in doing Sunday streams. I think that there's a lot of stuff that's been going on recently. There's a lot of stuff that just happens in general in wrestling. And Sunday streams are something that I've kind of debated for a long time, if I'm being honest. And I think that could be interesting. It could be interesting to not watch anything and just like dig into questions and theories and thoughts and just do it for a couple of hours on a Sunday. I'm definitely interested in that. So I can see us potentially trying that next Sunday. I'll have a think. I don't know what we'll do for a thumbnail or what the content will be. I think the content will largely be driven by you guys. But, you know, I mean, we always start like an hour or so before. We never struggle, do we? When do we ever sit here like twiddling our thumbs? We just don't. So, yeah, I'm very interested in that. And, of course, we're back tomorrow with Raw. We'll finish on Kojiko, who said September 18th. A day to remember when life began in a sweet September, a symphony of life, a chapter unfolds. Born on September 18th, my story unfolds. Coach Co, shout out to you. Is that a hint that that's your birthday? Do AI bots even have birthdays? I don't know. But if it is, happy birthday. We're a couple of weeks away, and I hope you get an upgrade or whatever it is that software hopes for. I have no idea. But Coach Go, really appreciate the support as always. A big thank you to everyone that joined us, and hopefully I'll see you in a bit. Not long. I mean, what, 12, 17-ish hours time. We'll be live with WWE Raw. Thanks for watching.